What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 751 Loyalty has its own reward. As usual, Gilliman was handling government affairs. He was used to it. To be honest, there hadn't been a day since he woke up that he hadn't been dealing with these things. Even an Ogren would probably use their stubby fingers to hold a pen and write the word agree by now. Sighing, he flipped through the documents on his personal terminal. The orders he had implemented some time ago had already taken effect. When handling affairs on Terra, he no longer needed parchment and quills, but could just swipe and click conveniently. Smuggling wine and trying to bribe the guards? A huge amount? What's wrong with this guy? Terra needs human resources the most now. What's the point of him smuggling wine here? There are only a few High Lords left. Who can afford to drink that stuff? Gilliman frowned. The punishment for this rogue trader was to confiscate half of his wealth, but he didn't want any wine at all, so he told this guy to take it back from where he brought it. Is the wine good, Gilliman? Asked the little horse sitting next to him. This depends on whether you like it or not. Gilliman raised his eyebrows and answered. Today is Saturday. Of course, for Gilliman, Saturday does not exist at all. He has no so-called rest. But little Horace does. He does not have to study on Saturdays and Sundays, and can move freely. He decided to come and observe how Gilliman handles government affairs. His Royal Highness the Regent felt a little strange about his brother's decision, but he did not say anything, and even felt a little happy. If I let him have some interest in handling government affairs, will I have a helper in the future? It seems that you are dealing with smugglers today. Why do so many people want to bring things that Terrans don't need at all? Because they want to make money, Gilliman said. Of course, this is only the most basic reason. The fundamental reason is that smuggling is a trade with huge profits. Although it is illegal, as long as it succeeds, they can make huge money from it. Is money important? For ordinary people, yes, Gilliman admitted readily. Very important. There are many worlds in the galaxy that are ravaged by war, but there are also many worlds that are unimaginably peaceful. On such worlds, money is very important. Without money, they cannot survive. Horace asked whimsically, well, since this thing is so important, why don't we give it to them? I mean, let everyone have endless money? Gilliman almost laughed at his brother who had been reborn younger. Really? Just that little bit? He sighed and put down his personal terminal, his face full of complexity. This is a very difficult question, Horace. I can't even give you an answer, because your idea involves too many things. But we are working hard. Working hard? Yes. When everything is settled, I hope that such a system will be born. People can freely choose their careers and interests, and they don't have to be worshipped or despised because of their birth, nor do they have to sell their health, truth, progress, and civilization for their livelihood. Everyone can be very happy. As he spoke, Gilliman actually laughed. I was attracted to my father's team by such words. Father? I only met him once, little Horace whispered. I don't know why. I feel very uncomfortable when I see him. Don't feel uncomfortable. He is just a bastard. Gilliman shrugged, but didn't say it out loud after all. At the same time, he was also a little surprised he didn't get hit on the back of the head this time. As soon as this thought came to mind, a golden light appeared in front of him. Gilliman closed his eyes helplessly. I knew it. However, the pain did not come, but a voice full of mischief came. Why are you closing your eyes, Gilliman? Gilliman suddenly coughed loudly, pretending to be choked by something. This caused little Horace, who was originally trying to say hello to Shenyan, to stand up nervously. Gilliman, what's wrong with you? Mr. He, please take a look at him. What's wrong with Gilliman? He's fine, Your Highness Horace. The mage laughed immorally. He's in good health, but he coughed so badly, Horace said puzzledly. Are you really okay, Gilliman? His Highness the Regent raised a finger, signaling his brother to stop for a while and not to be led by the nose by an unscrupulous mage to harm him. But Horace had no idea what he meant, so he just patted his shoulder seriously. Are you okay, Gilliman, ahem. I'm fine. Finally freed from this embarrassing situation, Gilliman blinked quickly, sat upright and asked without looking away, Teacher, what do you want to see me for? Are you sure you are okay? Gilliman, Shenyan deliberately prolonged his voice. Your behavior just now is a bit suspicious, which reminds me of some bad stories I have heard. Horace on the side immediately became nervous and his face turned pale. What bad stories are you talking about? Gilliman will be okay, right? I don't know, Your Highness. Horace, Shenyan shrugged. It's just some rumors heard from others, such as someone is trying to forcefully marry the leader of the Death Army. Gilliman's face twitched violently. The Death Army? Horace tilted his head in confusion. What is that? Ahem. My brother, you don't need to know these things for now. I have to have a private conversation with the teacher. Can you give us some space? Okay, if you insist, Gilliman. Horace looked at him worriedly. But if you feel unwell, please be sure to say it. Just take it as my request. Gilliman's face turned pale, and his heart was filled with deep guilt for lying to Horace. He watched Horace leave, and the latter even closed the door considerately. Shenyan snapped his fingers, and a lazy sofa appeared in the room of the Imperial Regent. He jumped in without any image, and a glass of ice cola suddenly appeared in his hand. He drank it happily. Looking at the almost numb Gilliman, Shenyan smiled and asked, Why do you have this expression? You said why do I have this expression? Gilliman looked at him with a resentful look, and asked with a wry smile, What on earth do you want to see me about? Stop joking with me. There are some things, I hope they won't burden your work. You have already burdened my work, Gilliman said bluntly, and it has also caused some bad effects on my reputation. It's as if I personally pointed a bolter at your nose and asked you to leave Eveline on the ship. Shenyan sneered. Let's talk about business. Do you know the Weepers? Gilliman frowned and searched his memory for a moment, but could only get a vague impression. He asked uncertainly, A Blood Angels chapter that is on a penitential expedition? They seem to have stood on the side of the betrayers in the Baydab War. Although it was later proved that they were deceived, they were still sentenced by the Inquisition to a penitential expedition. Let me think. It should be almost over, right? Your memory is really extraordinary. Yes, their penance is over. The mage took a sip of coke. And, not only that, what are you referring to? Shenyan glanced at him and snapped his fingers. Some pale blue dots of light emerged from the void and came to Gilliman. The regent looked at them, then looked at the mage. What is this? Memory projection. You can see it yourself, the mage said as if he was exhausted. I don't want to repeat their experiences again. Gilliman did as he was told. He reached out and touched the dots of light. They quickly dissipated between his fingers, and some broken images quickly rushed into his mind. Those tragic experiences, unrecognized loyalty and deep despair made him stand up uncontrollably. His pupils dilated, and even his magic began to lose control. The essence of the Primarch merged with his new power, and under the influence of overboiling emotions, the gravity in the room began to lose control. The thick iron table in front of Gilliman began to make a tearing sound under the weight, and even the wall was the same. Before everything became irreversible, Shenyan spoke. Calm down, Gilliman, he said. Those things are over. No one can blame them or despise them anymore. Panting, Gilliman sat down again without saying a word. The golden hair on his forehead was wet with sweat, his throat rolled up and down, and he covered his face and sighed. After a long time, he said, I can't believe it. Shenyan listened to him quietly. Such a loyal chapter and a group of warriors who love civilians and set an example. Gilliman's voice came from under his palm a little dull. How can the Inquisition convict them without any investigation? Although he said so, Gilliman knew that they could do it. The Inquisition is like this. It is not like what many citizens of the Empire imagine, a huge spider web that is organized but closely connected by power. On the contrary, the Inquisition is an extremely loose organization, and its members enjoy immunity, are not persecuted, and are not bound by any laws. Most of the time, they are the symbol of authority, so they can judge anyone. It's just a chapter, and the Atonement Crusade can even be called merciful. If the Inquisitor who made the judgment at that time was more ruthless or in a bad mood, he would most likely directly order the execution of all the Weepers without any doubts about himself. In their twisted minds, everything they do is the will of the Emperor. Anyone they find suspicious or guilty is not groundless, but the Emperor is guiding them behind the scenes. Guilliman put down his hands, and his gloomy expression reminded people of the dark clouds sweeping over. His hands were now on the table, clenched into fists, and blue veins popped out on the back of his hands. "How many more such cases are there?" he asked. "The Weepers are a rare example, surviving by chance and still loyal." "So, what about those who died? What about those who had to betray in order to survive?" "The Inquisition has been destroyed, Guilliman, so don't dwell on it anymore." The mage whispered, "Anyone who covets power will eventually be distorted by power. Anyone who thinks he is superior will eventually sink in pain. They are all dead, and only a few who really know what they are doing are still alive and continue to serve the Empire. The past is past, the dead cannot be resurrected, and those who had to betray will never come back. What we have to do is to ensure that such a thing will never happen again." "Of course it won't happen again," Guilliman said loudly. "Personal terminal, contact the Ecclesiarchy. I will hold a meeting tonight. The current Pope and Cardinals must be present, and there must be more than 10 deacons. Let them all be prepared. This will be a very long meeting." There was a tremendous rage boiling in his eyes. It was obvious that he was really angry. This was normal. No one could remain indifferent after hearing about the deeds of the Weepers, especially for a politician like Guilliman. He inevitably saw through the truth behind the case of the Weepers, behind a wrongful conviction that surfaced. There are countless bodies that were equally wronged. They were the ones who surfaced with this case. So something must change. Shenyan waited until the personal terminal responded to Guilliman before continuing. "The Weepers are expected to arrive at the Terra space station in 12 Terra days. They have my power as a guide, so they will definitely arrive on time." "How many of them are left?" Guilliman asked. 9. This number made Guilliman's heart tremble violently. 9 people do not even constitute a standard tactical team. "Understood. I will arrange for them to be recruited," Guilliman whispered. "The Minotaurs once robbed them of some things. 2 battle cruisers? Don't worry about these things. The Minotaurs were just following the orders of the Inquisition at that time. What's more, after you returned, they were the first local political force on Terra to offer their loyalty to you." Shenyan took another sip of ice cola. "I have something better for them. Let me do it. There are enough resources on the Vengeance for them." Guilliman was a little surprised. "Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" he said carefully. "Do you want to allocate those new battle cruisers directly to them?" "No, I want to give them a fortress directly." Shenyan shrugged. "The loyal must be rewarded, right?" This sentence made Guilliman silent for a while, and all the political games were stripped from his mind by this sentence. After a long time, the Imperial Regent laughed, and there was only complex guilt in his smile. "Yes, the Loyalists must be rewarded. I will inform the Military Affairs Department, and the Lamentators will be recognized as a model chapter and an Imperial hero," Shenyan said softly. "They have already been, Guilliman." "Then, I will leave first. I haven't told Sanguinius about this matter yet. I have to remind you that although he has a good personality, he knows that his son has been treated like this. He will definitely find someone to settle accounts with afterwards. You'd better be prepared." Guilliman smiled bitterly. "There is a saying that honest people are the most terrible when they get angry. Sanguinius meets the standard of an honest person. He can almost foresee the angel's angry expression." With a sigh, he looked at the dissipated mage, said goodbye silently, and then continued his work. But this time, his finger that touched the personal terminal was somewhat resentful. "There is a saying that it is a blessing in disguise." Volturno didn't know if he counted, but he knew that his chapter definitely counted. "Don't move, Volturno," the technical sergeant warned. The tech sergeant lowered his head and was cleaning the scars on his armor. These horrible scars were left after dozens of battles, and the claws of the Zerg brought extreme damage. After a few minutes, the tech sergeant concluded that it would probably take him several weeks to restore it to full function. This was still the best estimate. After all, they only had one tech sergeant now. He frowned and tapped the forehead of the lying Volturno. "How did you survive, my brother?" "Good question, Sergeant. I want to know too." Volturno's face was covered with ash, and a servo skull floated over. A piece of cloth smeared with holy oil was held by its mechanical arms and gently wiped Volturno's face. "It's really the Emperor's blessing." The sergeant gently helped him up and began to adjust the servo on the back of the power armor with a wrench. He asked again, "When you were down there, did you see, He fell into a suspicious silence, but it didn't last long. Volturno laughed. "I know what you want to ask, Sergeant." "Yes, I saw it. I saw the miracles he created." The sound of a wrench falling to the ground came from behind. The sergeant squatted down in panic and picked up the wrench, but when he stood up, he accidentally touched the servo skull. The poor machine was knocked several meters away, and the sergeant quickly reached out to straighten it. "There's no need to be so excited, Sergeant." Volturno sat helplessly on the iron table in the foundry. His servo stopped working, so the artificial muscles no longer provided him with extra strength. The power armor lost power, and the heavy weight made him move clumsily. Especially now that he had little strength, he was too lazy to even raise his hands. Excited?" the sergeant muttered unhappily behind him. "Wait until you see the battle flag with your own eyes. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you that we are returning to Terra." "What? Don't get excited, Second Captain." The sergeant smiled maliciously, but his eyes were already red. "Haven't you heard? We were found not guilty. Tomorrow is the plot of killing the old captain. We will try to finish it within a week and then start to move on." Chapter 752, Interception. Some things cannot be described accurately. They are spiritual fragments that only exist in a transcendental aspect. Some people can be lucky enough to capture them, while others cannot. Cato Sicarius is the former. He walked out of his room empty-handed, without even wearing his fine power armor. The array disassembled the fine power armor in a way that he could not understand at all. Now, the precious lord's armor is quietly standing in a corner of his room. But it's good that Sicarius rarely wears ordinary clothes. He almost forgot what it feels like. It's good to experience it again and pick it up. Although the Astartes are fundamentally different from ordinary humans in terms of physiology, he still does not regard himself as a superior protector. The interior of this special ship is composed of pure silver and sharp white, and it is shockingly clean. Sicarius is almost a little unaccustomed to it. There are no statues in the corners, no murals on the ceiling, no stained glass windows, and heavy tapestries with the emblem of the array Ultramarines. There were not even many people in the corridor, which was in line with his imagination of the Black Templars. These Astartes, who were famous for their fanaticism in the Empire, basically only dealt with the Inquisition and the Sisters of Battle. In other words, they only dealt with fanatics like them. In their eyes, normal people were not worth talking to. Over time, the image of the Black Templars became more and more mysterious and stereotyped. This was not a good thing. Being away from the people for too long would cause a crisis of trust. The Ultramarines never had such concerns. Wherever they went, they were the guests of honor of the locals. This was the road of honor they had paved with blood for 10,000 years. Behind them were countless heroic epics and countless sacrifices. But it was all worth it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. Continuing to walk, he soon came to the bridge. It was composed of 3 floors, each leading to a different deck. It was worth mentioning that the lower deck was no longer inhabited by many civilians like the old ships. For Sicarius, this was also a new thing. The array completely controls every aspect of the ship, so it doesn't even need slaves to maintain it. It can take good care of itself. "Please let me onto the first bridge," Sicarius said. The array immediately responded to his words, and a soft blue light emerged and swept across his face. Authentication passed. "Cato Sicarius, second captain of the Ultramarines, please wait." The bridge above his head began to deform softly, and its metal texture turned into another substance in an instant. A staircase appeared in front of him, and Sicarius stepped up and came to the first bridge. After another 10 minutes of walking, he arrived at the training ground of the Black Templars. He went out today for this, a meeting with Supreme Marshal Helbrecht. The dark door of the training ground opened spontaneously, revealing a vast space inside. A tall warrior was standing in the center, thinking with his head down, and he didn't even notice Sicarius's arrival. He was still wearing the power armor, and it seemed that he had no intention of taking it off. standard Black Templar style. Sicarius narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a meeting full of political significance, otherwise he would not have chosen to wear the robe that represented the title of Lord of Ultramar. With a light cough, he stepped forward. Supreme Marshal Helbrecht? Ah, you are here, Second Captain Sicarius. Helbrecht finally came to his senses. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet Sicarius, and then exchanged pleasantries. By the time the conversation began, 5 minutes had passed. Are you used to being on the ship, Supreme Marshal? There is no such thing as getting used to it. Helbrecht smiled slightly and led Sicarius to the other end of the training ground, where there was a table and 2 chairs. They sat down, and Helbrecht continued, I believe that we are merely servants of the Emperor, his loyal servants. Therefore, our personal feelings are irrelevant, and this will not change even at the end of time. After saying this, he noticed that Sicarius's expression was a little unhappy. High Marshal, what you said is generally correct, but I disagree with some details. What do you mean? We are indeed servants of the Emperor, but our personal feelings are by no means irrelevant. We are servants, but we are also human beings, and we must face others with a warm heart. If a person faces others with the coldness and ruthlessness of a machine, how can he call himself the protector of mankind? This obscure remark made Helbrecht laugh. In the past, he would have drawn his sword and asked Sicarius to duel, but now, he just smiled and said, we are not cold and heartless machines. We stand out from thousands of people, are selected and trained. We are tempered by fire and forged by hammers. Our bodies and souls are harder than steel, but we are also given other things. There is always a fanatical fire burning in our hearts. I am not here to argue with you about this. Sicarius shook his head. Let's be frank. How about it? Of course, what do you want to say? Something more confidential. Sicarius' eyes flashed. He turned his head to look at the other side of the table and chair, and another soldier came out. He first nodded slightly to his Supreme Marshal, and then bowed to Sicarius. Excuse me, Second Captain Sicarius, this is just a necessary security measure. Nothing. The soldier bowed slightly again, and then left, and the formal conversation began. The whole world is burning. The flames almost penetrated the entire horizon, forming a long doomsday scene. Everything was burning, ignited by the greenskins' wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. A loud and rough laugh was heard, and a strong orc as big as a hill kicked the outer wall of the church, and dust flew everywhere. The wall stood still, and it was obviously very dissatisfied, so it picked up its modified big gun with all kinds of fancy decorations on the gun body, and fired at the outer wall repeatedly. Wag! It roared wildly, and broken metal and twisted rusty nails splashed out from the muzzle. This thing that was so rough that it couldn't be called ammunition actually hit the solid outer wall of the church. It grinned and put down the gun, and made a big enough gap for itself with 2 punches, and then walked in. Huh? There's a door here? After entering, it turned its head and saw a wooden door. After scratching its face and thinking for a while, the orc shouted angrily, I didn't go through the door again. Stop shouting, there's no way. Another orc yelled at it outside the wall. His hoarse voice was quite comical, but the people in the church couldn't laugh at all. When will you remember to go through the door with your stupid head? You have embarrassed the gambling old captain, it yelled incoherently. Hurry up and find all those shrimps. We'll get the money and get on the road. We have to hurry. Got it. The orc called no way responded impatiently, and then walked towards the church muttering. He complained as he walked, and even made gestures, imitating the orc who yelled at him. Remember to go through the door. Humphrey, what's so good about going through the door? I just like climbing windows, digging tunnels or smashing walls. I'm a sissy, like a shrimp, and I like going through the door. As it walked, the double-breasted coat that it had pulled off from that unfortunate wandering trader swayed its tattered hem, and some teeth that were pulled out from someone else's body collided with each other. It came to the church door and thought carefully. Should I go through the door? It said to itself. Going through the door is not in line with my habit, but not going through the door will waste time, and I will be scolded by the idiot who only went through the door. I don't want to be scolded. Thinking of this, it kicked open the heavy church door. In the flickering candlelight, screams began to sound. Civilians huddled under the bulletin board and screamed in fear. Parents held their children in their arms, and men pushed women behind them. However, they were all civilians, and there was no soldier. The monster grumbled in dissatisfaction, then raised its gun and fired a shot at the ceiling as the gambling captain had taught it, then shouted, "Shut up." People immediately quieted down. "That's right, you bunch of shrimps," it said contemptuously. "I'm not going to fight you. What are you afraid of? You're as weak as little chickens. Listen carefully. Hand over all the valuables on you." The civilians almost thought there was something wrong with their ears. What did this monster say? It wanted money? Why aren't you moving? Noman was furious. He kicked a bench in the church and broke it in two. He roared angrily, "I've already said it. Valuable things, hand them over to me. I don't have time to hang around with you. I have to hurry." A man stood up and said bravely, "Sir." "What sir? My name is Noman." "No. Mr. Noman. Noman. Call me Noman." The orc shot at the ceiling and paced angrily. "What do you understand? I'm so angry." "Noman. The man almost screamed. "You want money?" He took out a stack of imperial coins from his arms, and the emperor's head was engraved on it. The man carefully stretched out his trembling hand, and Noman frowned in front of him, and then picked him up. "Are you kidding me?" Nodor threw the wad of money on the ground. "You call this money? You're trying to fool me with a wad of paper? Hey, what's that hanging around your neck?" He immediately turned from anger to joy, and pulled off the necklace from the man's neck, and hung it on his left wrist happily. "Ah, I still have some good stuff. Listen up, you guys. I don't want that useless toilet paper. I want this kind of thing, or something shiny." When he said the word shiny, this guy's face was actually filled with a naive longing. "Do you understand? I'm going to use them to decorate my clothes and my big guns. Then I can participate in the triennial fancy contest of the gambling old captain." Nodor grinned and laughed. People looked at each other, not knowing what the orc meant, but they still did as he said. 5 minutes later, Nodor had many rings in his pocket that he couldn't wear, and 3 earrings on his ears. He walked out of the church contentedly, only to find that the door was waiting for him outside. "Why did you come just now?" it roared in dissatisfaction, and stepped on Woman's foot as soon as it came up. "I've been waiting for you for at least 3 days. 3 days. You're talking nonsense." Woman's eyes widened. "You want to fool me? I'm not that idiot with half a head." "I don't care. What did you take in there? What's it you? I want some too, or I'll beat you up." "Pa." Woman spitted at Zizuaman's face with disdain, and then grinned. "I won't give it to you. If you want to, go and snatch it yourself. Everyone has been snatched away." Zizuaman said frustratedly. "That shrimp boss can't stand a beating at all. He's no match for a can. I saw him die after a few cuts from the boss's knife, and the boss didn't even take his teeth." "Stop kidding. What's the use of shrimp's teeth?" Mumin looked down on it and walked forward. "Can's teeth are almost the same, but cans are hard to open. Last time I fought with a can in wolf skin, I almost opened him, but he still ran away." "I don't believe it." Zizuaman immediately refuted. "You're bragging. I haven't seen you fight with a can." "You don't believe it?" "Ah." Mumin grinned, pulled off the double-breasted coat that he wore as a tight vest, pointed at a scar on his chest and laughed wildly. "Look what this is. See? This is what the can left me." Zizuaman stared at the scar with envy for a long time before retracting his gaze. It stopped talking and was no longer as arrogant as before. It even gestured on its chest while walking. They were going to join up with the main force, and then meet the old gambler captain, their boss's boss, their common boss. As long as they could make the old captain happy, they would be promoted. At this moment, the gambler captain was looking thoughtfully at the sky dyed red by flames beside the wreckage of a night mecha. "Why do I feel uneasy?" it muttered, wiping its bald head and making the metals it had robbed and nailed to it jingle. Then, the orc, who was so huge and terrifying, grinned, and his teeth coated with tungsten and adamantium sparkled. "Forget it. Don't think about it. Hey, that guy. Come here. Let the boys gather. We are going to support Boss Saraka." 10,000 more updates tomorrow. Chapter 753, Interception. In Astartes, boarding is a common word, but ramming is not. Although most imperial ships are equipped with heavy, sturdy and sharp rams at the front, No one would choose this tactic unless they have to. However, Sicarius is going to use it now. Their ship is parked in a meteorite belt, and the silver surface of the hull has quietly turned into an inconspicuous gray. It hovers silently in this artificial rocky beach, carrying a group of experienced killers. "Are you all ready?" Sicarius asked. There is no doubt that he is asking Lady Lyris. The Black Templars do not need to be asked this question. They are always ready to draw their swords and kill Xenos. The Eldar yawned and looked lazy. She did not wear the cool black outfit, but changed into a deep red outfit, which matched her flaming long hair. A sharp silver was faintly visible at the end of the high ponytail, swaying playfully at her ankles. "Of course I'm ready, Watcher." "Your question makes me feel a little hurt," she said listlessly, raising her hand to pull the straps on her waist and pulling it up a little higher. It hit Lyris's delicate skin with a snap, causing a soft ripple. From the appearance alone, this is not the abdomen that a seasoned killer should have, but Sicarius's intuition is telling him every minute that Lyris is dangerous. Very dangerous. "Then I apologize, Miss Lyris," Sicarius replied coldly, his hand on the hilt of the Stormblade. "Are you still determined to act alone later?" "Yes. It's too troublesome to bring you along." Lyris nodded. The orc called Old Captain is very strong. There was a kind of confidence in her tone that came from nowhere. With this confidence, she made a strong comment on an enemy she had not met yet, and she believed it firmly. The faces of the Black Templars suddenly appeared in Sicarius' mind. Perhaps all fanatics were like this. Once inspired by their beliefs, they would unswervingly complete their goals. However, he also had self-esteem, and it was very strong. "It is precisely because it is so strong that I asked to go with you, Miss Lyris. Our battle plan is to wait for their ships to pass by here and ram them directly. The orcs will not hide themselves, so the Old Captain must be in the largest ship in the orc fleet. With our speed, there is no way they can hide from the cruiser they robbed." Sicarius talked freely, patiently explaining the tactics he and Helbrecht had discussed. "It is extremely stupid to fight against an entire orc army with only 100 Black Templars, me and you. So we must take this risky decision and find the Old Captain and kill him before the orcs can react." "I know. Why are you talking so much?" Lyris shook her hair impatiently and tilted her head to look at the Black Templars not far from them. They were praying before the battle under the guidance of the priest. Everyone closed their eyes, but when Lyris looked over, they all opened their eyes at the same time and stared at her with terrifying eyes. The Queen of the Night curled her lips. "It's just killing. Why do you humans like to complicate such a simple thing? Find it, kill it. It's that simple." Sicarius frowned in disapproval. He didn't want to argue with this Eldar. First, although she was an alien, she was at least a temporary partner. Second, he was not a person who liked to argue with others. But he really couldn't help it. "That's because you don't need to be responsible to anyone." Sicarius suppressed his anger and said word by word, "Miss Lyris, you are alone, so you can act freely without taking any responsibility. But we are different. We need to be responsible for each other's lives. Every decision must be made carefully and after thorough consideration. Otherwise it is a joke with the lives of others." Lyris did not refute him. On the contrary, she even thought about this sentence seriously, and then nodded in agreement. She said straightforwardly, "Okay, I apologize to you. You have a point. You are the Watcher, so, what do you want me to do?" Finally, Sicarius felt a temporary satisfaction, and he let out a long sigh. "The plan is divided into the following 3 steps. I hope you listen carefully. The first step, the ramming tactic. We have just talked about this. Whether the Old Captain's ship is homemade garbage or a stolen ship, the Wagfield or Void shield carried on it cannot withstand our ramming. This is specially enchanted, so the first step will definitely succeed. Of course, the other orc ships can't sit and wait for death, but they can't launch a ramming or boarding tactic against us who are so close. Our external composite shield is enough to temporarily resist their firepower, and the maximum defense time given by the array is 15 minutes. Relying on this, our second tactic is to find the Old Captain and kill him within 15 minutes. The 100 people of the Black Templar will teleport to the ship through the gap created by the ramming. They will be equipped with flamethrowers to create chaos, and the 2 of us are candidates for assassination. Sicarius raised his wrist, and a silver light appeared on his wrist. It was a delicate ornament that looked like a triangular cone. He held it and said, "This is a scanner made by the array. It will automatically scan the position of the most powerful orcs on the ship and give me real-time feedback through telepathy." He saw that Lyra's eyes lit up. "Good stuff," she exclaimed. "Can I have one?" Considering her temporary collaborator status, Sicarius did not say absolutely. Maybe you will have a chance to have one." He put his hand down, and the silver light disappeared freely. He picked up a black cube from the belt around his waist and pressed it a few times. A light blue shield appeared, wrapping the two of them in it. "This is a portable personal shield. The array has made some modifications to it, weakening some of its defensive capabilities in exchange for the top stealth capabilities." Sicarius pointed to the shield above their heads. "As long as it is activated, we will be completely integrated with the environment. Even the sound of footsteps cannot be heard. Therefore, the success rate of our plan is quite high." "Not bad." Lyris raised her eyebrows, not knowing what she was talking about. "Yes, very good." Sicarius decided to ignore the look she had been looking at his face, and then found that the Eldar's personality was a little different from what he remembered. He narrowed his eyes and remembered the old saying, "Eldar are born actors." The old captain sat on his throne, drinking leisurely. The tool he used to drink was a golden cup carved with the Emperor's head, which was a treasure looted from a human fleet. It was a typical orc pirate chieftain. I mean, it had all the characteristics of an orc pirate chieftain: extremely showy, extremely vain and pursuing ostentatious decorations. There were many stolen medals on its scarred bald head, all picked up from the corpses of the Imperial Navy admirals whose ships it slaughtered. It had many teeth, most of which were implanted by unreliable orc mad doctors with hammers and saws. Thanks to these teeth, the old captain always has a terrifying grin on his face. He always grins, so even a kid with poor eyesight can see his glittering teeth. It is no exaggeration to say that this mouthful of stinking orc teeth is a priceless treasure, because it is plated with tungsten and fine gold. In his fleet, the style of the old gambler captain is the trend pursued by all orcs. His favorite outfit is as follows. He wears a composite armor with a gold outer layer and a silver inner layer. It is a standard orc craftsmanship, which looks shoddy, but it is matched with a stolen navy flag on the outside, which gives a strong contrast. The gorgeous tassels on the shoulders of the navy flag have been soaked in the blood of the enemy and changed color, so it is quite personal. Of course, inside these things, he also wears a piece of aluminum-lined clothes to avoid being affected by the radiation of his beloved weapon, the Ripper. This gun was snatched from an Ogrenate bodyguard. It was originally extremely powerful, and after being snatched by the old captain, it was extensively modified. Now, this gun no longer fires the original super large caliber bullets, but unstable large plasma explosion tanks. Every time this thing fires, the bullet will explode like a small sun. From the above descriptions, we can roughly draw a conclusion. It is dangerous, isn't it? But the old captain is more than that. The reason why it drinks is that it always feels uneasy, although it does intend to respond to the call of the Bone Crusher and go to the useless Octarus star region to meet it for a super wag. I mean, what orc can refuse a super wag? However, along the way, the closer it gets to the destination, the more it feels a throbbing pain in its head. It was just like the pain it felt when it sucked the missile fuel of the shrimps with its nose. It hurt for about half a year until it killed Ukin Boss with its own hands. It was just like Brother Gamal was punishing it for sucking missile fuel and not giving them a share. Since then, the old captain would burn a share for Brother Gamal every time he sucked missile fuel. Yes, burn a share. What's going on here? It muttered, and took another sip of wine. Forget it. It even sighed, and then threw the golden cup that had been used to drink the wine back, accurately hitting the pile of treasures behind it. These treasures were all treasures obtained during its long career of looting. Only it could enjoy them alone, and other orcs had to give it a share of the things they robbed. The old captain was quite proud of this, and even used a word he learned from the human world to call it, tithe. Of course, it actually didn't know what tithe was. Who is the boy on guard today? It shouted towards its door, and soon got an answer. The door was slowly pushed open, and a green head squeezed in from the gap. "Boss, what do you want me for?" Go call the doctor and ask him to take a few more pain, boys. My head hurts so much." It gave a brief order. "Tell the boys to be alert again. The last time I had such a headache was because a group of cans wanted to fight us." "Got it, boss?" The head nodded at it, laughing. It shrank back from the gap, and the old captain then heard the idiot running and shouting outside. "Boss said there's a fight." "There's a fight. We're going to fight a group of cans." The old captain's face twitched suddenly, and he thought that he didn't say this sentence. This damn fake imperial decree. Touching his bald head, he stood up, his hand already touching the ripper that he always carried with him. But he suddenly thought that this was not a bad thing. He showed a 10 times more ferocious smile. Being able to fight with the cans is indeed not a bad thing. It is a great thing. This is much more comfortable than simply rushing on the road. The old captain came to the front door and kicked open the heavy door that 3 or 4 guys had to work together to open, and then shouted to the corridor outside, "It's right. I think we are going to fight a group of cans. Get ready, boys." Wag. The wag sounds began to echo in this largest orc ship, and in another perspective, the green spiritual energy on their bodies united together, pushing the direction of this matter to an unspeakable and weird route. Of course, the old captain didn't know it at all, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. It just started to stroll happily in the corridor, and slapped any boy it liked. The boys who were slapped didn't say anything, but just laughed while holding their big guns. Their simple brains were all immersed in pure happiness. In the logic of the orcs, fighting equals happiness, and fighting with cans equals happiness among happiness. The old captain was very happy, so happy that he even forgot why he wanted to call the doctor. When the doctor in a tattered robe ran in front of him with a chainsaw, the old captain was still grinning. "Boss, you're looking for me. Why should I look for you?" The old captain glared. "I'm not sick, you idiot. You want to operate on me?" Just when it was about to beat up the stupid doctor with a bad face, I don't know if it was retribution, a violent jolt and a sudden explosion interrupted it. The old captain narrowed his eyes slightly, and then revealed a grin that couldn't be more obvious. "There's work to do. Boys, let's fight." It took a deep breath, and then let out an extremely violent roar. Wag! The sound echoed in the crooked corridors of their ship, and echoed all the way to the ears of the Black Templars who had just been teleported to the ship. Helbrecht raised Sigismund's sword with a twitching eye, and the burning hatred was boiling in his heart. "Alien!" The priest screamed at the top of his lungs. "Alien! Alien! Alien! Kill! Kill! Kill!" In this hateful roar, the first to suffer was an orc who rushed towards them with only a knife. It didn't even have time to shout out their iconic roar before a sword pierced its throat. "Well done," Helbrecht said loudly. "Forward, brothers. Let's wipe out this bunch of filthy alien bastards. No mercy, no regrets, no fear." The ancient war cry collided between their lips and tongues, and the hatred that almost became tangible found its way in just 30 seconds. A group of orcs rushed from their left and started shooting randomly before they got close. "A mob." Helbrecht snorted coldly. He didn't need to say anything more. The Black Templars quickly responded with a volley of explosive bombs. The Auspex, the rangefinder and the aiming built into the helmet eyepiece, plus their experience. These explosive bombs effortlessly tore the bodies of many orcs. Blood splattered, and their mouths showed a grim smile. "Disperse," Helbrecht said. "Second formation, attract as many orc bastards as possible, and make sure that Captain Sicarius of the Second Company completes his mission." "Understood." Their emotional but orderly report came from the communication channel, and Helbrecht couldn't be more satisfied with it. He turned around and saw Evron holding the ancient battle flag, standing behind him like a sculpture. This battle flag had appeared on thousands of battlefields. It was old and worn, and every burnt mark and rough line on it was a proof of the strength of the chapter. It was a symbol. Now, Evron waved their symbol. Angered, Helbrecht called his champion's name, and the champion immediately appeared beside him, bowed his head slightly, and the black sword in his hand seemed to drip blood. "My lord, what do you want?" "The sacred array tells me that there is a group of strong orcs 500 meters around the right corner who are trying to surround us with their weaker counterparts." A cold smile appeared on Helbrecht's face. "I want you to take 20 brothers and kill them, and kill any orcs who plan to attack us from there." "Understood." "My lord." Angard never said much, he just acted silently. He took the order and quickly left with 20 Black Templar battle brothers. Helbrecht knew that he would complete his mission. Angard never let anyone down, so he stopped suppressing himself. With a roar and raging anger, Helbrecht raised his greatsword and walked forward. The huge gap created by the collision was burning with flames, but the power of the pattern protected them, preventing the vacuum suction from making them lose their balance. Helbrecht came to the front of the battle formation step by step, and a tall orc in shoddy armor appeared in front of him at the right time. He walked 100 meters in front of them under a volley of grenade launchers. "Very good." The Supreme Marshal raised his hand and the fire stopped. He stepped forward, and the orc did the same. No need to say more. The battle began immediately. His roar and the orc's simple roar sounded, and both sides maintained a strange state of peace. No one attacked at this moment. It seemed that there was only silence around, and the world stopped here. The distance of 100 meters was reached in the blink of an eye. Helbrecht's first strike left a horrible scar on the orc's armor, but he was not a small character that could be defeated with just one strike. The big guy raised his hand with a sly smile, and the ferocious and serrated blade suddenly attacked Helbrecht's neck, forcing him to retract the blade to block. Dang! A violent collision sounded, and the rusty blade was able to collide with a treasure like Sigismund's sword without breaking immediately. If it were anyone else, they would probably have begun to doubt themselves by now. But Helbrecht would not, because he knew that orcs could not be judged by common sense. They are such a creature of natural chaos, a damn beast, with no other purpose except death. If there is a dictionary, Helbrecht will definitely add the word orc to it and mark it below. Damn, what the hell? The orc exhaled a ball of hot air from his ugly nose, and his hideous chin slightly opened, uttering a low Gothic language that Helbrecht could hardly bear. "I'm going to chop you off." "That's what it says," Helbrecht responded coldly, while stepping on his waist, twisting his wrist, and gently blocking the orc's knife with his sword. He raised his hand and chopped it down with his sword. A head flew high, and he had just finished speaking. "I'm going to kill you," he said slowly to the head that fell to the ground. "Do you understand?" The orc's eyeballs were still rolling, but he could no longer say anything. Helbrecht walked past it, and the Black Templars began to charge. The roar of the bolter sounded again, and the orcs also responded with gunfire, but this time they seemed a little out of breath. Its pupils reflected Helbrecht's back, watching him walk away, and wielding the sword wildly. In this way, it became the first orc boss to die in this battle, but it will definitely not be the last. With a sword in one hand and a pistol in the other, Sicarius was walking steadily in the corridor with his most familiar fighting posture. Lilas followed behind him, walking without making any sound. "Pattern array, report the location to me," he said in his heart. A map was projected on his eyepiece, and a hideous red dot was not far away from them. They only needed to cross 5 more corridors to find the old captain and end his dirty life. Thinking of this, Sicarius was almost impatient. He breathed steadily and slowly, slowing down his pace. As an experienced warrior, he knew that the more time came, the less anxious he could be. Everything is most difficult when it comes to the final step. "Where is it?" Lyris asked behind him. "I don't want to wait any longer." "Be quiet, lady," Sicarius replied in a low voice. "Don't you know how to sneak? You said this thing can cover our voices." Lyris rolled her eyes and began to act more and more boldly. "Are you lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you, Lady Lyris. Be quiet. There are 2 more corridors. A group of orcs are coming. Be prepared." They immediately pressed against the wall, and Lyris tilted her head and stared at the end of the corridor. The noisy footsteps soon sounded, mixed with some strange grunts, and the sound of metal colliding with each other. A large group of orcs shouted to each other and pushed and ran through the corridor without noticing their presence. Sicarius breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of this mob, it would be troublesome if he was discovered. He continued on his way. He wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped moving forward and raised his right hand and clenched his fist tightly. Lyris looked at him in confusion. The ground began to tremble, and a terrifyingly large orc walked over from the end of the corridor. It was wearing a navy uniform, and the tassels on its shoulders had faded, replaced by a turbid dark red. It had a strange grin on its face, gleaming, and its terrifying teeth were exposed without any concealment. The bright smile, the arrogant steps, and the huge weapon on its waist. Sicarius glanced at the map on the side of the eyepiece and immediately confirmed that this was the target they were looking for. He lowered his head and whispered in Lilith's ear, "Get ready." The orc hummed a song, obviously in a good mood. In the past, Sicarius would be very curious about where it learned the song from, but now these things are irrelevant. He just wants to kill this bastard. It got closer and closer step by step, as if it had no idea of their existence, but it stopped just in front of them, and a pair of cruel little eyes had already looked over. Sicarius' heart trembled. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately released the stealth mode and approached the orc at a storm-like speed. The storm blade stabbed its neck at an absolutely fatal angle. The orc was still grinning. Its speed was so fast that Sicarius was surprised. He didn't even have time to see clearly before the orc punched him on the chest armor and flew back at a faster speed than when he came. The huge force made him trapped in the wall and temporarily unable to move. "What kind of power and speed is this?" Sicarius was shocked. He didn't know that the old captain's reputation was not only derived from his cunning and cruelty, but more from his unquestionable power. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many orc dirty gun bosses to follow it willingly. There is no doubt that this is an intelligence error. The enemy's combat effectiveness is very different from the orc boss he remembered. This mistake would probably lead to failure in an ordinary mission, but this time it was different. Layla's jumped lightly, and the two combat daggers in her hands were gently shaken by her. She approached the old captain in a childish manner. The orc took a look at her and his hideous smile widened. "Oh, a bean sprout," it said mockingly. The shrimp cans were mixed with bean sprouts. "I'm really surprised. Ha 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 ha." It grinned and opened its hands, showing a posture of waiting for its neck to be killed. It even bent slightly, so that Lyris could touch it without jumping. "Come on, bean sprout, you want to kill me? Let me test your quality. You talk so rudely." The Queen of the Night frowned and stepped out with her right foot. The white soles of her feet wearing foot-stepping socks stepped on the dirty ground. The muscles of her slender calves bulged, and the terrifying explosive power suddenly appeared at this moment. She was so fast that Sicarius could only think of lightning. The old captain was obviously also shocked by her speed, but he did not lose his composure. It raised its hands and suddenly protected its neck. The sound of metal clashing rang out in the empty corridor. Dang 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 dang. A series of seemingly endless collisions sounded, interspersed with the old captain's roar of pain. His arms and some exposed skin were cut or stabbed by the combat dagger. The orc waved his hands furiously, temporarily forcing Lyris to retreat. The Queen of the Night landed lightly, swung the dagger, and spun them with her slender fingers, revealing a smile. "How is my quality, you dishonest bean sprout?" The old captain was furious and immediately pulled out his overly large gun from his waist and pulled the trigger without hesitation. But a plasma was faster than his gun, and the dangerous blue energy fluid accurately hit his right hand, completely melting it. "Ouch!" It screamed in pain like a wild animal. Sicarius, who was still stuck in the wall, moved himself out while continuing to pull the trigger. "Attack, Layla. I'll cover you." The composite ceramic cooling oil of his plasma pistol allowed him to fire 50 times in a row. The continuous plasma energy attacked the old captain one by one. This terrifying orc didn't know where he got the reaction power from. He quickly defended himself after the first blow. He turned his body sideways, and the crude armor withstood many plasma shots. Its right hand even stopped bleeding in such a short time, except for the palm that was still torn. It no longer hurt, but the eyes were quickly devoured by a savage and ferocious green. "Wag!" It roared wildly, holding the huge gun in its left hand and running towards Sicarius, not caring about Lilith who might attack it. "I'm going to kill you." Sicarius was shocked. The combined power of his own weight and the reaction force was amazing. The orc hammered him into the wall, and he really couldn't get himself out of the wall for a while. This might be the most embarrassing battle among the thousands of battles Sicarius has experienced, but also the most dangerous one. He didn't need to think to know that as long as that thing got close to him, his head would be smashed into pieces along with the helmet by the huge gun. "Don't worry, orc," Lilith's sweet voice came from behind the old captain. She turned into a black shadow and began to run in the corridor. In a few jumps, she even climbed up to the ceiling. Her flaming ponytail hung down, and a touch of silver light appeared between her hair. Swoosh! With a sound of breaking through the air, Lyris swung her long hair, and the barb pierced deeply into the back of the old captain's neck. It broke through his tough skin, cut through muscles and nerves, and finally hooked his spine. The Queen of the Night showed a satisfied and cold smile, jumped down from the ceiling, and in this way that absolutely violated any physical rules, she used the reaction force brought by the swing of her long hair to pull out a section of the old captain's spine, and made him fall hard to the ground. Huh! She smiled with satisfaction and walked on the floor on tiptoe. Don't be too impatient, big guy. I haven't finished with you yet. The old captain lay on the ground in pain, but after just a few breaths, he climbed up again. The section of the spine protruded from his back, making his whole body deformed, and he looked shorter out of thin air. The skin on his entire face trembled, and the anger that could not be concealed made his muscles swell unprecedentedly. I'm going to tear you apart, you damn beansprout. It rushed towards the Queen of the Night again. Anger had already devoured its heart. This was not in line with its cunning personality. If it was before, the old captain would not hesitate to call his men after the first setback, but now, the power from the array quietly penetrated into its heart and cast a spell on it. It was not a negative spell, but a blessing, the blessing of anger. It would provide it with more powerful power, but it would also temporarily degenerate its intelligence. According to the standards of the orcs, the old captain is basically brainless now. His brain has temporarily disappeared under the effect of the array. This gave Sicarius and Lyris an opportunity. Just as the old captain rushed towards Lyris, the second captain of the Ultramarines finally pulled himself out of the wall. The first thing he did was to throw the storm blade in his hand. It cut through the air accurately, spinning and cutting through the exposed spine of the old captain. Ouch! The walls trembled. The scream was so intense that the orcs could have heard it. But the spells arranged by the array stopped everything. The old captain's momentum of charging paused, and Lyris would naturally not miss this opportunity. She jumped up with a smile, her long hair swinging, and the deadly barb hooked the corner of the old captain's mouth again. She turned into a black shadow and spun around the old captain. Then she shook her neck again. The barb was pulled out, the long hair was retracted, and the old captain's face had been completely cut from the left cheek. The deep ring-cut scars that could see the bone completely exposed its skull to the air. Is this the end? Number 2 combat daggers turned into silver light and flew out, hitting its eyes. Lyris jumped forward humming a song, picked up the huge gun that the old captain accidentally dropped, and aimed it at its head. Bang! She raised her red lips slightly. A violent explosion sounded 1/3 of a second later, and half of the old captain's body was completely turned into charred and melted charcoal under the shot. He died under his own weapon, a mocking ending. Lyris threw down the gun with satisfaction, and ignored the battle dagger that was also smashed into powder. She raised her arms gracefully, raised her right toes, spun on the ground, and came to Sicarius's storm blade, pulled it out of the wall and looked at it carefully. Well done, Lyris, Sicarius shouted excitedly at this time. You killed it. Yes, Watcher. The Queen of the Night nodded thoughtfully, rolled the storm blade into a sword flower, and came to Sicarius step by step. The atmosphere became weird in an instant. She smiled, tilted her head and stared at Sicarius. I did a good job, didn't I? The second captain narrowed his eyes, staring at her smiling face through the emotionless eyepiece. After a long time, he nodded. You did a good job, Miss Lyris. HMPH. She snorted lightly, spun the blade, pointed the tip of the sword at herself, held the storm blade in both hands, and slowly handed it out. Your sword. Sicarius did not reach out to take it immediately. If he wanted, he could just wave his hand, and at this angle, the storm blade would instantly pierce Lyris's abdomen. If he really did this, Sicarius would hold the storm blade tightly and spin it in a circle to ensure that her internal organs were completely destroyed. Then he drew his sword and cut off her head amid her screams and pain. The question is, should he do this? After a brief silence, he reached out and took back the storm blade, sheathed it, and took off his helmet. "Well done, Lyris," he repeated without adding a honorific. "I recognize you." The Queen of the Night rolled her eyes. "It's not easy to get your recognition, Watcher." "Well, I'm tired." Her sweet voice made this sentence sound like a spoiled child. Of course, it is also possible that she really was a spoiled child. Anyway, Lyris walked past Sicarius on her own, swinging her waist and gracefully. The second captain heard her voice coming from the front. "Go back quickly, I want to eat something called ice cream." The undisciplined elder, Sicarius secretly complained, but didn't realize that he was smiling. Steve frowned. He was a little uneasy. "What's going on?" He touched the back of his head in confusion. "Why do I feel a little strange?" "What's wrong, sir?" Pedro asked. The commander of the Crimson Fist was reading a book. After Steve got on the ship, he basically followed him every day. Wherever Steve went, he went, even to the library. Yes, there is even a library on this ship. The book Pedro was reading was called 24 Rules of Trench Warfare. As a member of the Imperial Fists, he had no resistance to trench warfare, so he was obsessed with it as soon as he picked it up. "I feel a little uneasy, Pedro," Steve said slowly. "It's like someone, no, a lot of people, they are calling me from a distance." He lowered his head and frowned. "Wait, is it really someone calling me?" Pedro raised his eyebrows. Steve's description made him nervous immediately. He stood up immediately, as if to call the array, but Steve raised his hand to stop him. He tilted his head thoughtfully and looked at the porthole on the side. The scenery outside was changing rapidly, in a completely abnormal way. At the same time, he also heard many mixed roars in his ears. Wag! The corner of his eye twitched suddenly, and then he slowly stood up. "Go notify everyone, Pedro." Steve's face was rarely gloomy. "We may have to go to war with a group of orcs." This is a long chapter with 10,000 words. Sorry for being late. By the way, do you think it's necessary to have a whole reader group or something like that? I'm almost at 3 million words before I think of this. Chapter 754, The Second Captain of the Second Company. Jade twisted his wrist, causing the black sword in his hand to spin in a circle according to inertia. He has been the Emperor's champion for 11 years, and this is one of the many habits he has left in battle. After doing this, he raised his right foot high. The artificial muscles and servos operated smoothly, and his strength was superimposed on it, causing it to fall hard, and a newly cut orc's head was easily crushed into meat paste. Yes, this is also one of his habits. "Champion," a voice sounded in his communication channel. It was the voice of a priest. His original name was abandoned by his own hands, and he announced that he would never use it again until the shame was washed away. There are many priests in the Black Temple, but if you only say the word priest, the only person you can think of is him. Unlike the fanatical voices of most priests in battle, his voice is extremely calm. Brother Kenger reports that an orc broke through the trap they set and is rushing towards the corridor you are guarding. Understood. Jade returned to the center of the corridor and the black sword was steadily inserted into the ground by him. "Any other news?" "Be careful," the priest warned. "Don't let this monster be your death." Jade snorted coldly. "It won't." As soon as the voice fell, as if there was a call from the unknown, a beast with a distorted face, ugly and strong, rushed over from the other end of the corridor. There were a lot of blood and flesh on its body, and there was a deep wound on its abdomen. Jade knew that it should be the trace left by Kenger and his trap. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then disappeared quickly. "Well done, my brother. Make sure to make these aliens suffer." He raised the black sword, and the blade itself was smoothly lifted from the ground without any hindrance. The beast roared and rushed towards him, holding a huge man-splitting saw in his hand, which was obviously crudely modified by their inferior race. The saw teeth became more arrogant, and the blade became larger. The most critical point was that Jade found that a small flamethrower of the Eradicator model was installed at the lower end of the handle of this chainsaw sword. "Then, the battle has become a little challenging now." Jade leaned down, and the black sword was lowered flat by him. The power armor made a dull hum. He began to charge, and the black sword cut through the air and the sultry air on the ship. The inscriptions on the sword were shining, and it seemed that it was also eager to kill. The beast was almost in front of him. The closer it was, the more Anjade could see every detail of it. Ugly face, eyes without reason and wisdom. A sense of superiority and arrogance began to boil in his heart as expected. Except for humans, these aliens were ugly monsters. Die, he roared, and the black sword quickly slashed at the wound on the orc's chest and abdomen with deadly speed. As long as it hit, it would have no chance of survival. The black sword would cut open its disgusting flesh, destroy its muscles, internal organs and bones, and then cut it in half. After that, Anjade would add another stab to ensure that its brain full of blasphemous thoughts was destroyed. Anjade thought so, but would things really work like this? Obviously not. As if struck by lightning, Anjade was caught off guard and thrown away by some kind of scorching airflow. Even the power armor could not save his skin from the burning pain. The scene captured by his eyepiece was rapidly reversed, turning into a chaotic and disordered turbulence. He held the black sword tightly, as if holding his own life. After spinning in the air for an unknown number of times, he finally touched the ground. The violent impact made Anjade feel a tearing pain in his abdomen. He began to be unable to catch the sound of the outside world, and could only hear sharp and distorted chirping. There must be something wrong with his eardrum. Of course, there are also eyes. He can no longer observe the outside world through the eyepiece. His eyes are blackening and he can't see anything. What's going on? Anjade can't get up, but he can still use the pain to think briefly and clearly. He knows that he is probably attacked by something. But the question is, what can beat him like this? This news must be reported to the chapter leader. He opened his mouth and wanted to speak. The communication channel had never been disconnected. As long as he spoke, the brothers in the chapter would know that a powerful enemy was coming, but he couldn't do it. His tongue was numb, and he could only make a slight hissing sound with his throat. This discovery made him extremely annoyed. How could it be like this? Just as he wanted to try a few more times, there was a continuous vibration on the ground where he was lying, as if something was running towards him. This feeling made Anjade want to smile bitterly. He knew that he might be killed by the attacker. This way of dying is an unprecedented shame for a champion of the Emperor. And the black sword, he tried to move his fingers. This precious weapon, the proof of courage, was still in his hand. It was still in the hands of the Black Templar. But what about after that? Will this black sword be lost from his hand, taken away by the aliens, taken away by them? No, this can't be allowed to happen. With iron willpower, he began to try to move his right hand, wanting to throw the black sword away, to be precise, push it farther. However, a pair of hands pulled him up from the ground, and then there was a bright golden light. The distant voice was quickly brought back to him by this force, as well as the lost warmth. A voice sounded in his ears, steady and firm, but with worry. "Soldier, are you okay? Answer me." Anjade made a sound from his throat, trying to answer. After the fourth attempt, he finally said a broken word. "Who is it?" The owner of the voice was obviously relieved, put him down, and leaned against the wall. Then he quickly found the separation device of his helmet. This familiarity made Anjade relieved. At least the person who saved him knew how to remove the helmet, and the alien could not have such knowledge. The helmet was taken off, and the burning air and the pungent smell of blood instantly rushed into his nostrils, followed by more sounds. "Sir, is he okay?" "He's fine, but he needs some rest to recover his vision." "Pedro, take the people to control the surroundings. It seems that we have crashed into an orc flagship that is being boarded." "Frank, where are you going?" A cold voice sounded, and just hearing it made Anjade shudder. The person who spoke seemed to be a dead object, and the cold air rushed to his face. "Kill." "I'm afraid I can't let you go, Frank. This is the center of the battlefield. You can't do whatever you want." The person who saved him said very seriously, "The situation is uncertain. We were pulled here by the orc's psychic energy. The hull is damaged in many places, and the pattern array can't even conduct a complete battlefield analysis. You have to stay here and fight side by side with us." "Okay, Captain." The cold voice seemed to sigh. "As you command." "As for you, soldier, are you a brother of the Black Templars?" "I am," Anjade answered with difficulty. "He should be an Emperor's champion." "Sir, that's a black sword." The man called Pedro spoke again, with surprise in his voice. "The Emperor's champion is here, And the Black Templars must have sent out many people. What are you doing here? Expedition. Angiad opened his mouth, trying to move his numb tongue to answer his question. Mission expedition. Don't answer the question yet. Soldier. Pharmacist. A footstep approached quickly. Sir, send this soldier and his weapon back to our ship. I will give you the authority to pry open the door of the treatment room and let the array urgently call for a treatment cabin. Soldier, you can still hear me, right? Angiad nodded slightly. I need to take your helmet temporarily to access your internal communication channel. Please forgive me, but I have to do this in an emergency. There was an apology in the voice. Have a good rest. I will definitely return it to you intact. Steve looked at the beautifully decorated helmet of the Emperor's champion in his hand with concern, and stared at the cross emblem for a long time. The whole thing happened so fast that he still couldn't calm down completely. A few seconds after the Wagor, the pattern reported to him an explosive news. They were being dragged into the warp by a psychic energy that came from nowhere. Steve was extremely surprised, but before he could give any orders, the warp threw them out again. The ship's engine was still running, and the scene outside the porthole was torn into a blurry object that was difficult to distinguish by the excessive speed. Just like that, they crashed into the Orc flagship. At first, he was worried that the ship he hit was an Imperial ship, causing unnecessary casualties. But the pattern soon reported that it was an Orc flagship and they were surrounded by a group of Orc pirates. Then, what to do was very simple. After thinking for a while, Steve turned the helmet over, and his right wrist armor lit up with silver light. The pattern quickly connected to the communication channel inside the helmet through his armor. Then he tried to say, "Can anyone hear me?" Repeat, "Can anyone hear me?" At the same time, on the other side of the spaceship, Cato Sicarius almost began to doubt his ears. What's going on? How come I heard the voice of that adult? He wanted to answer, but someone had already answered. Helbrook's voice rang out in the communication channel, with an undisguised irritability, and it was unknown what he had been through. Who has accessed this communication channel? This is Steve Rogers speaking. You may not have heard of me, but it doesn't matter. I will connect Pedro Cando, Chapter Master of the Crimson Fists, to the communication channel. After a brief silence, another voice rang out in the communication channel. This is Pedro Cando, Chapter Master of the Crimson Fists. I repeat, this is Pedro Cando, Chapter Master of the Crimson Fists. Brothers of the Black Templar, we have found one of your champions. He is seriously injured, but has received proper treatment in the rear. I've heard of you, Chapter Master Pedro Cando, our blood brother. Helbrook quickly regained his composure, but his voice was not very calm. Everyone could hear the sound of him pulling the blade out of the body of a roaring orc. This is Helbrook, the Supreme Marshal of the Black Templars is speaking to you. As you can see, Chapter Captain Pedro Cantor, we are on a holy expedition. May I ask why you and your chapter have suddenly entered the battlefield? Pedro and Steve looked at each other, and after getting a look from the latter, he said, "This matter is very complicated and cannot be explained to you in person. If possible, can we meet as soon as possible?" "Of course, Chapter Captain Pedro, but I am not the only commander of this expedition." Helbrook agreed readily, but with some cunning. Obviously, he did not completely believe what Pedro said. After all this is too coincidental, isn't it? Therefore, he said again, "Second Captain Cato Sicarius, can you hear me? Please answer." Repeat, "Please answer." Steve raised his eyebrows. He never expected to hear a familiar name here. The next second, Sicarius's voice, which seemed a little weak, rang out in the communication channel. "I can hear you, Supreme Marshal." "Lord Steve, are you still on the channel, Lord?" Helbrook, who was busy dismembering the orcs, frowned suddenly. What kind of identity did the other party have that the second captain of the Ultramarines used this name? Planetary governor? No. This second captain is one of the lords of Ultramar. Helbrook had 10,000 guesses in his mind, but he couldn't guess the correct answer. "I'm still here, Sicarius. I'm so happy to hear your voice." Steve laughed heartily. "Are there any others? Are you cooperating with the Black Templars? How are Gilliman and Marius these days?" Helbrook turned his head and looked at his flag bearer, wanting to confirm with him that he had heard it correctly. This person just called His Royal Highness the Regent by name? ! The flag bearer nodded at him and made a gesture of doubt. Obviously, no one could figure out who the other person was. Sir, the Primarch is doing well recently. Chapter Master Marius is staying with him on the glory of Macragge. Why are you here? Steve sighed. It's a long story. Sicarius. By the way, Frank is with me too. That's really an honor. Sicarius was obviously trying to find the right words. Please give him my regards, sir. In addition, I am connecting to the array near you through the array, and I will share the map of the ship with you. You are still so thorough in doing things, Steve praised. We will reunite with you soon. Supreme Marshal Helbrecht, are you still there? I'm still here. Steve. Sir, the Supreme Marshal said cautiously. Who are you? Steve laughed. Let's talk about it when we meet. Supreme Marshal. Don't worry, I'm just a soldier. 10,000 updates will be updated tomorrow. The group has been created. If you want to chat or urge for updates, you can come in. 774,284,093. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 755, Evacuation and the Confused Orcs. Helbrecht had to admit that he had never thought that the man who called himself Steve Rogers on the communication channel would be so dull. No, not only that, just staring at him was a challenge for Helbrecht. He felt a strong warmth from his bones. This man named Steve just stood there and did nothing, which made people want to get closer. He didn't say this out loud, otherwise Sicarius would agree very much. Gilliman had discussed this matter on the Macragge's Glory as early as then, and the final conclusion was that Steve had psychic potential. In other words, he had a very high affinity with everyone. Helbrecht didn't know about this, so he just felt confused, and at the same time, he had some guesses in his heart that he didn't dare to say out loud. On the opposite side of them, Sicarius, who had met up with Steve and others first, was talking and leading them towards this side. This is Supreme Marshal Helbrecht, sir. He is also the chapter master of the Black Templars. Nice to meet you, Supreme Marshal. I am Steve Rogers, a soldier without a rank. With a smile, Steve stretched out his right hand. This action lasted for about 4 seconds, and Helbrecht just looked at him blankly, not knowing why he stretched out his hand. Sicarius on the side couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't like to see others make a fool of themselves, so he coughed softly and said in a low voice, but in fact everyone could hear his voice, Supreme Marshal, please stretch out your right hand. So Helbrecht did as he was told. Steve laughed dumbly. He shook hands with Helbrecht casually but forcefully, and explained, this is a way of greeting from my hometown, used to show friendship. I'm really sorry, Supreme Marshal, I forgot that you didn't know this way. It's okay, Steve, sir. Helbrecht's tone was a little hesitant. Obviously, he still didn't know how to address Steve. At this moment, his eyes were attracted by another person at the end of Steve's team, who was looking at him coldly. How to describe his feeling now? It was like being naked and being aimed at by a bolt gun, or having a power sword that had not yet activated its decomposition field pressed against his neck. The creepy feeling of not knowing when he would die made the Supreme Marshal take a step back in an extremely unmannerly manner. Steve frowned immediately, but not because of Helbrecht's action. He looked back at Frank, who was standing at the end of the team like a grandfather, and glared at him unhappily. Frank responded with an expression of I didn't do anything, but Steve just rolled his eyes. You didn't do anything to scare people like this. Cough. Steve coughed lightly and said, I'm sorry, Supreme Marshal Helbrecht, my friend has a strange personality and some mental problems. Please forgive me. No what? No, sir. Helbrecht took a deep breath. You don't have to hide it anymore. I'm not blind or stupid. You and that lord are of similar size and have similar strength. Before Steve could speak, Sicarius on the side suddenly spoke. Be careful with your words, Supreme Marshal. There was a warning in his voice. Silence is golden. It's okay, Sicarius. I don't want to keep hiding my identity. Besides, There's no way to hide the identity of the Primarch, right? Steve smiled again and stretched out his hand, patiently waiting for Helbrook's response. Then, introduce yourself again. I'm Steve Rogers, a soldier in the Primarch. After the brief and awkward mutual introductions, it came to the most urgent issue at the moment: evacuate. 11 minutes had passed from boarding the ship to the two groups meeting up. The other orcs were not idiots. They had been bombarding the composite shields of the two ships with artillery fire. Steve's ship could still support for a long time, but Sicarius and the Black Templar's ship was not. There are still 4 minutes before the composite shield is breached. Their original plan was to kill the old captain within 15 minutes and then evacuate. But Steve's appearance disrupted everything. Although Sicarius thought it was a good thing from the bottom of his heart, their ship might really need some help. The problem is, how to help. After thinking about it, they couldn't come up with a solution. The tide time is one aspect, and there are also factors of their own. Helbrook and his Black Templar basically don't care about anything except killing heretics and believing in the Emperor, and they have not inherited the fine traditions of the Sons of Dorn. Sicarius and Lilith, who hid aside in a stealth position and dared not come out to meet Steve. Needless to say, as for the Crimson Fists, they do have extremely high attainments in fortifications and castle building, but you can't expect them to solve the problem in 4 minutes, right? Steve couldn't help but half-jokingly said, "It would be nice if he was here." A voice immediately answered him, "Plus I am indeed here." Plus Steve raised his eyebrows in a subtle arc. "Plus you're not spying on me all the time, are you? Plus don't make me sound like Tony. I have no interest in using the camera to see what you are doing. I just happened to see your situation. It looks like you need help." Steve plus even the psychic communication couldn't cover up the smile in Shenyan's words. Steve couldn't help but smile. He nodded to Sicarius and said, "You don't have to worry about the ship anymore." "What, sir?" Sicarius was also a little confused by this sudden sentence. "I don't understand what you mean." "It's just what it means." As Steve finished speaking, the deck under their feet suddenly felt a strong turbulence, and some unspeakable power began to boil in the air, and then spread to the depths of everyone's bones. Steve's eyes lit up with golden light, and his psychic energy was passively radiating. Helbrook almost screamed when he saw this scene. He had seen many psychers, but who could use golden psychers? The attitude of hating psychers was immediately thrown out of the window by the Supreme Marshal. He wanted to speak immediately, but before he could, a huge tearing sensation began to spread from the soles of their feet to their entire bodies. It was an illusion that they were infinitely stretched. The next second, all of them returned to the familiar silver corridor. The smell of blood and gunpowder had not yet dissipated, but they were already far away from the battlefield. The Black Templars looked at each other blankly, and even Helbrook could not keep calm. Only one person was still calm: Cato Sicarius. This second captain had seen many real big scenes. After all, he was present during the defense of Terra and even fought side by side with the heroes from the past. Being teleported could not make him lose his mind. "Pattern array," he called calmly. "Report the specific situation and our current location." The composite shield is damaged by 87% and is not under attack anymore. It is being powered to repair itself. The current location of the ship is undetectable, but no orc psychic positions can be detected around it. In addition, there is a communication request from another ship with the same array. Do you want to receive it? Received. The light blue screen was projected, and Steve's face appeared on it. He nodded to Sicarius. "Are you all safe?" "We are fine, sir." "Is this your work?" "I can't do such a thing, Sicarius." Steve smiled. "Anyway, it's good that you are safe." Supreme Marshal Helbrook. "Ah, what? Did you just call me?" Recovering from the shock, Helbrook immediately showed unprecedented respect. He stepped forward and bowed his head to ask the light screen. "Yes, I just called you just to tell you that your Emperor champion is still in our medical cabin and has not yet been cured, so he cannot return to the team immediately." Steve's face was apologetic. "I'm sorry about that, but we can reunite later. The emergency teleport has sent us to our respective ships, and the ships have been towed out. Although we are not far from each other, we are not close. In the next 3 days, I hope you will keep sailing at a constant speed, and we will sail at full speed. so that we can catch up with you. Of course, that's no problem, sir. A voice interrupted him at the right time. There is a problem. We still have an orc to kill. The voice was sweet but with a sense of fear that came from nowhere. Steve raised his eyebrows and looked over, and found that an Eldar dressed in cool clothes was trembling and shrinking behind Sicarius. Seeing him look, he actually shrank back. What's going on? Sicarius had an awkward smile on his face. This is Lyris Hesperax, our current partner. Please forgive me, sir. She is not like this usually. I don't know why she is so scared. You won't be targeted by his psychic energy. Lyris screamed. I feel like I've died hundreds of times. Silence, you shameless Eldar alien. Helbert was furious, his hand already on the hilt of Sigismund's sword. How dare you speak to him in such a tone? If you were not still useful to us, I would judge you now. This time it was Steve's turn to be embarrassed. He raised his hand and scratched his face, laughing twice to ease the current awkward situation. This, Eldar lady, I'm sorry, I didn't know that my psychic energy had such an effect. I accept your apology, Lilith said sullenly, completely ignoring the Supreme Marshal who was glaring at her. The latter was almost angry to death, his face twitching like a nervous twitch. Seeing this, his standard bearer Evelyn and the priest had to rush forward to suppress their Supreme Marshal. If one of them was not suppressed and he rushed up to fight with the alien, things would be interesting. Well, let's discuss the details of the reunion again. However, Sicarius, I have a question for you. The incomparable second captain's heart skipped a beat. What is your relationship with this lady? Sicarius replied stiffly. A partner. Really? She's hiding behind you. Maybe it's because I'm wearing thicker clothes. Sicarius said expressionlessly. I'm surprised that you have a talent for telling jokes. Sicarius. Did Gilliman instruct you to cooperate with the Eldar? Ah, I remember that he seemed to have mentioned this before I left, saying that he wanted to cooperate with some Eldar. I can't tell jokes, my lord. Besides, yes, it was the Primarch who asked me to cooperate with her. Then things will be easy. Lady, what do you mean by saying that you have another orc to kill? Under the gaze of everyone, Lilith, who always maintained a fearful posture, told the whole story again, without missing a single detail. It was as if she was afraid that Steve would kill her with his psychic power if she said one less word. Steve was not a fool. He could see that the Eldar was scared of him, and that was the problem. He didn't want to be scared, and at the same time he didn't understand why he suddenly became a person like Frank. But he didn't ask. Emotional intelligence is very important. This kind of problem can be solved later. In the current situation, through the light curtain, he glanced at Helbert who was still holding the sword and glaring at Lyris, and decided to talk about business first. So, where is the other orc now? A 3-meter-tall orc was sleeping. Yes, some people may find it unbelievable to say it. Orcs sleep? Aren't they a group of beasts who only know how to kill? In fact, they are not just a group of beasts who only know how to kill. At least this orc is not. It lay comfortably on the big bed it had stolen from the palace of a planetary governor, and its dirty armor left countless indelible marks on the sheets. It seemed very quiet when it was asleep, just snoring from time to time, but no orc would disturb it when it was asleep. Orcs who dared to do so were torn to pieces by it. Graka had a serious bad temper when waking up. This orc was called Graka the Tearface. When it was not sleeping, it was a madman who was always full of rage. Although all orcs were almost like this, Graka was almost the craziest among them. Its real name was Graka, and the reason why it was given the prefix of Tearface was because of an old story. At that time, it was still an unknown orc boy. But one day, this orc boy was so bold that he challenged its boss. At that time, according to the operating mode of orc society, its boss could not refuse this challenge, otherwise it would cause him to lose his status and then lose his power. You know, for orcs, power is everything. So the orc warlord Krag accepted Graka's challenge, and was unsurprisingly defeated in the battle, with Graka's power claws tearing off his face. Like the old captain, Graka the Tearface is considered a famous orc throughout the galaxy. He once led an expedition called Redwag to the edge of the Holy System, tearing open an Astartes drop pod during the Black Canyon massacre and killing all the warriors inside before they could escape. As a result of this incident, The company commander of the squad swore revenge on him, but failed. The vengeful Obsidian Swords fought Graka's Wag army for 8 days and nights on their home world of Obosteria, but still failed to win. They were annihilated. Chapter Master Midnias was killed in a duel with Tearface, killed by Tearface himself. After this battle, Tearface's name was directly listed on the hunting list of the Inquisition. Of course, the Inquisition is no longer in existence. In short, it is not an easy guy to deal with. Tearface woke up from his sleep. It slept for almost 14 hours this time. The crooked timer hanging on the wall of its room told it this. Graka grumbled in annoyance, stood up, took out a knife from the pile of weapons on the ground, and threw it directly on the timer. Graka hates that he can only sleep for 14 hours. It roared. Graka wants to sleep for 18 hours. 18. Ah, I'm so angry. It roared unreasonably and furiously for a while. After its rage ended, the orc boy standing guard outside the door dared to push open the door. Boss, do you want something to eat? Graka glared at him. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat all day. Find me some psychic boys. I just had a dream. A dream. It raised its hand thoughtfully and scratched its cheek. Brother Gamal seemed to have said something to me, the sentry boy roared excitedly, holding the gun in his hand, and ran out. The reason why it and many orcs joined Graka was because they thought it might have been blessed by Brother Gamal. Its excitement also infected other orcs, and this boy had no intention of hiding anything. While running to find the psychic boy, it kept broadcasting what Graka thought Brother Gamal seemed to have said to it like a self-propelled loudspeaker. Soon, the whole ship fell into a violent wag position, and no orc was aware of it. Graka was still thinking hard. Its mind was too simple, so simple that it couldn't even remember a sentence. Fortunately, although it couldn't remember words, it could remember some pictures. In general, it was a picture of a blue can blocking them, and Graka suddenly felt an impulse in his heart. Boss, it asked the void in confusion. I want to recognize Akin as the boss. There was no answer in the void. There is still one chapter left. I am coding it, so I will have a meal first. Chapter 756. The responsibility is Ms. Shenyan sighed. He sighed often. He sighed several times every day since he started learning magic. If there was a sighing competition, he should be able to get the top few. But the reason this time was not because of himself. Can you believe it? He turned his head and asked the Emperor. Those two guys actually want Steve to be their chosen one. The Emperor put down the chess piece he had carved with an expressionless face, and then picked up another one to continue carving. I believe it. How can I not believe what I saw with my own eyes? What are they thinking? No one can know. The Emperor buried his head in carving. I'm serious. No one can know what they are thinking. The gods of the orc race are as incomprehensible as them. The Emperor has lived for a long time, almost as long as the history of mankind, so he has long understood that some things are better not to get to the bottom of. But Shenyan can't do this. He is a wizard after all. Getting to the bottom of things is their stubbornness, and it is also a necessary condition for them to become wizards. I must get this clear, he said stubbornly. This time it was the Emperor's turn to sigh. He took off his glasses and looked at Shenyan with a serious look. It's best not to try to figure out the existence, form and nature of those two guys. Singe tried to do this before he died. It screamed in the warp for 1,000 years, and then forced itself to forget everything about the truth about the existence of the orc gods. Are you afraid that I will go crazy? No, the Emperor said expressionlessly. If you really do that, you will definitely go crazy. Believe me. At this point, his face turned a little pale. They exist in the warp, but they were not there at the beginning. The warp, such a hellhole, can't change or permeate their nature. After knowing this, I no longer think about them. Okay, since you said so, I think we have to consider the consequences of letting them do this. The wizard supported his cheek and looked up at the night sky of Terith through the unrepaired ceiling of the palace in boredom. Steve has become an orc boss. Although I don't think Wag's position can change his mind, with his style, he will definitely take these orcs to do something. I believe him, the Emperor said. I don't think any external force can distort Steve Rogers' mind. You talk as if I don't believe him. The wizard rolled his eyes. First of all, those two guys are definitely happy to see the war. right? Yes, the Emperor nodded. Secondly, the Bone Crusher under their command is fighting a Tyranid fleet in the Octaria sector, right? Yes. The mage clapped his hands and said nothing more, but the Emperor understood what he meant. He frowned rarely, and then sighed. What else can he say? Anyway, the Zerg should be fought. Engiad woke up in a warm feeling. He opened his eyes, and a soft light lit up, illuminating the room. He coughed uncomfortably twice, and some sticky liquid flowed out of his mouth and quickly evaporated. He realized that he seemed to be lying inside something now. Is this the treatment cabin? He wanted to observe it again, but the cabin opened automatically. Engiad sat up, a blue light flashed, and the liquid on his body began to evaporate rapidly. The side of the treatment cabin popped open, and a set of clothes appeared. Engiad put on his clothes in silence and stepped on the ground barefoot. He found that he felt better than ever. It was not just that the previous injuries were healed, but also some hidden injuries left by the wars over the years were completely repaired. Incredible. Engiad took a deep look at the treatment cabin and pursed his lips. It would be great if they had this kind of thing. A voice sounded just right above his head, interrupting his self-pity. Brother Engiad, are you feeling okay? I feel very good. Who is talking to me? I am the main control unit of this ship, the core of the array. The voice continued. You can understand me as an artificial intelligence with low-level self-awareness. Is there anything you need, hateful intelligence? Engiad took a breath, and then immediately asked loudly according to what was said in the manual of the Military Affairs Department, will you betray me and kill me? I can't understand, Brother Engiad. The array paused for several seconds before answering him. The meaning of my existence is to assist humans to complete the various things they need. I will not betray you, nor can I kill you. My underlying logic does not allow me to do so. A hateful intelligence that can conceal itself. Engiad leaned back as if he was greatly frightened. The Emperor. He was alert and immediately wanted to find a weapon to protect himself, but the door was opened at this time, and an Astartes wearing Mk7 power armor walked in. He was not wearing a helmet, and the two silver service spikes on his forehead were shining. The white imperial sky eagle on his chest stared at him silently and powerfully, and there was a scarlet fist on his right shoulder armor. Engiad felt relieved. They were their blood brothers, the Scarlet Fists, and they were both sons of Dorn. Don't panic, Brother Engiad, the Astartes said. It's different from what you think. The pattern is not a hate intelligence. It was created by the divine power. It will never do anything to harm us. But why do you act like you know nothing about the pattern? Because I don't know this abomination, and I don't know anything about the core of this pattern, Engiad said loudly. You haven't seen the array on your ship. The Astartes raised his eyebrows in surprise. Your ship is also controlled by the array. This is rare. What? Engiad immediately realized that the Supreme Marshal was hiding something from them. But why? The question was not answered immediately, because the Astartes spoke again. Please follow me, Brother Engiad. There is an adult who wants to see you. In this kind of clothing? Engiad did not agree immediately. He felt that the adult was most likely the chapter master of the Crimson Fists. As a champion of the Emperor, if he went to meet a chapter master under such circumstances, it would be an insult to the Black Templars. He must maintain the image of his own chapter. So he said, please at least let me wear my power armor. This man? The Astartes said sympathetically. Carito, just call me Carito. Yes, Brother Carito, can I wear my power armor? I'm sorry, brother. Your power armor is very badly damaged. In fact, it took us a lot of effort to take it off you, and it is being repaired now. Is that so? I see. Engiad pursed his lips, and asked as he followed Carito, does that lord value etiquette? I hope I won't be too rude in such clothes. He pointed to his bare feet. Oh, Carito raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then laughed dumbly. Don't worry, Brother Engiad, that lord is very easygoing. Just follow me. You don't have to be too nervous. He just wants to see you, that's all. So, after walking for 15 minutes that made Engiad nervous, they arrived in front of a silver-gray door. Carlito knocked on the door, and a convincing voice came from inside. Come in, brother. Carlito stepped aside and whispered, not calling Engiad monk again, but a closer brother. Engiad felt relieved. nodded gratefully, and then pushed the door open and went in. What appeared in front of him was a huge library, and almost all the bookshelves were filled with books. A man who looked extremely tall even when sitting was sitting behind a heavy mahogany table, holding a book in his hand, just looking up at him. The moment their eyes met, Angiade actually trembled all over. It is difficult to describe the feeling at that moment. He seemed to be struck by lightning, and his mind was clear. Angiade unconsciously changed his posture to make himself more respectful. He was completely unaware of this, but Steve saw it clearly. He smiled helplessly, realizing that his psychic power might really have some exaggerated effects. "Please come and sit down, Brother Angered." After he sat down, Steve sighed, closed the book and put it aside. "It's like this, brother. We are on the way to reunite with your regiment. I hope this doesn't make you feel uneasy, but it will take some time for us to reunite with them." "Are they okay?" "They are fine, brother. No casualties." Steve showed a convincing smile. "Don't worry. Everyone evacuated in time. Your mission was completed, and the orc named Old Captain is dead." "The Emperor bless you," Angered said devoutly. "That's great." "Yes, that's great. What about you, Brother Angered? How do you feel?" "I have never felt so good," Angered said hoarsely. "This feeling reminds me of the first time I put on the power armor, and when I was announced to have passed the selection to become the Emperor's champion." He seemed to be unreserved to Steve, and unconsciously said many memories of the past. Time passed quickly, and when the conversation ended, Steve had almost completely understood Angiade's life trajectory, while the latter still knew nothing about it, as if everything he did was natural. After seeing Angiade off and telling him to have a good rest, the smile on Steve's face collapsed instantly. He leaned back in his chair weakly and began to think about what his psychic nature was. "I didn't do anything, but he trusted me so much." With fear, Steve pursed his lips. "This kind of power should not appear in me." "On the contrary, Steve, it should appear in you." Accompanied by a burst of blue light, Shenyan jumped out of the void and came to Steve. He raised a finger, as if he had been here from the beginning, and said, "If this power is not given to you to use, no one will be at ease." "I don't think I have the ability to use it well," Steve said worriedly. "Such power shouldn't even exist. I just said a few words, and Brother Angiade told me everything." "This is terrible." "It's your attitude that makes people feel at ease." "Oh, wait, what book are you reading?" "The Art of Language." "Why do you read this kind of book?" "Because I want to make my speech less friendly than before," Steve said frankly. "I think that if I speak as harshly as Tony or you, people will unconsciously stay away from me." Shenyan showed a disapproving look. "First of all, I don't speak harshly at all." "Okay, well, maybe a little, but it's definitely better than Tony. At least I won't always make fun of others. For example, you are an old-fashioned radio or something." "Secondly, it's useless even if you do that. You will only make those who believe in you doubt whether they are not good enough in some aspect, and they will try every means to win back your trust. Then I might as well be a mute." Steve was rarely angry. "I'm just a soldier." I can't have this kind of power. I don't want to try to be a leader anymore. I don't deserve it." "You have seen what the Avengers became under my hands. I can't repeat the same mistakes." "You won't, Steve." Shenyan smiled. "It's not your responsibility that the Avengers became like that. The responsibility is mine." "What?" Steve looked at him in surprise. "Yes, Steve, the responsibility is mine. I left you. I didn't realize that doing so would make some hidden bastards ready to make a move." When he said this, the smile on his face became a little chilling. "I thought I knew humans very well, and I fully believed in their good qualities, so I forgot that people also have bad sides. I thought they would treat everyone as heroes, and I forgot that there is something called politicians in the human race. The earth is at peace, so they think you are the #1 threat. A playboy with ground firepower that can cleanse a city and his super private armored force. A former super soldier who does not trust the US government, an idol of the public, and a spokesperson for the American spirit. An ancient god from Asgard, an uncontrollable former scientist who has long been disappointed with the US government. A former surgeon and current Sorcerer Supreme. Others can be controlled and have weaknesses, but you guys can't." He shook his head. so they will definitely find ways to weaken your strength, or even make you retire directly. After all, a sword that is too sharp in peacetime will only hurt yourself. Steve stared at the table in silence, as if trying to figure out where the table was made by staring at it. So, remember this, Steve. The Avengers did not fall apart under your hands. We trusted you, so we let you lead us as captain. You lived up to that trust, and you never really messed anything up. After saying this, his figure gradually dissipated, leaving only a vague sentence: accept your current nature, Steve, and use it well. Only you deserve this power. I owe 1K, and I will pay it back tomorrow. Chapter 757. They are still fighting. Steve's worries were not without reason. Shenyan could understand, but he would not take back this power. Some powers are necessary to exist. As time goes by, the psychic potential buried in Steve will be fully revealed. He can say no to his own essence, or he can embrace it with open arms, but it all depends on his own thoughts. Shenyan did not think he would give up. Steve Rogers did not know how to write the word give up at all. Back on the Revenge, the explosive information was thrown at him by the magic circle center again. Shenyan accepted it all without changing his expression, and found several very interesting things in it. First, Chagatai Khan has not come out of the horse farm opened for him for 13 days. According to the center, he rides for up to 18 hours a day. Second, the recruitment of the Iron Snakes has ended, and the result is very satisfactory. Very satisfactory. Incel has been suspected of mental problems by the brothers in the regiment more than once because he walked with a smile on his face. In fact, he may have some. Witches Tarts does not have some mental problems. It's just a matter of degree. Third, the sister named Ankosa has been interviewing the Astra Militarum who were on the ship from the beginning. Shenyan narrowed his eyes and realized that he should not underestimate this sister. The latter's beauty is as outstanding as her appearance, and it is not easy for people to notice this. Her beauty is covered by the austere temperament on her body. No one will notice her amazing beauty at first sight. Have you been on the ship from the beginning? Yes. The Astra Militarum nodded. I boarded the ship with Master Ezekiel and others. Master Ezekiel? Oh, my mistake. Sorry, sister. I forgot that you don't know who Master Ezekiel is. The Astra Militarum grinned. He is the third captain of the Crimson Blade Regiment and has been fighting side by side with us. Fighting side by side? Ankosa found that the Astra Militarum standing in front of her was like an inexhaustible treasure. Ankosa has written about 10 pages of the account, but she has not stopped writing. Every time she thought the latter's story was over, he would throw in more interesting things. Can you tell me about the part about fighting side by side, Corporal Jones? Of course. It's not difficult, sister. Corporal Jones laughed happily. I wish more people could know about these things. Well, let me think. Where should I start? In the beginning, we were stationed on that planet. It was called Ink Drop. A beautiful name, right? Although it's not as good as Cadia, it's not bad. Corporal Jones blinked his deep purple eyes and began to continue telling the story, but his expression became somewhat gloomy. That explosion, when it happened, none of us knew what was going on. My superior looked at the red sky and didn't move for nearly 10 minutes. Then, he started trying to contact the fleet in orbit like crazy, but failed. We were lucky to be on the planet, but the fleet was not. The Navy was wiped out in that explosion. They were either blown to pieces or killed by those damn monsters. The regiment I'm in is a light infantry regiment. You know, as a member of a light infantry regiment, my duty is to move with the tanks and engage in street fighting or positional fighting. Sounds good, right? But it's actually very bad. Corporal Jones was very talkative. He picked up a glass of water and drank it all. Then he continued to talk non-stop. Not only is the tank moving very loud, but every time the beautiful baby fired, it would shake me so much that I couldn't hear anything for a while. To be honest, the technical priests should really find a way to reduce the sound of the guns, but these are not the main points. The main point is that as a light infantry regiment, we survived to the end. The Cadian fell into deep thought, and his tone began to become ethereal. He was completely immersed in his memories. Ankosa quietly put down the pen and planned to use her memory to remember everything he said. She didn't want to interrupt this respectable soldier, Even the sound of the pen scratching on the paper was unacceptable. The first thing that came was the blood-red shells. Those things fell not far from us. The commander observed through a telescope and found that they were not shells at all, but some kind of biological landing capsules used by the demons. Pale bones and flesh hung on them, looking like a tightly closed chest. They walked out of the chest. At the beginning, we were full of confidence. His face turned a little paler. We have artillery positions, heavy infantry regiments, tanks and many other things. Although we no longer have support from the sky, we will definitely win. This is what we all thought at the beginning, until that group of demon bastards launched many artillery pieces with huge skulls on top from somewhere. Just one shot, sister, just one shot. His voice began to tremble. An artillery position was completely shattered. I was right next to it. Blood-red flames were burning on all the dead people. There were screams everywhere. I remember I fell to the ground due to the shock and fell to the ground. When I stood up again, the world had changed. There were dead people everywhere. Sister, my brothers died everywhere. You can write this sentence in the book you are going to publish and say that it was me, Hanno Jones, who said it. They died everywhere. Little Rick's upper and lower bodies were separated. He screamed the loudest when I stood up. I looked at him and he looked at me. He said to run, and then he died. I didn't listen to him. I wanted to find some survivors. It was impossible for me to be the only one who survived such a large artillery position. I succeeded. I found Captain Arnold Miss. He was blown away and was under the overturned artillery base. On the contrary, he was not seriously injured. Just a bloody head. We are the only survivors of that company. Can you imagine it, sister? In the whole company, only 2 of us survived. The corporal trembled and held up 2 fingers on his right hand. Then, the brothers came to support us. We fought and retreated all the way. Most of the artillery positions were taken care of by the demons. Some of the precious tanks were blown to ashes before they even had the chance to leave the hangar. The technical priests died with their treasures, which was a worthy death. So, we retreated, and retreated, and then we finally got some decent support. Master Ezekiel and his 3rd company came to support us. With 100 Astartes, we can finally fight some close-range battles with the demons, instead of hiding behind and shooting useless M35 laser guns at them. He made a disgusted expression. That shit only works when it hits our own people, and it is even more useful in the hands of traitors. But if you really expect it to do something big and cause some considerable casualties, I can only say that your brain is stuck in the door. Although we are a light infantry regiment, we also have a lot of mortal-sized bolters. We are well equipped. Ha! Everyone has to admit this. So the commander gave the order to let the brothers who can operate the bolters gather to the front, use the trenches to suppress the demons with firepower and cover the angels' battle. They fought great, I really have to say so. The bloody tug-of-war began, and we recaptured several artillery positions that had been completely bombed into ruins. Although it was useless, at least morale was improved a little. Just when we thought things would get better, a bigger nightmare came. This is how this fucked world is. Every time you think things will get better, some demons will jump out of the darkness with their hard sticks to fuck your ass. The corporal's vulgar words did not move the nun, which was nothing. What's more, although he said it in a vulgar way, it was actually very philosophical. Excuse me, I really don't know how to describe the thing. A thing that looks no different from a bath fell from the sky and landed in the middle of the angels. They fought back with grenade launchers and chain swords, but they couldn't hit it at all. With a simple swing, 5 angels died. I saw it clearly. Its arrival was the clarion call for the demons to counterattack. Since then, countless demons have been running towards us from the other side of the horizon. Emperor, you should be glad that you haven't seen that scene. It's too fucking scary. Then, we had to retreat again and again. In the process, only 4 of our 10 companies were killed, and all the senior officers were killed. Only Captain Arnold Dimas was barely alive, but he only had 1 leg left. The angels were even worse. Only 17 of them died to cover our retreat. The corporal pursed his lips and said in a hoarse voice, "If it could happen again, I hope they would just leave." Anyway, this is what happened. We retreated to a monastery. It was built on a cliff, not much different from a fortress, and there were many heavy machine guns inside. We defended there, and everyone knew that death was only a matter of time. This planet called Inkdrop has fallen, and we have no chance of winning unless a miracle happens." Sister Ankosa finally spoke. She asked softly, "So, did a miracle happen?" The corporal laughed. "Of course it fucking happened. The sky was torn apart, and a vortex formed on it. I saw a huge golden lightning bolt falling from the sky and hitting the plain below the monastery. It was so powerful that I almost fell off the monastery wall. My ears began to ring, but I could still see. The lightning bolts fell one after another and hit near us. None of them hurt us, but each one caused piles of demons to die. They either vaporized directly and their flesh and blood disappeared, or they were burned to charcoal in the chain of lightning. I was almost dying watching it on the wall. The two brothers standing next to me saw this scene and started shooting wildly at the corpses of the demons like crazy. They were venting their anger, and I understand because I was almost the same." And then Corporal Jones, a voice sounded at the right time, interrupting his narration. The wizard came up from behind them with a smile on his face. "How about I tell you the following story for you?" The Emperor, I mean, the captain?" Corporal Jones' voice became shrill, and he jumped up from his chair, his face full of disbelief. "Is it really you?" "It's true, Corporal. This is not the first day you see me. Haven't I been hanging around the bridge for a long time?" Shenyan blinked at him, and the corporal immediately understood what he meant, then saluted and ran away. Sister Ankosa pursed her lips, feeling unhappy. Few people feel comfortable when they are interrupted in the middle of a story. Shenyan pulled out a chair and sat down, as if he had no idea what she was thinking. The sun was shining brightly above their heads, and the dome was playing its role, giving the first city a spring-like climate. "You interrupted my work." Ankosa spoke first. "I have a feeling that the part that Corporal Jones didn't say is definitely the most exciting part of the whole story." "Indeed." Shenyan smiled slightly. "So I can't let you know, sister." "Why?" Ankosa asked, slightly out of control. "Isn't such a heroic story worth being sung by citizens across the Empire? Is the sacrifice of Corporal Jones and Captain Ezekiel nothing in your eyes? Pay attention to your attitude, sister." Shenyan still smiled, but the warmth was much less. "You'd better not tell me the word sacrifice." His tone was so cold that the nun immediately calmed down and apologized. "I'm sorry, sir." "It's okay. I understand. Emotions are a terrible weapon. Everyone has it, but not everyone can control it perfectly." Shenyan raised his hand thoughtfully and stared at the ring on his right ring finger. Some distant thoughts came to his heart, and the mage laughed again, giving the person far away the same thoughts. Although they haven't seen each other for a long time, they have been in contact. Retracting his thoughts, Shenyan raised his head. "I know you want to do your best in your work, sister, but some truths cannot be clearly known by people." "What did you say?" The nun looked at him blankly. "Truth is a cruel word. It can bring a lot, and it can also destroy a lot. If you spread this matter without any modification, I am afraid that many things will be destroyed." "I don't understand, sir." "Do you want to hear my explanation?" "Please explain it to me, sir." Okay, Shenyan said patiently. "What you are looking for represents hope and salvation. I can tell you, sister, everyone in that monastery survived, and no one died. And the planet called Inkdrop was not destroyed." "Really?" "Of course it's true, sister." Shenyan pointed to the stone bricks under their feet. "It's here, with you and me." Sister Ankosa widened her eyes in shock, unable to understand his words for a while. What did you say?" "It's here, sister. It's the revenge." How could I do that?" "It's possible, sister, because I did it." Shenyan laughed. "Yes, I turned the Inkdrop star into a star battleship. The dead heroes and the destroyed artillery and tanks are now on this ship. They have never really disappeared. They still exist and will exist forever." He raised a finger mysteriously. "Do you hear their voices, sister? Close your eyes and try it." Ankosa did as he said. She closed her eyes, and her consciousness sank in an instant, entering a mysterious state. Her brain was blank, showing complete wakefulness, but her consciousness was as ethereal as walking on clouds. She began to walk in the dark, at a loss, not knowing what to do. It was dark and cold all around until a little light lit up in front of her. It was a man's face, serious, with a big beard. He was wearing a blood-stained Cadian uniform, and his eyes were burning golden, like flowing lava. The nun opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but the man soon disappeared in front of her. At the same time, more lights emerged, illuminating the entire darkness. One by one, they emerged from the darkness, the dead, the soldiers, officers, and Astartes who fought to the death. They all came back, and stood beside Ankosha. The dead quietly looked at her, the only living person. At this moment, Ankosha was at a loss, like a helpless child. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers sounded, and she suddenly returned to reality. The sun was shining, and she and the mysterious captain were sitting outside a coffee shop. The stone brick road was neat and clean, and in front of her was an open brown paper book. Everything was normal. "Did you see it, Sester?" Ankosha stared at him blankly, as if she had forgotten how to speak. After a long time, she spoke. I think I saw it." "Yes, I saw them, my lord." What are they?" "The protectors." Shenyan's expression became a little more serious. "They are souls who don't want to end here. They can seek relief from me and go to a stable and peaceful world, but they didn't do it. They would rather wander on the revenge, just to use their own eyes to see the world and people they protect again." He stood up, and the end of his robe gradually turned into a light blue light and disappeared. The ethereal last words reached the ears of the nun. "They are still fighting." 10,000 updates tomorrow. Chapter 758. The Return of the Weepers. A few strong late Homo sapiens armed with spears are enough to kill any large land creature. In other words, humans are the greatest executioners on Earth in history. The emergence of spears made animals no longer able to compete with humans. The emergence of sharpened sticks, like fire, opened a new era of civilization. All of the above are ancient histories that the Empire today has never known. Looking at the entire Empire, perhaps only Shenyan and the Emperor know this history that is so long ago that it can no longer be confirmed. But it does exist. Not only that, the spear is still being passed down. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and the spear is still being used by humans, and it is still a terrible weapon. However, the broken spear in front of Shenyan now is not a terrible weapon. It is not even a weapon. It has been corroded by time and is the kind of waste that no one would even look at even if it was thrown into the garbage dump. But this waste is now on Shenyan's desk, and he stared at it for more than 5 minutes. Finally, he spoke. "Is this the spear of loneliness that once stabbed Jesus?" Shenyan shrugged. "It looks no different from garbage." The Emperor's voice came from the void. "When it stabbed me, it didn't look like this." "You really played your own son once?" "It's just an old story." The Emperor was obviously unwilling to say more. "It doesn't feel good to be nailed to the cross, although I volunteered." He sighed. "After I died, I thought people would be guided by my death and be positive, but I didn't expect that everyone who had met me once started writing books. The books all acted like they were very familiar with me. From then on, I knew that religion was not reliable at all." "Then you knew it early enough." The wizard grinned, picked up the broken spear and sent it back from the void. The Emperor's weak voice sounded again. "Do you need any more experimental materials?" "I still have a lot of things here." "What else do you have?" "The shroud, the true cross, and other things." "You still kept it?" "I wanted to destroy it." The Emperor laughed. "But they are my relics anyway, so it's not bad to keep them and look at them occasionally. Besides, they have lost their original magical properties and no longer have the power to bewitch others when held in their hands." "You actually have this hobby of looking at your own relics?" "Strictly speaking, Terra is even my legacy." This sentence killed the game, and Shenyan had nothing to say to him, so he had to use his psychic power to temporarily block this annoying old man. He walked out of the captain's room and began to wander around the bridge like a ghost in a black robe. The Magic Circle Center still faithfully reported to him on various specific matters. The mage asked while strolling around the bridge casually, "Has the Khan not come out of his horse farm yet?" "Yes, Chagatai Khan is conducting a horse battle simulation. He enjoys it very much. The longest record is simulating for 4 days in a row without rest." Shenyan scratched his head. feeling as if he saw an internet-addicted teenager. The Khan rotated his arm, and the special power spear favored by the white scars made a terrifying whistling sound in the air. The power of the Prime Arch was too terrible, especially when he was determined to kill the enemy. This power was amplified a lot. The metal handle of the power spear called Guandao was 2 meters long, with a single-edged scimitar at the end. Like ordinary power spears, it also kills enemies by decomposing their positions, but the single blade and longer metal handle of Guandao give it a larger killing range. In other words, when you see a man riding a mountain rushing towards you with a Guandao, it is best to avoid him. This is a bloody lesson for many years. But the simulated enemy obviously didn't know this. It let out a roar, stood still without dodging, and raised the warhammer in its hand to try to resist this blow. The Khan showed a hint of a grim smile. No matter how elegant a person is, he will show this bloodthirsty look in battle. The Guandao chopped down heavily, and the kinetic energy was superimposed, making it break the warhammer in half like a broken bamboo. Then it was its skin, muscles and collarbone. The Guandao cut deeply into its body, but this was just the beginning. Boom boom. The huge metal warhorse whistled past, and the sound of its footsteps on the ground was like the roar of thunder. The terrifying speed made Khan not need to use any strength at all, and the Guandao was pulled out freely, causing secondary casualties. Although the warhorse was unimaginably huge, it was indescribably sensitive. It turned quickly, and even without Khan saying anything, it automatically charged at the enemy standing in the same place for the second time. This time, the Guandao directly cut off its head. The red head flew high, and the ferocious horns were inserted into the soil upside down. A pair of eyes that were unwilling to close stared at Khan, and then gradually dissipated into a light blue magic glow. "Come again!" Khan shouted loudly. "Come again!" "Are you sure you don't need to rest for a while?" "No," Khan said decisively. He shook his long hair, and a wild light flashed in his eyes. "Let's continue, Central." It's rare to feel the feeling of being able to gallop freely. The Central of the magic circle reluctantly carried out his request, and the magic power condensed again, forming a 6-meter-tall corn demon in this vast space. It has no name. It is a false creation, but it has self-awareness. From the moment this thing appeared, Korn set his sights on it, but it is destined not to become a real demon. Someone on the Vengeance did not allow it, so Korn could only watch and give up, but he did not begrudge his blessing. Even if it was a false creation, as long as it could bring him a good battle, he was willing to give it some power. The false demon let out a roar that shook the earth, and a blood flame flashed, and a huge two-handed sword appeared in its hand. The demon shook its wings and flew directly into the sky, spinning the giant sword, and rushed towards Shagatai Khan in a terrifying posture. "Come on!" Khan let out a long whistle of excitement. He didn't even need to urge the warhorse. The metal creature raised its front hooves spontaneously. The humming core furnace made its eyes glow like lava, and a terrifying breath gushed out of its mouth. The extreme high temperature almost turned the surface of the demon's skin into charcoal, and its eyeballs fell off, making it temporarily blind. Khan obviously would not miss this good opportunity. The metal warhorse, which was in tune with his mind, rushed over and gathered strength again. The Guandao dragged on the ground and then raised high. Puff! Another great head flew high. Ha 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 ha. Khan laughed loudly, unable to suppress his excitement. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout "come again," but someone suddenly appeared beside him. "Shagatai Khan, you haven't been out of the horse farm for 18 days. Shenyan said faintly. "These days, you have killed all the monsters on the simulation list. Are you a little too obsessed?" Khan turned over and got off the horse, inserted the Guandao into the ground, and smiled proudly. "This is all your fault, Captain. The horse you created really makes me unable to control myself." He patted the side of the warhorse, and the metal creation snorted like a real horse, responding to the master's words. "I don't think it's the horse's problem, Khan," Shenyan reminded him tactfully. "I understand that you are bored after being locked up in the webway for 10,000 years, but simulation requires energy, especially the enemy orc boss you chose, the Corn Demon. In order to achieve the simulation effect, the magic power consumption is really not small." "Is that so?" Khan blinked. "I understand, I will shorten the time. What do you think of once every 3 days? 3 days at a time. Why don't you just say once a day, 1 day at a time? Shenyan rolled his eyes. That's fine. Khan stroked his beard and said seriously, you said it, so I won't refuse. He said it, but he didn't ride his horse in the end. The world began to collapse under their feet. This small world with vast grasslands was gradually turning into a pale blue light and dissipating. The high concentration of magic in the air could choke ordinary people. But for these two people, this level was nothing. Chagatai Khan even took 2 deep breaths. Yes, it is indeed the breath of the Kiajaless grassland in my memory. Sir Captain, the simulation system you designed is really useful. You said this just to play a few more times, right? Shenyan exposed him mercilessly. Not today, Khan. Gilliman is on the ship. Huh? Khan frowned. What is he doing here? No need to deal with government affairs? It seems that there is still less work. Even Shenyan couldn't help but smack his lips when he heard Khan's emotionless words. It was just that Gilliman didn't know. Otherwise he would definitely talk to Khan for a long time. After the transmission, Gilliman took a deep breath. He hated psychic power, but accepted magic. At least when using this power, you won't be suddenly entangled by the chaos creatures in the warp and turned into a cannibal. At least, magic can be analyzed rationally and the next step can be planned. From this point of view, it can be regarded as an alternative science. Gilliman likes science, but this does not mean that he likes the disturbance of magic in his body caused by teleportation. Ahem. After coughing, 5 bodyguards of the ever-victorious army immediately surrounded him. Primarch, what's wrong with you? Nothing. If I have to say there is something wrong, it's because you guys are angry. Gilliman glanced at the leader of the ever-victorious army. Why do I need to bring a bodyguard to the vengeance? The leader of the ever-victorious army straightened his chest and said meticulously, this is the order of the chapter master, and it is also the result of our discussion. You are always too hot-blooded and don't take people to fight dangerous enemies alone. Although there is no enemy on the vengeance, this system will be implemented for a long time, so, Primarch, I think you should adapt to it in advance. Gilliman's eyelids twitched. This time he was really angry. What do you mean I'm always too hot-blooded and don't take people to fight dangerous enemies alone? Is it called a duel if you take people? He simply walked forward with a gloomy face without saying a word, and he didn't want to regain his dignity. He didn't like the Ultramarines worshipping him as a god, and after Eveline came on board, his dignity had long been gone. In other words, Gilliman is now broken. Strictly speaking, this is also Gilliman's first time on the Vengeance. He had expected the size and advancement of the starship, but he was still shocked when he saw it. They were teleported directly to the first deck, so they didn't see anyone on the way. However, one thing was unquestionable. This ship was too advanced and too huge. The thumping footsteps of the ever-victorious army sounded in the corridor. Gilliman followed the guidance of the central and walked towards the captain's room. His purpose here was actually very simple. The Weepers were about to arrive at the Terra space station. Although he was not their Primarch, Gilliman believed that he had to be present when they returned. For the role models of the Empire like the Weepers, heroes who sacrificed to the point of no more sacrifice, he must take action and set an example. Except for the part of his inseparable politician gene in his body, everything else was from his heart. Gilliman sincerely believed that his presence would save the Weepers some political inconvenience. At least the hidden bastards in the Ministry of Military Affairs and the state religion would think twice before trying to hook up with them. Arriving at the door of the captain's office, the ever-victorious turned around and began to stand guard like motionless statues. Gilliman looked at the 5 stone pillars helplessly, pushed open the door and walked in. The person sitting inside made him raise his eyebrows. Chagatai? He asked in doubt. Why are you here? The Khan, who was wearing a pair of glasses on his nose, raised his head from the book, stroked his long beard, and asked in a faint voice in Chagorian, your question is very rude. Why can't I be here? Please, Khan, speak Gothic. The Khan put down the book with a stern face. Why can't I be here? Because this is the captain's room. Is it written on the door? The Khan asked back. It doesn't say on the door that this is the captain's room, right? You are sophistry. Gilliman sighed, walked to the table, pulled out a chair and sat down. The chair was just big enough for him to sit in, perfectly suited to his body shape. Gilliman sighed again, and this discovery made him know something, so he looked up at the ceiling and said helplessly, "Don't make fun of me, teacher." With the sound of laughter, Shenyan jumped out of the void and returned to his seat. He spread his hands and said with a smile, "This is not my idea, Gilliman." The Imperial Regent glared at his brother fiercely. "There is another 6K update, which is being edited." Chapter 759, The Return of the Weepers. "Don't glare at me," the Khan said rather bluntly. Although it was my idea, the captain also agreed. Once this was said, what else could Gilliman do? Glare at Shenyan? Apart from anything else, he couldn't do such a thing. Although Robert Gilliman had many shortcomings, he was a person who respected teachers very much and always loved learning. For him, learning was one of the few things that could make him happy now. "Don't mind, Robert, it's just a little joke." Shenyan smiled. "Then, let's get to the point." "Let's get to the point." Gilliman nodded. His expression had become serious. "The Weepers are expected to arrive at the Terra Space Station in 2 hours. I have communicated information to the array of the Terra Space Station, and they will take a short rest there. In other words, we still have 7 Terran hours to organize their return ceremony." The Khan listened quietly at the side. He had already known about this chapter and was deeply moved by it. However, this kind of thing obviously had nothing to do with him. Listening is the performance of a wise man. Shenyan began to tap the table with his fingers. He tilted his head thoughtfully and looked at the porthole of the captain's room. He said calmly, "I don't know much about this. Do you have any suggestions, Robert?" "Of course." Gilliman frowned and said while thinking, "There are only 9 of them left. Considering the number of people, I think it is not appropriate to hold the ceremony in the city on the bottom of the Vengeance. But the scene is still necessary. They are the Holy Scripture group." When he said these 3 words, he paused unnaturally. Shenyan had a meaningful smile on his face, and the Khan beside him snorted coldly. Gilliman pretended to know nothing and continued, "So we have to make the scene more grand. Damn, I hate to say this, I think we may need to get some flashy decorations, such as statues with a strong religious atmosphere." "No," Shenyan refused neatly, "they just need to know that they have not been forgotten by the Empire. You and I are here. If that doesn't work, we can borrow something from an old man. But don't think about statues and church choirs singing hymns. Don't even think about it, Robert. This is my ship." Gilliman frowned at first, then relaxed. "I don't like what they have now, either," he complained. "The choir, the red carpet, the hymns and the smell of holy oil in the air. I don't know who designed the 1,000 painters who want to paint this scene on the roadside, but they make a victorious return look like a victory in a religious war. In a sense, my brother, all the wars launched by the Astartes, big and small, in the Empire are religious wars." The Khan pointed out this point sharply. 10,000 years have passed, and all they have done is to stay where they are, instead of expanding their territory. I don't mean to blame them. There is an old saying in Chongaris, if a child is not taught, it is the fault of the father. The eagle of Chongaris closed his eyes and nodded. "There are many reasons why they have become like this, but the most important one is the lack of our teaching. They believe in us wholeheartedly, but we have not been able to respond. These things take time to change, so let's make it a deal." Shenyan stood up, "Arrange the ceremony on the first bridge, and I will personally arrange the venue. Then, I will go to greet them." Gilliman also stood up. "It just so happens that I can take advantage of this time to tell them about the great achievements of your captain." "You can try, Robert." Shenyan smiled heartily. "I will teleport your Eldar ally in front of them." He emphasized the word ally very much. Gilliman's face twitched, and the Khan laughed. Phobo Lilios sat upright, his face tense, letting the servitor apply the little holy oil they had left. He was excited but also uneasy about arriving at the Terra Space Station. How would they be treated? He didn't know, but he knew he should try his best to maintain his demeanor. He did a good job, but it was hard for the servitor. The clone cyborg stopped where it was, not knowing what to do. Phobo sat upright, so it couldn't apply the holy oil to the gaps in the power armor. A logical error was happening, and if left alone, its processor would probably have problems. The technical sergeant next to him had no choice but to say, "You have to relax a little, at least let it oil your armor." "Sir, the servitor's brain is almost overloaded." "What?" Phobo didn't hear clearly at first. "I said, you have to relax," the technical sergeant shouted. Phobo did as he was told, but as soon as he relaxed, his whole posture collapsed. He looked at the ground melancholy and sighed. "How can I not be nervous, Amano? I am the chapter master." "What if I lose my composure?" "You won't," the technical sergeant Amano answered in a positive tone, which gave Phobo some comfort. He asked again, "Where is Volturno?" "Still wearing power armor. The other brothers are ready and waiting for you." "Waiting for me for what?" Phobo asked in confusion. According to convention, when returning to Terra, the chapter master should be responsible for holding the flag. "Oh," Phobo suddenly realized, "I didn't know there was such a rule." "Is it written in the Holy Code?" "No, but other chapters do this. I don't know if they have changed it." "Chapter master, what I mean is that I heard this news from a brother of another chapter a long time ago, so you don't know if it still applies to Terra now." "I don't know, my lord." Amano's voice was much lower. Phobo sighed again. At this time, the servitor had completed its work and it trembled away. The two unbalanced mechanical legs swayed back and forth, like a large tumbler. It was extremely ridiculous, but also extremely pathetic. Phobo lowered his head and looked at his old Mk7 power armor. A part of his heart twitched for a moment. Was he really worthy of landing on Terra in such a posture? Phobo stood up and said, "Well, although we don't know whether this rule exists, let's give it a try. At least there is no harm. If someone wants to laugh at us for letting the chapter leader hold the flag, let them laugh," he said calmly. "At least we have a clear conscience, don't we?" They walked out of the small foundry. 5 battle brothers were gathered in front of the portal in the corridor, looking at the scenery outside. They seemed calm on the surface, but in fact they were already very excited. The only battle brother who didn't go to the portal held the flag in his hand and stood straight nervously. The shining golden tears on the battle flag were swaying slowly. Phobo walked through the corridor. There were candles burning at both ends of the floor. The flames swayed as he moved, casting irregular shadows on the wall. Seeing him coming, the flag bearer hurried towards him as if he had been saved, and handed the flag to Phobo with both hands. He came to them, and Volturno also came out from another room at the right time, dressed neatly, except for the power armor being too old. There was nothing wrong with it. Nodding to him, Phobo asked, "What are you looking at?" "Dream, Terra." 2 people gave completely opposite answers, and the others were silent. Phobo frowned, walked to the portal and looked out. What appeared in front of him was indeed Terra, but also a dream. Terra was still there waiting quietly, gentle and silent, but the surface was no longer a dark nest city, but a natural scene, a scene of blue and green interweaving. Phobo looked at this scene in a daze, not knowing what to say. This was completely different from the Terra he had seen in the book, and what shocked him even more was the huge building surrounding Terra. It had a silvery white, rounded appearance, shaped like a ring, but it firmly protected Terra. This was the cradle of mankind, the place that countless people dreamed of, and the place they were about to go to. Holy Terra, are they really worthy of it? Phobo was silent for a long time, and there was no answer. He didn't even come to his senses until the Mother of Tears passed a corner of the space station. The technical sergeant appeared beside him at the right time and said, "Terra has initiated a communication request." "Captain, I've answered it. They want to talk to you." "I'll be there right away." Phobo almost flew to the bridge. The communication showed that some time had passed. He quickly leaned close to the microphone and said carefully, "This is Phobo Lileo, the current captain of the Weepers chapter. Please reply if you get it." A female voice replied, "Got it, Captain Phobo. This is Terra Space Station speaking to you. Please get ready and secure yourselves to your seats with the other brothers in the chapter. Terra Space Station will open a separate port for you. Please wait a moment." "Got it." Don't we need to set the route manually?" "No, Captain Phobo. The array will take over everything. You don't know what it is yet, but you will soon. Please be patient and wait a moment." The weepers around him watched the call end, and they all looked at him, waiting for his orders. Phobo looked around and blinked. What are you still standing there for? Go to the hangar and make fixed preparations. So they rushed away. I'm hungry, so I'll make a meal first. 6K will be developed separately, and the remaining 3K chapter should be published later. Chapter 760, The Return of the Weepers. Guilliman stood in a separate port of Terra specially set aside for the Weepers, and adjusted his collar. Unlike the paintings or sculptures of him, he was not wearing armor, but a simple casual outfit. Although simple, the gold edges and patterns still made it solemn enough. Needless to say, he was waiting. The ever-victorious army followed closely behind him, and everyone stood straight. They had told Guilliman the story of the Weepers before coming, and they were deeply shocked by it. Ask yourself, if you were the one who suffered all this injustice, would you still be so loyal? No one could answer this question, so they decided to give the Weepers the highest level of respect. Finally, after more than 15 minutes of waiting, the top of the port slowly opened, and a battle cruiser slowly entered. Its weathered surface had obviously not been maintained for a long time, with large mottled marks all over it, and many of the Gothic church spires were even completely broken. Guilliman pursed his lips. They could see all this clearly from the corridor beside them. Their special position in the port meant that they didn't have to hide in the room when it opened, so they could see the ship more directly. He knew its name, Mother of Tears, the Weeping Mother. It listened steadily, and the side cabin opened. 9 Astartes in yellow-painted armor walked out. The leader was not wearing a helmet, revealing a face full of excitement, confusion and regret. He held his helmet in his left hand and a glittering golden battle flag in his right hand. Golden tears swayed slowly on it. Guilliman walked forward. Nice to meet you, Chapter Master Fubbo Leleo. He stood in front of the other person calmly, staring into Fubbo's eyes, and reached out to pat the side of his shoulder armor. This action is very particular. If you pat the shoulder, it will seem too condescending. The side of the shoulder armor is a good choice, which can replace the etiquette of greeting and also express a certain degree of closeness. At least Guilliman's intention was conveyed. Fubbo's throat rolled up and down, and he spoke very quickly. It's an honor to meet you, Your Highness the Regent. I'm sorry that I can't kneel to you. I hold the battle flag in my hand, so he even forgot to say the long list of titles. But it's okay. Guilliman prefers this style. You don't have to kneel to me, and you too, don't kneel. Guilliman looked at the other Weepers and repeated it in a soft tone, please don't kneel. You are heroes of the Empire, and heroes should not kneel. The Weepers looked at each other, and even through their helmets, their puzzled eyes could convey to each other. Your Highness the Regent said we are heroes? This, Your Highness, Fubbo asked carefully. We were pardoned and recalled from the Atonement Crusade, but, how can we become heroes? I mean, how can we deserve this word? Guilliman did not answer this question, but just smiled a bit bitterly. He turned around and motioned the Weepers to follow him. This is Terra Station. The Weepers are the pride of mankind and the miracle of the Empire. This entire miracle was forged by a great man. Of course, this does not include routine repairs and maintenance. From what I have observed, he is a rather lazy person. Guilliman was obviously in a much better mood after he subtly retorted to Shenyan. He knew that Shenyan was watching the situation here, so he said this deliberately. Where are we going, Your Highness the Regent? We are going to the Vengeance through the portal on the Terra space station. It is a special warship and will be where you will be stationed in the future. Your expedition of atonement has been going on for nearly a century, so you have missed many things. I will tell you one by one at the banquet tonight. What? Fubbo looked more surprised than those victorious soldiers. His hands trembled and almost made his helmet fall off. How can you do such a thing? No, wait, a banquet? Yes, a banquet, to celebrate your return. Don't worry, there won't be too many people. You can enjoy this hard-earned peace. The food on the Vengeance is even better than that on the Terra space station. Well, after all, the captain is a person who enjoys life very much. Guilliman, who once again mocked Shenyan without changing his expression, led them around a corner and came to a special hall. There were already many people waiting in line here, coming and going, including but not limited to the mechanical priests who were busy going back to Mars to get materials to undergo full body transformation at their own expense. The Military Affairs Department officials who had extremely bad expressions due to continuous overtime work, and several ultramarines who were talking and laughing but immediately shut up and stood straight when they saw their father coming. Gilliman glanced at the ultramarines, memorized their faces, and then nodded slightly at them. He said nothing, but it seemed that he had said everything. Others didn't pay any attention to him at all. Not everyone could see Gilliman and know what he looked like, and he didn't wear power armor yet. Moreover, thanks to the self-assertion of some painters, Gilliman looked quite like Rogaldorn in the portrait. Fubbo and others stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. They had never dreamed of such a scene. Gilliman thoughtfully stood there for a while longer to give them some buffer time. It is worth mentioning that during this period he kept staring at the ultramarines. "Okay, let's get back on the road. We are still some distance away from our portal," Gilliman said, and then led them to continue moving forward. He added, "This should be the first time for you to be teleported. I hope you will try to stay calm and restrained. This process may cause some harm to you. If you feel unwell after the teleportation, you must tell me. Do you understand?" Shenyan waved his hand, dispersed the light curtain, and then stood up. The Khan saw him stand up and put down the book. "Are they here?" "They will be there soon. I plan to tell them about the ship and the conscription. It will be easier for them to accept it if I tell them all at once." Shenyan smiled. It is better to have two shocks at the same time than to have them one after another. At least the former is a one-time shock. The Khan did not say anything, but nodded in agreement. He did not intend to participate in the welcoming ceremony. First, only a few people knew about his return, and it was not time to announce it to everyone. Second, his appearance would only make the scene more awkward. Chagatai was very clear about his image. Most people in the Empire regarded him and his legion as a group of barbarians with little culture, and the Khan was too lazy to explain. He simply did not bother to say a word to people who had such thoughts. He raised his hand and was about to continue reading, but Shenyan interrupted him. "Aren't you coming with me?" "Me?" Khan asked in surprise. "What am I going to do?" "Khan, there is a banquet there," the mage said with a smile. "There is plenty of wine and drinks. Even Russ can be drunk here. Do you want to try it?" Chagatai Khan's eyes slowly lit up, and his sitting posture changed, but he still remained restrained. "I don't think I should appear in such an occasion." "What kind of occasion?" "A touching occasion," Khan said steadily. "They recognize Gilliman's title, and they will recognize you. But I am different. I am not their primarch, and I do not hold any position in the Empire. What should I do?" "If you don't go, how do you know they will not recognize you? Do you think you are not worthy of respect, or do you think the Weepers will show you some inappropriate emotions?" "Neither. The descendants of Sanguinius cannot be that kind of person, especially not them." "Then what are you afraid of, Khan?" Shenyan stood behind the desk and stared at him. "Or, let me put it another way. What are you avoiding, Khan?" "Straight to the heart." Chagatai was silent. He knew what Shenyan was talking about. For a long time, the White Scars and their primarchs have been isolated from the Empire as a whole. Yes, they are also part of the Empire, but no one can figure out their personalities. This sense of mystery is not a good thing. So, what is he avoiding? Responsibility? Impossible. He has the courage to take responsibility. Unnecessary reputation? He regards reputation as dirt. The Khan slowly stood up, like a mountain stretching himself. At that moment, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, but filled with the vastness of the grassland. "You are right, Captain. I am indeed running away. In the past, I ran away from something I deserved because I thought our father and his ideals would collapse sooner or later. Facts have proved that I was right. The reason why I led my legion away from the political center of the Empire is because I believe that mankind must have a way out." Chagatai said some treasonous words, but his eyes were extremely firm. "If it really comes to that time, I will take on everything. I think you also know that I have the qualifications and the ability." Shenyan nodded slowly. "But now, I am just avoiding it out of habit." Chagatai smiled bitterly. "If you hadn't said it, I might not have realized it. Please forgive me, Captain. It's not that I don't have confidence in you. I'm afraid I have lost confidence in myself." Shenyan said nothing, just walked to the door of the captain's room. "Remember to attend the banquet on time tonight, Khan. Don't be absent, otherwise all the Chagurus specialties I found will be wasted." He pushed the door open and left slowly. leaving the last words. Regaining confidence is a very simple thing. Finish it, Khan. We need you. It took a while to write. Sorry, I will add 2K words tomorrow to make up for it. I wrote about 200,000 words this month, and I will try to write more in December. Chapter 761, Return of the Weepers. Before today, the Weepers had never thought that they would be treated with such courtesy, let alone that they would be able to attend a dinner party. The decoration style of this banquet hall is bright and elegant. There is no gap between the wall, the floor and the ceiling. There are not many traces of man-made things. It seems to be formed in one piece, and the overall design is extremely beautiful. The brown wooden floor, Fubo was worried that it would be damaged before stepping on it, but this seemingly thin floor can fully bear their weight. The walls are light gray, with no carvings, heavy tapestries or exquisite paintings. There is a light golden chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The source of light is not candles or electricity, but some light spots that look very soft. The room is filled with this soft light, which maintains the light without making people feel uncomfortable. In the center of the banquet hall is a long table, which is heavy brown and black, and is already piled with various dishes. The Weepers can't tell what the dishes are, and can't even name them. With a smile, Gilliman waved his hand. Please take a seat. As soon as the words fell, light blue dots of light flowed out from the gaps between his fingers, turning into chairs one after another, and were placed beside the long table. With a smug smile, he pulled out the second-place chair and sat down, not sitting in the main seat. The discovery made Fubo almost hold his breath. Even if he knew nothing about banquets, he knew that the main seat was for the most distinguished or the oldest person. Among the people present, perhaps only His Highness Robert Gilliman met this condition. If he didn't sit, then who would sit in this position? Gilliman, who was looking at a roasted whole lamb, didn't even look up, but he seemed to notice Fubo's eyes. He asked, "What are you thinking about, Captain Fubo?" "Nothing, Your Highness." After thinking again and again, Fubo decided to speak out his doubts. "I was just wondering, if you don't take the main seat, who else can take the seat?" "I will, Captain Fubo. After all, this is my ship." A voice came from the door of the banquet hall. Fubo was startled at first, and then his expression became more excited than ever before. He still remembered this voice. How could he not remember it? At the same time, the banner of tears hanging on the wall behind the long table began to glow slowly. A man who was only weaker than the Astartes walked in, wearing a simple black robe. He was very thin and his face was very pale, but the moment he looked into his eyes, Fubo began to tremble uncontrollably. "You." His words were nasal, and he tilted his neck at the same time. "Is it you?" "I'm not the person you think, Fubo. Like you, I'm also a living human. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shenyan, a mage and the captain of the Revenge." With a smile, he nodded to the whalers, and then went straight to the main seat and sat down. Everyone noticed that Gilliman had no opinion at all, and even had a smug smile. "How's the chair, teacher?" he asked. "I did a good job, didn't I, teacher?" The Weepers began to brainstorm at this moment. Of course, they had no way of guessing the truth. However, everyone has the right to think, and Shenyan has no intention of depriving them of this. This is not a banquet of the state religion, and he is not going to promote the idea that thinking is the original sin, and thinking will lead to depravity. Not bad. It seems you are gradually getting on the right track. The material conversion is going well, and the next step is active matter. You have to try to transform magic, soil or dust into something with flesh and blood. It doesn't have to be life, but it must have flesh and blood. Shenyan pointed to the roasted whole lamb and said, "For example, this roasted whole lamb. Ah, this is your homework, Robert. I want to see the results within a week. You have to transform magic into fresh lamb legs, and then we can discuss the next course." Gilliman listened carefully, and at the same time began to gesture at the roasted whole lamb, as if he couldn't hold back, and it seemed that he wanted to get started now. Then, a voice with a hint of displeasure came from the gate. "My brother, take your hands off the lamp. This is a Choggerist specialty." "Brother!" The Weepers turned their heads away again in unison, and at this moment, they all held their breath. Coming from the distant past, from paintings and records, The great Khan of the White Scars, Chagatai Khan, walked in through the gate, stroking his long beard. He was also not wearing armor, but only a simple and light outfit. Noticing the gazes of the weepers, he smiled barely noticeable, nodded to them one by one, and then sat down. He sat in the third seat to the right of the main seat, raising his eyebrows. Gilliman was obviously a little surprised by Shagatai's arrival, but he didn't say much, but smiled happily. Okay, I apologize. But since this is a specialty of Chongaris, don't you plan to introduce it to us? It's delicious. That's it. What else do you want me to say? The Khan spread his hands, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I'm not a gourmet, and I can't say those words about tasting food. Chongaris people are very pragmatic, my brother. The highest praise for a dish is delicious. That's enough, isn't it? Indeed. Shenyan nodded. Well, now that everyone is here, let's get started. He clapped his hands, and light emerged from the void. In front of each person appeared a tall glass that matched their body shape, and the wine-red liquid was slowly shaking in it, exuding a rich aroma of wine. Shenyan took the lead in picking up the glass and raised it high with a smile on his face. This is to celebrate your return, the weepers. I greet you. The banquet was very good. In fact, it was quite good. The food was extremely delicious. The weepers were quite reserved at first, but later, they didn't care about basic etiquette. Delicious food is the fastest way to make people feel satisfied, and it will not be noticed by Slaanesh, let alone whether he dares to come here. Just eating is not a standard for being noticed by Slaanesh. He is very picky. However, they didn't know that this banquet was just foreplay, and the real highlight was later, in the conversation after the banquet. With a crisp snap of fingers, the table was completely cleaned. Shenyan leaned back in his chair and slowly put down his hands. The lamenters, he said slowly, I don't want to sound too official, nor do I want the officials of the Military Affairs Department to announce this news to you. They are already tired enough. 13 officials have almost died this month, so I'll do it myself. Your expedition of atonement is officially over. The facts previously pronounced by the Inquisition will be overturned, and the news of your innocence will be passed on to any world controlled by the Empire. I am very sorry and sad about the huge loss you have suffered. At this point, he sighed. Skipping this matter, the dead have passed away, and mentioning them again will only make the living uncomfortable. First of all, you need to get reinforcements. This is certain, there is no doubt. He raised his right hand, and a light curtain appeared, with 7 recruiting worlds emerging on it. Fubo's eyes immediately straightened. He couldn't hide it no matter how hard he tried. No commander could remain indifferent to such a scene. These 7 worlds were carefully selected by Gilliman. He did a good job. The details of these worlds are listed above. You can choose one of them as a fixed recruitment site, or even make it your home world. The Weeper's breathing became heavier, but Shenyan continued. Then there is the transformation surgery. I noticed that you are short of pharmacists. It just so happens that the Empire has made a new breakthrough in the Astartes transformation surgery. The original surgical mortality rate is too high. We plan to adopt a new way to complete this dangerous complex surgical process. This new method has been tested many times and the success rate is as high as 97%. 97%? The Khan, who was savoring the taste of roasted whole lamb, was shocked by this number. He almost pulled down some of his beard. The Astartes transformation surgery is already famous for its high failure rate. Is this 97% success rate magic? Gilliman was indifferent. Of course he was indifferent. He had been shocked once before, so he would not lose his composure a second time. After we have settled the issue of recruiting soldiers, let's talk about the flagship and various weapons and equipment. Please follow me. He stood up and walked out of the banquet hall first, followed by Gilliman and the Khan. The Weepers followed them absent-mindedly, and the battle flags on the wall flashed a tiny golden light, as if they were some kind of proof of hope. The intership teleportation was initiated without any signs, and in just a blink of an eye, they appeared in a huge dock. Unlike the teleportation on the Terra space station that would make people dizzy for a while, the intership teleportation was more gentle, and no one felt any discomfort, just as natural as breathing. They were now standing on a high platform. Fubo looked down, and what appeared in front of him was a huge ship. Its size was almost 3 times that of the Mother of Tears. This ship, which they saw for the first time, captured the hearts of the weepers almost instantly. They were a successor of the Blood Angels, and they were born with a love of art. Every aspect of this ship was in line with the standards of art. The rough and powerful lines, the silver and black colors look very murderous, and the huge and ferocious horn at the front end gives it an indescribable murderous aura. What attracts people's attention is the countless sense gun holes. Gilliman looked at the ship with appreciation. In terms of his personal aesthetics, this kind of ship is more pleasing to him than a bulky space monastery. Besides, he couldn't refuse so many naval guns. He has begun to imagine what they would look like when they fired a salvo. The Khan looked deeper. His eyes fell on the top of the ship, where there was a long protrusion. It was winning from the middle of the ship to not far from the bow. It was like a hidden dragon. He narrowed his eyes and asked, but in a positive tone, "This is a giant cannon, am I right?" "Yes, Khan, you are right." Shenyan pointed at the mark with a smile, and the surface of the hull spontaneously cracked, and a huge barrel like a winding mountain range rose from the inside. There was no preheating, just rising, which made everyone smile tacitly. X1 type, I call it the Destroyer. With the blessing of countless energy-gathering arrays inside, it can break a planet in half with one shot. Although it takes a while to warm up, considering its power and range, this warm-up time can be completely ignored. This type of ship will be promoted to the entire Empire soon. I will name it the Behemoth class. As you can see, its size is only slightly larger than the flagship of the Queen of Glory class, but don't think it moves very slowly. With a mysterious smile, Shenyan kept everyone in suspense and talked about other things directly. It has 8 built-in magic core furnaces. Even if only 2 of them are operational, they can still guarantee basic protection for the hull. Composite magic shield, powerful deflection array, kinetic energy capture. If you plan to launch a ramming tactic against a certain ship, you can just run it over, as long as it is not directly hit by a whirlwind torpedo. The shield can support you to smash the enemy ship in half and then crush it into ruins. In addition, it does not require maintenance by servitors, astropaths or navigators. The array core will control everything for you. If you need anything, just talk to it. He spoke very carefully and patiently, but the weepers did not understand those terms at all. What is an energy-gathering array? What is a magic core furnace? What is a composite magic shield? They knew about the array, but that was all. Is this thing really that powerful? Seeing how stunned they were, Shenyan stopped talking in time. He just smiled. There are more. I'll leave it for you to experience for yourselves. It can be regarded as a little surprise. Raising his hand, he snapped his fingers again. The scene changed, and Imeno was the first to discover where this place was. The technical sergeant immediately became excited, almost with his eyes shining. "Ah, it seems that you have noticed, Technical Sergeant." "Yes, this is a foundry workshop. Please allow me to introduce you to the latest scientific research results of the Empire." The ground opened, and as the cold air overflowed, a power armor slowly rose. It has not been painted yet, and the surface presents a plain silver-gray color. Imeno looked left and right and found that the most familiar part of the armor was the 2 iconic huge shoulder armors. He couldn't understand the rest of it at all, and it didn't even have a helmet. There was no jetpack behind it, and the overall lines were smoother than the Mk7, showing a sharp and solemn look. And there were no artificial muscle fibers exposed. This means that it is probably not worn separately. I call it the Land Titan. Shenyan smiled, walked to the armor, raised his hand and knocked on the breastplate. The iron gray sky eagle made a thick sound. The main material is made of active metal, which is about twice as strong as fine gold. The overall strength is uniform. There will be no weak points, and it will not affect your agility. It has a built-in heavy magic furnace, which can also be connected through the black shell, and has a complete life support system. The life support system can automatically inject analgesics, stimulants or antidotes according to the severity of the injury when the wearer is injured. These medicines have no side effects, and their nature is fundamentally different from chemical medicines. Life cycle, by capturing the magic light in the air to provide nutrition to the wearer. In wartime, eating can be completely avoided. At the same time, it can also ensure that malnutrition is not caused. You may have noticed that there is no power backpack behind it. The power furnace is built in, it does not require external batteries, and it also has a solar energy system. Of course, you can also charge the armor by killing enemies and plundering their life essence. Shenyan rotated his fingers, and the armor turned around, allowing everyone to clearly see its back. He reached out and knocked on it again, and the surface of the metal began to move. In less than a second, 4 dark jets appeared on it. Jumping packs are too cumbersome. In combat, only the assault squad will need them. But if you can provide a convenient, spontaneous upward thrust, I think few people will refuse. By linking with the leg reinforcement array, the jet nozzle can allow you to do a series of things that violate the laws of physics, such as double jumps. In addition to these basic things, the Land Titan also has a strength enhancement array. According to calculations, it can enhance the wearer's strength by more than 3 times. If you need it, you can even increase it to 5 times through short-term overload. Of course, overload can only be used for 1 minute. If it exceeds this time, it will cause overload and the array will be temporarily ineffective. He waved his fingers again, turning the armor back. Then, this treasure that made the Weepers and even the Khan look at it with burning eyes disappeared under their eyes, with only a faint outline still floating there. Concealment system, not completely invisible, but can ensure that you will not be captured by thermal imaging. At the same time, this mode can also hide the sound of your footsteps and the operation of the armor. The power armor reappeared, and a semicircular light blue shield appeared with a hum, completely enveloping the power armor in the space within a radius of 3 meters. The personal defense shield is not portable, therefore, the defense power has not decreased. It is turned on by default around the clock and has friend or foe identification. The defense power is considerable and can withstand about 4 rounds of grenade fire from a group of 10 people. But don't rely too much on the shield. If it is broken, it will take some time to reactivate it. Khan couldn't restrain himself anymore. He coughed with a reserved look and said slowly, "This is really a precious treasure. Can it be equipped, Captain?" "Of course, don't interrupt me. I haven't finished talking about the helmet." Shenyan clapped his hands, and the metal on the neck of the power armor surged up to form an MK7-style helmet. Taking into account the different aesthetics of each person, the style of the helmet can be chosen by yourself. Of course, the functions are exactly the same. The built-in pattern array also has "Sir, please wait a moment." Fubo spoke with trembling. There were tears in his weather-beaten eyes. "You said too much, and gave too much. How can we deserve such an award? The things you said are too precious, especially this power armor. There are only 9 of us now. It is a sin to own it. The magic weapon needs to be held in the hands of the right people. With us, it may not experience a battle for decades. On the front line of the battle, those brothers need it more than we do." He wanted the Land Titan very much, but he didn't want it either. Shenyan could sense the emotions in Fubo's heart. The captain of the Weepers naturally wanted his brothers to wear this treasure, but he was not the kind of person who put himself and the chapter above the Empire. He was completely loyal to the Empire, so he sincerely chose to give up. Don't get me wrong, Chapter Master Fubo, this is not a special treatment given to you out of compensation. This is what you deserve. As early as when the Land Titans were designed, I told Robert that they would be equipped first to those chapters that suffered heavy losses. Besides, who said that you need decades to recover? Shenyan smiled. 5 years, at most 5 years. Weepers. I still have an expedition waiting for your participation. Yes, an expedition. Gilliman took over and looked at the Weepers with a very gentle look. Aiming at revenge and regaining lost territory, your expedition lasted for nearly 100 years. So you missed a lot of things. He was silent for a while, intending to be the first to throw a bombshell. Your Primarch, Sanguinius, has returned. The Khan raised his eyebrows and then turned away. Most of the time, he is a person who is more rational than emotional, but not at this moment. He didn't want to see the weeping faces of the Weepers. There was a faint sound of excited crying coming from behind him, but Gilliman continued. He will return to Terra soon, and I will arrange for him to meet you as soon as possible. Of course, This is only part of it. There are some other things that you will find out for yourself, such as the changes in Terra and the changes in the Empire." At this point, he smiled, and nagged the Khan with his elbow, who was facing away from him, and said meaningfully, "You will be very surprised at the current situation of the Empire." The Khan snorted coldly, "No matter how surprised you are, it's not as good as knowing that there's a spirit on your ship." Cough. Shenyan coughed at the right time, ending their argument that was about to begin and bringing today to an end. No one knows what will happen tomorrow, but at least this time, the weepers no longer fell asleep full of sadness. They don't have to cry anymore. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 762, All Mental Illness. There are some things that no one would choose to believe unless they see it with their own eyes. For example, there is an Eldar on the ship of the Black Templars, and she is not a slave who is temporarily detained and will be executed directly when the time comes. She is not a slave, and can even be said to be their leader to some extent. At this moment, this leader is sitting cross-legged in Cato Sicarius's room, leisurely eating a large bowl of ice cream. What? You want to ask how the second captain feels? It's simple. He feels, "I feel terrible, Miss Lilas." Sicarius frowned. "Why on earth did you go to all the trouble to come to my room to eat ice cream?" "Because I'm scared," she said as a matter of course. "Scared? Where on your body can you see this word?" Sicarius suppressed the urge to sigh and said, "We have discussed this issue many times. The Black Templars will not do anything to you. Seriously, you should leave my room as soon as possible. In another 4 eras, Lord Steve's ship will arrive and dock with us." "Ah, I see." Lyris nodded as if she had suddenly realized something, and stuffed another big bite of ice cream into her mouth. The precious sweetness stimulated her taste buds, and Lyris couldn't help but squint her eyes. With such a cat-like satisfied expression, she said, "You are afraid that Guy will see me in your room, right? Afraid that I will bring bad influence to your reputation?" "I don't deny that there are factors in this regard," Sicarius said word by word with a straight face, "but you shouldn't stay in my room. This is my room." Honestly, Sicarius Laylas looked at him for a long time, and suddenly smiled. "You should think about the matter of reputation. We are allies now, and interacting with allies is a legitimate and relationship-promoting exchange activity, don't you think?" Sicarius looked at her coldly, completely unmoved. He now felt that he was an idiot for believing that the Eldar was really ignorant of the world and afraid of the Black Templar a few days ago. She was just acting at that time. "That's right, I was just acting." The Queen of the Night continued to eat the ice cream in her hand without any image. Her bold eating style did not affect her speech at all. "But I am indeed very interested in you, the captain of the 2nd Company of the Ultramarines, the captain of a combat company, and a legendary with great military exploits." Her voice was very nice, and what she said was almost flattering, but Sicarius knew very well that she was not doing the mutual flattery that politicians loved most. She was beating the ingredients to make the meat better, from her posture, eyes, and even words. Sicarius, who was also a warrior, had already felt his nerves swell and ache, which was a manifestation only when facing a strong enemy. He calmly looked back at Lyris. "Do you want to kill me?" "If I were still in the arena, I would not hesitate to let someone throw you fully armed into the arena. I would cut your bones with my own hands and savor that feeling carefully. But I am no longer the person I used to be." Lyris said the terrifying words, but there was no change on her face, and the meaning of her words was that she was sure that she would win. She now seemed to be more interested in ice cream than Sicarius. "Enid has enlightened me. I am no longer the same person I used to be. I no longer need to satisfy myself with one-on-one fights. I have better things to do." "Better things?" Sicarius looked at the spoon she raised and the big spoonful of ice cream, and his eyes twitched. "You mean eating ice cream?" "More than that." Laylas became excited instantly. "So many desserts. You humans are really geniuses in this area. In Yazid, you actually have more than 500 different desserts to eat. This is simply a gift." "Well, She is finally acting like a mental patient now, not a weak, naive little white flower or sheep. Seeing her like this, Sicarius was relieved. Considering Layla's identity and experience, if she had no mental problems, Sicarius would probably feel that something was wrong. But, your God's revelation to you is to let you eat more sweets? Sicarius finally couldn't help it inside. Okay, Miss Lyris, a sweet tooth is much better than a murderous addiction. Now, please leave my room. I don't want to say it again. No, he was rejected without hesitation. He didn't even think about it, and didn't pause for a moment. Sicarius, who couldn't bear it anymore, stood up and walked out the door without saying a word. If you don't leave, can't I leave? Forteras. He has never felt so miserable. Lord Steve, when can you come? Steve rubbed his cheek and put down the book in his hand with some fatigue. On the way to meet up with the Black Templars, he had been reading books and had hardly rested. Learning is very important. He always kept this in mind. However, he couldn't keep learning. Some things have not been solved yet. Standing up from behind the table, he moved his shoulders and arms. This is a habit left over from the past. If you stretch yourself frequently, you won't be easily injured. Of course, he no longer has such concerns, but he still does this stretching exercise frequently. Old habits die hard. After a little stretch, he walked out of the small library. There were 2 Crimson Fist soldiers standing guard in the corridor, one of whom was holding a cup of hot coffee. They seemed to like this black coffee very much and would not add any seasoning to it. Steve once tasted it and said that he would rather drink sulfuric acid than this stuff. You know, the black coffee produced by the pattern array is a special enhanced version produced for the taste buds of the Astartes, and this bitterness has surpassed the bitterness limit of natural products. Considering some traditions of the parent group Imperial Fists, this may not be as simple as liking. They should regard it as a challenge to hone themselves. Ah, sir, you are out. After saying this, the Crimson Fist holding the coffee took another sip with a solemn expression and grinned. From this look, he did not intend to give up before finishing the drink. Steve laughed dumbly and simply stopped. Is it bitter? The Crimson Fist took a long time to speak. It is indeed bitter, sir, but after the bitterness dissipates, it is pure sweetness and an endless aftertaste. Only after experiencing wind and rain can you see the rainbow. Drinking coffee, you think you have become a philosopher? Another Crimson Fist standing guard snorted coldly. If it weren't for my taste buds. Yes, your taste buds are problematic, but you just don't want to use the medical cabin to treat yourself. How can such an important thing as a medical cabin be used casually? Come on, Dorn taught us to be honest forever. Admit it, you just don't dare. Let's go to the ring. I'll show you if I dare. Ha! The Crimson Fist holding the coffee sneered. You want to use force when you can't argue? You reckless man. No wonder you never passed the simulated battle. Steve couldn't help but smile, shook his head, and waved goodbye to them. Along the way, he saw several Crimson Fists who were drinking coffee non-stop. The special aroma of black coffee wafted throughout the corridor. It even wafted to the door of the cab. He pushed open the door and walked into the cab. Pedro Canto had obviously been waiting here for a long time. Like everyone else, he was holding a cup of black coffee. No, don't get up to greet me, just sit down, Pedro. Steve pulled over a chair, sat down and knocked on the table. The light blue light screen unfolded, and a large countdown popped up in the most conspicuous position. 2:45 and 37 seconds. How is it? Have you contacted them? Steve asked. Of course, sir. Supreme Marshal Helbrook's ship is sailing slowly according to the standard route, and our docking will not go wrong. Pedro nodded, then raised his head and drank the cup of black coffee in one gulp. Putting down the cup, his face was already twitching. The bitter taste alone wouldn't make him like this, but this was a product of Wenzen after all. Steve looked at him sympathetically, shook his head, and said to Wenzen, Wenzen, where is Frank now? The light screen changed, and Frank's face appeared on the screen. It was still the same icy face, but Steve could see a lack of energy. Captain, what do you want to ask me? Frank's tone even became a little slow. Why do you look like that? Just a little bored, Captain. Frank raised his hand and measured the combat dagger in his hand. These days I have been holding a dagger and trying to fight the imaginary enemy I imagined. It is natural that I look a little bored. Steve couldn't help but smack his lips. Well, I just want to tell you that we are about to connect with Sicarius and his team. We will join their mission. Of course, there are prerequisites. Frank's eyes lit up. What prerequisites, Captain? You must obey orders. I mean, you can't just wander around the battlefield as you please like before. I can obey orders, Captain. You can assign me any task. But, Frank was silent for a rare moment. It's better not to let me act with others. Steve looked at Pedro and asked, why? At first, I was a Marine, and I knew what teamwork was at that time. He shook his head, but after I became the Punisher, this kind of thing has nothing to do with me anymore. The people I deal with most are intelligence dealers. I basically don't talk to people unless the guy has the intelligence I want. Most of the time, I like to disguise myself as a mute. He said some more terrible things expressionlessly. Then, other worse things happened. I died, came back to life and gained some special powers. In short, that's all I have to say, Captain. I am no longer suitable to fight side by side with others. You are too pessimistic. No, not pessimistic, Captain. I know my own character. Frank pursed his lips. When a friendly soldier stands in front of an enemy, I will definitely shoot at the friendly soldier without hesitation. Steve rubbed his eyebrows. He knew Frank's symptoms. When he was in the Veterans Mutual Aid Association, he knew many similar people. To be specific, this is a kind of post-traumatic stress disorder caused by war. This is a mental disorder. Frank, have you considered taking medicine or entering a treatment cabin to control it? No, Captain, I don't want to control it. Frank shook his head. Can I ask why? Pedro stood up consciously, intending to leave this conversation that he was not suitable to participate in. But Frank stopped him. There is no need to leave, Pedro. There is nothing to hide about this. I once had a wife and a child, he said briefly. And then they all died. The first to die was my daughter. She was only 4 years old. The bullet shattered her abdomen, and she fell on her back on the lawn of Central Park. When I arrived, she was almost dead. Then, my lungs were pierced, and I fell to the ground. I could clearly feel the pain. Unlike you, Captain, I could still be hit by bullets at that time. Frank narrated almost numbly, as if talking about someone else. I turned my head to look at her. The expression she showed at that time was definitely not the expression a 4-year-old girl should have when looking at the world. After all, she was looking at her own internal organs that were beaten to pieces and even squirming. Then she looked at me, as if she wanted to call me, but failed. She died. The last person to die was my wife. A bullet went through her heart. I used the skills I learned in the army to endure the pain. For several minutes, I wished I was dead, but I didn't. So I crawled towards her. She fell facing us. I don't know if this was some kind of bad joke, but she was looking at me. Frank blinked. Yes, until the last moment, she was still looking at me. My wife has beautiful eyes, which are blue, like a lake. I once joked about writing a poem about it, but failed. Okay, Frank, I get it. Steve tried to stop him and stop opening his scars. You've said enough. Not enough, Captain. I have to let you know why I don't want to act with others anymore. This is necessary. We are in an army, and soldiers in the army must trust each other. Frank looked at him stubbornly, and after a few seconds, Steve compromised. He nodded. The reason why I no longer act with others is that I have lost the ability to protect others. If we want to fight together, we must watch each other's backs, and I obviously don't have this ability. As long as I step onto the battlefield, I will become a machine driven by acquired instincts. In summary, Captain, I will follow your command, but I will not act with others. He hung up the communication, and Steve rubbed his eyebrows again with a headache. Pedro on the side frowned and was thinking. Pedro Cantor didn't know Frank's specific identity. Yes, he knew that Frank was a new Prime Arch. But what else? Nothing, that's all. Frank Custer acted alone, and the only Inquisitor who could keep up with him once said that he would not act with Frank in battle. He had no hobbies, no needs, and even his preference for weapons as a warrior was superficial. Pedro knew that he was interested in the Fist of Dorn power glove he had, but he never really said that he wanted to try it out. As the Primarch, if he wanted to do this, Pedro would not have refused, but he didn't. And the words Frank Castle said just now gave him a glimpse of his past. A guess began to take shape in Pedro's mind. He gradually realized that Frank was probably one of the mortals like them. He was not born as a Primarch. For a mortal, seeing his wife and daughter being shot in front of him, this kind of mental trauma is probably lifelong. Alas, Steve's sigh interrupted his thinking. Turning his head, Pedro saw Steve leaning back in his chair, with a worried look on his face. He asked, "My lord, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just thinking of some bad things." Steve pursed his lips. "We are all soldiers, Pedro, but we still have our own lives, don't we? War has not erased our humanity, no matter how indifferent it seems. There are still some things in this world that we care about. These things are anchors, the key to maintaining our humanity. But Frank is different. His anchors were destroyed artificially at the beginning." Steve looked up and stared at the ceiling of the cab. He was silent for a long time before continuing. "The loner is either a beast or a god. For us, no matter which kind he is, it is not a good thing." Pedro did not respond. He did not think he was qualified to judge a Primarch. "That's it for now. No matter what, we still have to continue." Steve stood up. "Waver, please call Brother Angiad to the cab." About 8 minutes later, rhythmic and dense footsteps sounded in the corridor. After more than 10 seconds, someone knocked on the door of the cab. "Come in, Brother Angiad." The door opened, and Angiad, wearing a newly repaired Fine Faith power armor, appeared at the door, but did not enter immediately. He said meticulously, "Greetings to you, sir, and hello to you, Captain Pedro Cando." Standard Imperial fist style. "Don't mind these cumbersome etiquette, come in quickly." "Angiad, how do you feel on the ship these days?" "Feeling very good, sir. I have to say, Captain Pedro Cando, your brothers are a group of respectable monks. They are completely loyal to the Emperor, and each of them is extraordinary. They caused me a lot of trouble in the ring match." He had a stern face, causing Pedro to not even tell whether he was speaking in a sarcastic way at first. "Thank you for your compliment, champion. I will tell them." "Thank you, Captain Pedro." Angiad nodded mechanically. "Sir, what do you want me for?" "I will do my best." "Don't be so exaggerated, Angiad. I just want to tell you that we still have, the pattern array, showing the time." The dimmed light screen lit up again, and a beating countdown appeared on it. 1:57 and 43 seconds. "We will rendezvous with Marshal Helbrook's ship in 1 more hour. You can return to your regiment, Brother Angiad." "Really? Thank you for telling me, sir." Angiad nodded steadily. He was very happy, but he did not show it on his face. "Can I ask a small question, sir?" "Of course. What do you want to ask?" "Will you act with us in the next mission?" he asked with eagerness and enthusiasm. "I know it's abrupt to say this, but, my lord, I ask you to lead us forward. You are the Primarch, and you will surely lead us to victory." Steve was a little embarrassed, but Pedro immediately became alert. The implication of this sentence is that the Black Templars are trying to steal his job. The commander of the Crimson Fists narrowed his eyes, but remained calm, intending to continue watching his cousin's performance. This Steve said hesitantly. "Although I do intend to join your mission, I am just a soldier, and I don't intend to take over your command." Angiad was shocked, and then immediately turned his head and looked at Pedro with an almost questioning look. The latter felt a toothache. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Angiad quickly let him know why. "Captain Pedro, why don't you hand over the command to Lord Steve? He is a Primarch." The tone was almost questioning. Pedro was obviously choked. The hat was just right for him. He didn't know how to answer for a while. Steve came to his rescue. "No, this is my own request, Pedro." Steve smiled gently. "Don't talk about this. After we meet up, we will go to kill the orc named Face Splitting. Have you heard of it before?" "I have heard of it, sir. Tomorrow there will be 10,000 updates. This month's minimum update is not 4K, but 6K. Chapter 763 Belisarius calls Dream. Angiad's knowledge of Facetear comes entirely from some of the information he learned before the expedition began. In other words, He may not know more than Steve and Pedro, but exchanging intelligence is still necessary. Any intelligence is crucial to war, especially in the war against the orcs. Although the greenskins are not creatures that can be guessed by common sense, they are not completely unpredictable like the Tyranids. The behavior logic of the orcs can still be understood and even predicted. And Jade said, Faced here, also known as Graka, a cunning and cruel orc with great power. He has an extremely violent personality and is very bloodthirsty. According to the intelligence of the Inquisition, it likes to smear the blood of its victims on its body and armor. Pedro frowned. An orc has such a hobby, and he can already imagine the suffocating stench. Steve seemed indifferent. He nodded and asked again, Are there any records of fighting with the Empire? Yes, sir. The face deer is directly related to the destruction of the Obsidian Swords. It destroyed the Obsidian Swords' home planet, Obstilia, in an expedition it initiated. The Obsidian Swords also died along with their home world. Pedro closed his eyes in pain, and Steve's sitting posture changed silently. He straightened his back, and a sense of threat like a thorn in the back suddenly rose in Amjad's heart. He immediately clenched his teeth to prevent himself from losing his composure in front of Steve. I understand, Steve said slowly. Pattern, keep full speed. Their ship whizzed silently at the edge of the Milky Way, rolling over cold gravel and passing by lonely stars. The silver surface reflected the strange scenes in the universe and rays that were difficult to observe with the naked eye, as if from another world. Some kind of emotion was slowly burning on it. Wars are all over the galaxy, and humans cannot be considered the winners. Although many people are convinced that the balance of victory will gradually tilt towards them, so far, humans can only be considered the losers in the war. Shenyan retracted his right hand, and a golden glow flashed in the air. The spiritual energy surged, and two similar roars came from the void, with an unknown anger. Don't bother us anymore, Xiaomi. We don't like talking to Xiaomi. The 37th attempt to communicate with the orc gods failed, but the mage was not particularly disappointed. He had expected the current situation. The orc gods were as unpredictable as they were. The reason for the 37th attempt to communicate was just out of curiosity as a mage. Curiosity, the source of progress for mages, is also their poison. Throughout the history of countless worlds, no true seeker of knowledge can get rid of it. Shenyan was no exception. He signed helplessly, and his figure flashed and appeared on the second bridge of the spaceship, teleporting to the station of the Iron Snakes, which scared a team of Astartes on guard. No matter how many times they passed by, they could not get used to the mysterious movement of this excellency. Greetings, sir. The leading veteran nodded and greeted him with a serious face. They already knew Shenyan's preferences and knew that he did not like too complicated etiquette, so this was just right. It's your shift today. How is it? How is the training of the children? Shenyan did not rush to go in, but simply leaned against the wall of the island, started chatting with them with a smile. If he wanted, he could be a very good conversationalist, like now. An interesting topic can make anyone open up, and the veteran was no exception. He immediately had an unconcealable smile on his face, and the other Astartes were the same. A silent joy began to spread among them. Very good, sir. The simulation chamber is a sacred object comparable to the medical chamber. They can train themselves to the greatest extent without paying the price of blood and life, and they can learn lessons from every failure. As the old soldier spoke, a trace of envy appeared on his face. I was not so lucky when I fought the sea snakes in the sea. Times will progress. Your recruitment method is still good. Some regiments simply throw people together and let them kill each other. This cruel and meaningless behavior is destined to be eliminated. Shenyan shook his head. In contrast, the recruitment method of the Ultramarines is actually the best. I guess this is one of the reasons why you have so many people. When he mentioned this, the Iron Snakes, whose mother regiment is also the Ultramarines, looked away with embarrassment, and the old soldier began to stare at his boots unnaturally. Obviously, they also knew what the biggest feature of their mother regiment was. Let's not talk about this. Where is Insil? The regiment commander is receiving a mechanical priest, the old soldier replied. It seems to be from Mars, and it has a great reputation. The wizard slowly raised his right eyebrow, revealing an intriguing expression. He had roughly guessed who the mechanical priest was. Who else could it be? Dominus Belisarius Call knocked on the head of his extension. The symptoms of overheating did not ease, and the buzzing sound even had a sharp whistle because the frequency was too high. As a last resort, he had to take out a screwdriver with automatic adaptation function from the tool bag on his waist. In front of Insil, he took off his red cloth hood, revealing the dense cables behind it, and inserted the screwdriver into one of the gaps and began to twist it hard. Father Call, what are you doing? Routine maintenance. Don't worry about it. Chapter Master. Call's mechanical synthesized voice was still stable, but it was somewhat electrified. I have recorded too many things, and many of them have impacted my underlying logic. In words that you can understand, I am now on the verge of suffering from mental disorders. Insil nodded, thinking that he was worthy of being a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and he could even describe something like going crazy so clearly and unworldly. What do you think of the simulation cabin? Insil raised his hand and pointed at the glass curtain wall in front of them. The entire room behind the wall was filled with simulation cabins, half of which were in operation, and the Iron Serpent's reservists were lying inside. Honestly, Chapter Master Insil, I can't see how this supreme masterpiece works. My knowledge is still too shallow, and I can't even understand such a great thing, Call said frankly, but his hands did not stop moving, and he kept twisting the screwdriver for a moment. Electricity came out of the thick cables behind his head, and Insil took a step back, worrying about what would happen if the priest from Mars suddenly had his head exploded. This is a special simulation technology. Let me think about it. 73 years ago, a priest proposed a similar idea, but it was voted down by the majority. The original simulation cabin he conceived required the integration of neural bundles and interfaces. The former is easy, but the latter requires a large-scale reconstruction operation. Call talked about it in a rambling way, without considering whether Insil could understand the unfamiliar terms he said. After being rejected, he conducted experiments in private. He used some death row prisoners and clones for surgery. After many failed cases, he succeeded in one case. He constructed a simple world through the sacred chip and placed the prisoner's consciousness into it. 3 days later, the priest's foundry was flattened by our artillery. Insil was silent for a while and asked, why? Because at that time the great god of all machines had not yet killed one of the evil gods himself. He invaded the prisoner's consciousness through the sacred chip and easily corrupted everyone present. Call took off the screwdriver nonchalantly and shook his head. The sound of gears meshing and continuing to turn came from his metal head. He said, so we sealed similar discussions forever, but I didn't expect to see the complete simulation technology in your base today. This is the work of the captain. Well, this explains it. The messenger of the god of all machines personally took action, which is equivalent to his personal arrival. What a beautiful machine. Call suddenly lay on the glass curtain wall, with a pair of metal eyes completely attached to the glass, as if he wanted to stick his eyes into it. His weird movements and creepy posture made Insil, who was standing beside him, take another step back without leaving a trace. It must be said that he regretted receiving this priest. Most mechanical priests are crazy. The higher their level, the more knowledge they master, and the crazier they are. Although Insil didn't know Call's specific identity, looking at him like this, he was at least a high-level technical priest. Insil's guess was almost close to the truth. If he could get in touch with Call's real body instead of this extension, he should be able to completely guess Call's identity. It's a pity that there is no if in the world. A blue light flashed by, and Insil took a step back as if he was not surprised. There was only one person who could teleport without warning on the Revenge in such a high-profile manner. Shenyan appeared from the middle, and Call's neck trembled violently. He turned his head with a click, and his voice was stuck. Hello, Captain. Hello, Father Call. The mage looked at his electronic eye that flashed blue light with interest, and simply turned his head to chat with Insil, which gave Call some time to repair himself. How is the efficiency of the simulation cabin? As you said, a maximum of 46 simulation cabins can be placed in an energy gathering room. Exceeding this number will cause the energy gathering to tilt. Insil said meticulously. Having already memorized these data, the solution given by the array center is to improve the efficiency of the energy gathering array, which has been put on the agenda. Very good. The sooner the energy efficiency problem is solved, the sooner we can push the simulation cabin to all the warbands. But this plan still has a difficulty. Some warbands have been fighting in remote star regions, before the several large areas of the planetary network are laid out. I'm afraid they won't even know who we are. The wizard curled his lips. The vengeance expedition is expected to take 37 days to prepare. Guilliman has already begun to mobilize the Ultramarines, and the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs have been working non-stop for more than 3 months for the vengeance expedition. Everyone hopes that it will start soon, but everyone also knows that this matter cannot be rushed. There are countless benefits to the completion of the expedition, and the laying of the planetary network is one of them. In the wizard's initial concept, the terminals will form a large-scale network with star regions as units between the territories of the Empire. As long as this plan succeeds, the Empire will be able to regain strong management capabilities over the planets under its rule. At the same time, it will also allow those warbands fighting in remote star regions to receive direct orders from Terra conveniently and quickly. The situation in the past where the Emperor was far away and the planetary governor was equivalent to the Emperor's clone will no longer appear. Coupled with the built-in transmission function of the planetary network, any planet can have sufficient food supply. This matter is the most critical. Guilliman reads the agricultural production reports on Terra and the Terra space station every day for this plan. He cares about this matter very much, even beyond the practice of magic. The first thing he does when he wakes up every day is to check the specific situation of agriculture and communicate with the wizard. In the Empire, Robert Guilliman is the person who cares most about infrastructure. Because of this, he knows very well what sufficient food means. You know, according to a statistic, 80% of the rebellions are caused by hunger. Their short conversation ended, and Call finally solved his speech problem. The priest tapped his right electronic eye with a cold metal finger, trying to find out the reason for its trembling, but failed and gave up. Just like that, he looked at the wizard with trembling eyes and asked in a cautious tone, "What do you want to see me for, Captain?" "Nothing. I just heard that you were visiting the Iron Snake space, and I just wanted to take a look. Are you interested in the simulation cabin, priest?" This Call hesitated a little. He didn't know whether the captain's attitude towards knowledge was the same as that of the mechanical priests, but he didn't show any intention in this regard during the previous meeting, so Call decided to tell the truth. "Yes, I am very interested in the simulation cabin." Call nodded. "It is simply a perfect creation, a peak blend of spirit and machine, and is irreplaceable." Okay, your wording makes me feel a little uncomfortable." The wizard shook his head and raised a finger. "Since you're very interested in it, then, why not give it a try, Father Call?" Call's mechanical eyes almost flew out of his metal face at that moment. When he woke up again, Dominius Belisarius Call had come to a brand new world. This feeling was very strange, and he had never experienced it in his past life. He had lived for 10,000 years, and had seen too many people and inexplicable things, but the simulation cabin still gave him a feeling he had never experienced before. This was unprecedented, this was crucial, and this made him extremely excited. Call silently moved his limbs. The mechanical extension was in very good condition and extremely realistic. He could not tell whether he was in a simulation or was really thrown to a remote planet by that excellency. Out of trust and rigorous logical reasoning, the former prevailed in his inference. His electronic eyes began to run faithfully and capture various data in the simulation. Call's design did not disappoint him. His electronic eyes even reported the humidity of the air to him completely. But the weather, humidity and even the environment were not what he wanted. The Lord agreed to let him enter the simulation, but what was his purpose? Call did not believe that he just wanted to let him in for a casual play. He raised his legs and walked forward. This extension was not designed to pursue efficiency too much. Most of the mechanical body still retained the basic human shape. Therefore, Call still had to walk forward. The surrounding scenery was firmly stored by his electronic eyes: blue sky, white clouds and towering trees. For some reason, a primeval forest appeared in front of him. Some birds flew out of the forest, flew across the sky, and made crisp chirps. Call was still unmoved. To him, these organic bodies were worthless. He just walked deeper into the forest. The deeper he walked, the more he felt a strange sense of disharmony. The forest was extremely quiet, even to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Stepping on the thick fallen leaves, the dead leaves were crushed and then sank deeply into the soil under his weight. Call knew that they would provide very good nutrients to the soil. This was a kind of natural cycle. But, what did this have to do with him? He continued to move forward, as if he had passed a certain limit. The surroundings suddenly became dark. His electronic eyes activated the night vision mode, and he walked forward quietly, and his long stick fell on the soil with his steps. His weight made every step extremely difficult. Call walked, and time seemed to become meaningless. He walked, and then continued to walk, walking selflessly. It seemed that there was only this meaning left in life. Finally, the dark forest changed. 2 red lights burst out above his head, and the huge and hot air currents blew the innocent trees crooked, and even made them rise from the ground and turn into rootless driftwood. Call stopped walking, and his brain, which had originally fallen into low-consumption thinking mode, adjusted again. His personality became active, and his electronic eyes flashed blue light. With the electronic eyes running at full power, Call saw it. He saw it with incredible clarity. In front of him, a giant steel god was standing in the darkness, staring at him coldly and grimly. Click. The sound of something jamming was heard, and Call fell to the ground. The server was operating incorrectly and began to alarm him frantically. But he ignored it at all, but raised his head enthusiastically, and finally even bent his upper body nearly 90 degrees. He looked at the giant steel god with greedy eyes, not missing any details. Call did not take his eyes off him until he was forced to eject from the simulation cabin because of coma. There is one more update, which is being coded. Chapter 764 Belisarius Call's Dream. Today is the second day after the simulator experience. Belisarius Call sat in his room in a daze, with many manuscripts spread out on the table in front of him. After being ejected from the simulator, he did not immediately conduct a self-diagnosis, but returned to his room immediately despite the dissuasion of others. He began to paint. The mechanical hand poured his passion and memory onto the white paper with great precision, and a mechanical giant god mixed with elegance and solemnity began to appear on the paper. He drew more and more, and even didn't want to stop, just to make its image completely remembered by himself. From a physiological point of view, Call did not need this behavior to help him deepen his impression. This extension was a half-robot, and memory was something he could use at any time. However, deep in his heart, there was a voice that kept clamoring for him to draw more, as if by doing so, he could get closer to it. "You are so beautiful." He stared at the giant god on the manuscript and muttered to himself, "You must have been designed by the god of all machines. Only he knows the beauty of machinery so well, and only he can design such a beautiful treasure as you." When Call said this, his tone was soft and almost weird, just like whispering to a lover. Considering his identity, if others heard it, some bad rumors might spread. For example, Father Call was corrupted by Slanesh. He stood up and made up his mind to find the Lord to find out what was going on with this giant god. With such determination, Call came to the door of the room and pushed it open. But he suddenly stopped again, for no other reason. Shenyan was standing at the door. He even smiled. "Hello, Father. Good morning. I hope I didn't disturb your alone time." "Hello, Captain. Please come in." Call eagerly moved aside to let him in, and then immediately closed the door, as if he was afraid that he would run away. It was not easy for his expressionless mechanical face to express such emotions. Shenyan walked straight inside and came directly to Call's desk, carefully flipping through his manuscripts, and occasionally showing an intriguing smile. "Not bad, Father." He smiled and raised Call's manuscript in his hand. "Your painting skills are much better than some people who call themselves artists. Have you considered developing in this area?" Call was obviously choked. He paused for several seconds before answering the wizard's question. No, sir. My paintings are just cold reproductions, without the soul and inspiration of artists. I have never thought about developing in this direction." "Too modest, Father. These paintings of yours are full of passion. Even I, A layman can see your fascination with it. Shenyan put down the manuscript lightly, pulled over a chair and sat down, sitting quite casually. Considering his status, it can even be considered rude. He continued, "So, are you interested in talking to me about what you saw in the simulation cabin yesterday?" This obvious question didn't make Cole angry. He didn't think it was necessary, and he firmly believed that every word Shenyan said had its deep meaning. Because of this, he turned on the data analysis, which made his head start to heat up again and emit that kind of buzzing sound, and the room temperature even rose a little. "I saw the embodiment of beauty," Cole said briefly. "In the simulation of the holy relic, I saw it with my own eyes, and it also saw me." The wizard whistled. "Not bad, priest. You actually have the talent to be a pilot, which really surprises me." "Pilot?" "Yes, priest." Shenyan grinned. "Do you know what the embodiment of beauty you saw is?" "What is it?" Cole didn't realize that his voice was trembling. Synthetic voice shouldn't have this situation. His vocal organs were stable and impeccable, but his voice was trembling, and he couldn't stop at all. "Please tell me." Cole lowered his head and said sincerely, "It's a weapon." Shenyan's fingers moved slightly, and the blue spiritual light began to dance slightly between his fingers, and the lines of solemnity but beauty were outlined. The spiritual light formed a creature similar to a human figure. Cole hurriedly stopped the thinking component to prevent it from continuing to overload, then bent down and carefully observed this giant god composed of light spots. "It comes from another world and is called RX-0, or unicorn." The smile on Shenyan's face was getting bigger and bigger. It was hard to tell whether it was the smile of a fun person or something else, but it was not mixed with any good intentions. "Made by humans, it is a weapon of war, or it is a weapon to stop the war." RX-0. Cole looked at it obsessively, even ignoring the words from the mage from another world. He stared at it wholeheartedly, even forgot his name, and just kept replaying the scene he saw that day in his mind. And Shenyan spoke again. "Father? No, perhaps I should call you a sage. The great sage Cole. I have heard of your reputation for a long time. Gilliman once joked that you can solve any problem he gives you. I want to know one thing, great sage." Cole's server began to report errors again, different from the errors in the simulation. This time it was an error in reality. He was too excited, and this semi-mechanical extension could not withstand such emotional fluctuations. The components were stuck, the gears stopped running, and the oil overflowed from the electronic eyes. With a bang, he fell to the ground, but his first reaction was not to get up, but to take out a screwdriver to open his chest, exposing the mechanical components completely to the air. Cole used his fingers to fiddle with his voice generator, and just like that, he said a sentence in this way. "Anything." He excitedly fiddled with the voice generator. The thinking component had told him a feasible inference, so he was extremely excited and could no longer restrain himself with the coldness of the machine. Shenyan smiled with satisfaction. He picked up the thick stack of manuscripts, and magic poured out from the void, permanently changing their appearance. Some knowledge that did not exist in this world before appeared on the paper. It was the core of another world civilization, the crystallization of countless people's wisdom. A stack of manuscripts seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He slowly put it back on Cole's desk and pulled him up from the ground. He closed Cole's wide-open chest and helped him sit on the seat paper. In his ear, the mage whispered, "Here is all the relevant information about RX-0. Great Sage Cole, what you have to do next is very simple. I hope you can fully understand them and reproduce this technological crystallization of human civilization from another world in our world, and let it be born in our world in the way of Messiah. You can do it, right, Great Sage? You don't want to disappoint Messiah, do you?" The whisper disappeared with his figure. Cole sat there like a wooden chicken, for several minutes. His thinking component could not do anything, but just frantically reported errors, and then errors again. After finishing a bad thing. No, the mage who had finished a necessary thing was in a good mood. He had been planning this for a long time, since Cole came to the Vengeance. He bought a lot of good things from the White Tower. Sometimes the design drawings like RX-0 were even sold by the pound in the trading market. Really sold by the pound. Many cross-border mages even sold such technological products in packages. After all, no matter what, The majority of mages in the White Tower were pure mages on the magic side. After all, there were only a few who combined technology with magic like a certain elf. In the eyes of most cross-border mages, high-tech like RX-0 might not be as good as the fully automatic nose-hair shaving machine that Shenyan saw on the intranet when he first went to the White Tower. Let's get back to the point. For the Empire, the importance of RX-0 is self-evident. Today, when Tzeentch is dead, technology can develop unbridled. It is hard not to have other thoughts with such huge good news, and RX-0 is one of them. You know, most of the old ships of the Empire are flying bricks. The fact that they can take off is a kind of blasphemy against mechanics. From this perspective, it is not unreasonable for the mechanic priests to believe in machine spirits. Otherwise, you really can't explain why these super bricks with a whole church on their heads can take to the sky. The RX-0 can bring something new. Imagine the following scene. The fleet is dispatched to fight Chaos Raiders or Tyranids. The enemy receives news that the Imperial ships are approaching the orbit of the planet. They begin to prepare, thinking that Thunderhawk gunboats will cut through the sky and the landing pods of the Astartes will fall from the sky. But they never expected that a weapon like the RX-0 would come. It is 19 meters tall and has the ability to clean the surface without doubt. Who would fight you in close combat? Just thinking about this, Shenyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. The enemies were still eagerly waiting for the Astartes to come down and fight them in hand-to-hand combat. But they sent out an RX-0. What a funny scene. The wizard, who did not feel that he was becoming more and more like Saitun, snapped his fingers and teleported directly to the captain's room. Gilliman was sitting behind his desk, dealing with government affairs with a bitter face. Yes, even on the Vengeance, he could not escape this fate. Fortunately, His Royal Highness the Regent had no complaints. He had a serious and earnest expression, tapping on the personal portable terminal in his hand, and occasionally pondering for a while, as if thinking about whether one of his decisions was biased. "Ah, teacher, you are back. How is it?" "Nothing special." The great sage Call easily accepted what I told him. He has a strong ability to accept, and I am looking forward to what will happen after the completion of RX-0. Shenyan smiled, and it took Gilliman 3 seconds to realize that he was not joking. Then, he prayed for Call sincerely. This kind of happy trouble is not something that everyone has. He lowered his head and started clicking on the personal terminal again, but he was not as focused as before. He complained to the mage, "I don't say that you should discuss with me sometimes before making a decision. How can the plan of the sector network be informed to the mechanical priests on the Terra space station all at once?" Shenyan blinked. "Why, will this affect your work?" "Of course it will affect my work." Gilliman sighed. "You know, the forces on Mars are complicated, and there are many high-level technical priests with different opinions within the Mechanicus. These people are the most difficult to convince. All they have left in their minds is the desire for knowledge, but if you ask them to share it, it will be more unacceptable to them than killing them." "So, what does this have to do with the plan of the sector network?" Gilliman sighed deeply, questioning in his heart for the 18,000th time why the Emperor gave him the talent of a politician. He said, "The plan for the sector network requires the joint discussion of the mechanical priests on the Terra space station. Although the array will also be involved, they are still irreplaceable. Those mechanical priests who can come to the Terra space station are willing to make friends with us. At least they are willing to make friends with the Regent of the Empire." Gilliman pursed his lips and put down the personal terminal in his hand. "There will be many differences among the priests, and the way they show off is different from normal people. Normal people show off their military power, money or beautiful partners. The priests show off how much knowledge they have and how many ancient relics they have collected." Shenyan raised his eyebrows. "In other words, those priests on the Terra space station will show off to the Mechanicus on Mars?" "That's for sure. Otherwise they would not have been able to get to where they are today in the Mechanicus." Gilliman said helplessly, "Your words will bring me a lot of trouble. I can almost foresee that in the next month, I may be bombarded with communications by the Forge General on Mars every day, then refuse." "You are the regent. Be tough, Robert." Gilliman rolled his eyes. "Have you ever seen a Primarch who was forced to have 5 bodyguards by his own offspring?" He pointed to his face. If you haven't seen it, you have seen it now. Yes, I have fallen to this point. How can I be tough? Shenyan laughed dumbly. At the edge of the dark Milky Way, two silver ships are docking. Their shields are fused with each other, as if they were born to be like this, and they are fused together seamlessly. The magic furnace core trembles slightly, and just like that, they begin to travel side by side in the universe at a common speed. Finally, see you again, Supreme Marshal Helbrecht, Steve said with a smile. This intimate attitude made Helbrecht seem as if he was hit by a power hammer. He looked shorter and his lips trembled when he shook hands. Sicarius, who was standing next to Steve, looked at Helbrecht with a strange look. Well, let's get to the point quickly. Sicarius, where is your Eldar lady? She is not my Eldar lady, sir. She is one of our partners, Sicarius said awkwardly. As for where she is now, she said she was afraid of you and refused to come out of my room. Steve frowned. Just when everyone thought he would ask Lyris why she was afraid, he asked a seemingly irrelevant question. Why is she in your room, Sicarius? Sicarius was shocked. The eyes of everyone present gradually became weird. In the end, it was Steve who broke the deadlock. He laughed. Are you afraid of me? Well, since she doesn't want to see me, it's okay. A voice that was almost like a scream interrupted Steve. It was Helbrecht's voice. How can you do this, sir? He hurriedly shouted. How can you let an Eldar be so arrogant under your nose? Angered, the Emperor's champion, who had just returned to the team, replied suddenly, yes, Chapter Master, what's your order? Take someone to take that shameless Eldar out of the room of Second Captain Cato Sicarius. Yes, sir. When the above conversation took place, Helbrecht kept staring at Sicarius. It was Steve who spoke up to save the situation. He sighed. Don't be like this, Supreme Marshal. After all, she is a partner of the Ultramarines. For political considerations, we still have to give her the most basic respect. Let's do this, since she doesn't want to come out to see me. He laughed. Then I'll go see her. After saying that, he motioned Sicarius to take him to his room. In this situation, the second captain, who had done nothing, felt his scalp tingling for no reason. I'll obey. I'll pay it back tomorrow. Chapter 765, Battle of Forge World Sigmarustari. If you want to test a man's character, give him the right. It's no longer known who said this old proverb, and the truth has been blown away by the wind along with the bones. Whenever someone recites this sentence, it's like the wind blowing through the empty ribs of dry bones, and this echo is the last thing they leave in the world. Steve raised his hand, motioning everyone else to stay outside the door and not to follow him in. Helbrecht asked as a matter of course, how can I let you stay alone with that vicious killer? She is an ally now, Supreme Marshal, Steve answered gently. Besides, do you think I don't have the ability to protect myself? He patted his arm half-jokingly, and Helbrecht only then realized that the gentleman in front of him who had always been gentle and polite was a Primarch. He lowered his head in embarrassment and stopped talking. Then, Sicarius, please open your door. Yes, sir. Sicarius opened his door as if he had accepted his fate, and Steve walked in and closed the door behind him. The room was pitch black, but it didn't apply to him. The darkness gently faded from under his feet. Steve's eyes penetrated the submissive darkness and stared at Lyris, who was shivering in the corner. I have no ill will towards you, lady. Your psychic power doesn't say that, she said with fear. Maybe, but I can't control it yet. Steve nodded without comment. He didn't let the array turn on the lights for the time being. He knew that the most important thing at the moment was to stabilize Lyris's emotions, as he was familiar with conversation skills. It was not advisable to stimulate rashly. However, a question began to circle in Steve's mind. What exactly is his power? Lyris Hesperax, one of the most dangerous Eldar in the entire galaxy. A warrior who seemed biased to describe her as experienced in hundreds of battles. A killer who did not need any armor and could defeat Chaos Terminator in a one-on-one match with just a pair of daggers, and this power could scare her into this state. Steve did not think that Lyris did not have a will that matched her record. This was impossible. Anyone who had experienced hundreds of battles must have a will of steel. This was a law. The two complemented each other and were indispensable. He was silent for a while, then said, I am here to ask you about the information about Graka the Face-Terror. Miss Laris, you once said that your god gave you a revelation and you knew its location. So, where is it now? I can't describe it directly. It is a feeling. Your array can understand this feeling. The old captain's coordinates are extracted from my feeling. Your god gave you a feeling? Steve's expression became a little strange. Laris's voice became serious, and Nate's actions have their own intentions. His every word and deed has its own laws of the universe contained in it. I forgive your doubts, but don't make the same mistake again next time. When she said the second half of the sentence, she was obviously not confident enough and said it with a stiff upper lip. Steve shook his head and did not express any personal opinions on her beliefs. To him, the identity and character of the god were irrelevant. He didn't even care whether this entity really existed. As long as Laris was still a partner of mankind, he would not say anything about her beliefs. So, ma'am, can you share your feelings with the array again? He clapped his hands in a very small amplitude, and the slight sound rang out. The room was lit with soft lights, and the darkness was completely dispelled. Laris shrank in the corner, not daring to look at him. I was planning to do this, but you insisted on coming to the ship and disrupted my plan, she complained in a low voice. Steve didn't say anything, just turned around, opened the door, and walked out. He glanced at Sicarius, who was looking at the corridor with a righteous face, patted his shoulder, and shook his head meaningfully. The Octarus sector, a sector favored by demons, orcs and tyrannids. On the surface, the entire sector has long fallen, but in fact it is not the case. Humans are tenacious. They can always find a way to survive. Even in a terrible world completely covered by radiation, some humans can survive. Living is everyone's nature. Just like the boarding battle that took place on the Retribution-class battleship Faith-Beringer, it is responsible for guarding the Forge world Sigmar Astari. Considering the situation around the Forge world, this duty has become extremely difficult at the moment. However, the Imperial Navy is still faithfully performing their duties, until death. Terexus pulled the trigger, and red beams of light flew out from the muzzle one after another. His shooting skills are very superb, so the position he and his dead team are responsible for guarding is still under the control of the Navy. Sergeant Terexus, report your current situation to me. The situation is very bad, sir. Terexus spoke softly, almost drowned out by the roars of the orcs and the low whistling of his light gun. He has always been like this, so his superiors have long been accustomed to it. How bad is it, Sergeant? Can it be worse than the time you boarded and were knocked unconscious by your own grenade? Pretty much, sir. My squad is all dead except me, my bolter ammunition is all used up, and my power sword was on an orc's body and I didn't have time to pick it up. The only weapons I have left are an M35 lagun and a combat shotgun I picked up, but fortunately I have plenty of ammunition. He clearly and methodically recounted his current situation, while adjusting the lagun to the 3-round burst position and resting the butt against his shoulder. The soft recoil gave him good feedback, and the 3-round burst of the M35 killed another orc who tried to rush towards him from the narrow corridor. Understood, Sergeant. Hold your ground and stay alive. I will send support to your location as soon as possible. May the Emperor bless you. The communication was hung up with a beep, and the channel fell into silence again. Taxis knew exactly why his superior sent someone to rescue him. Don't make a mistake, he was just a small Imperial Navy petty officer, and he didn't have a distinguished background. The reason why his superior was so concerned about his position and safety was because the position he was responsible for was very important. Behind him was one of the 12 weapon depots on the Faith Messenger. If it was lost, the consequences would be disastrous. The orcs could achieve such terrible results with their tattered weapons. No one dared to imagine what they would look like when they charged with Imperial weapons. With their physique, these beasts might be able to hold a heavy shotgun in each hand, or simply charge with a heavy multi-barrel laser gun. Such destructive firepower would be deadly in the narrow corridors of the ship. Taxis carefully observed the other side of the dark corridor. There was silence there, and the orcs seemed to shrink back. He emerged from behind the cover, jumped out of the cover with the laser gun, and rolled to the side of a long-dead Navy soldier. Sorry, brother. He reached out and took a combat knife from his dead brother's belt, taking away the knife and sheath together, then the ammunition for the shotgun. The intense search for supplies lasted only a short minute and a half, and he had to go back to the back of the bunker and set up the gun again. The ground was shaking, and the metal floor was trembling. Dust danced wildly in the dim light above and the firelight in the corridor. The smell of blood rushed into Tauxis's nose. He took a deep breath and put the butt of the gun against his shoulder again. An orc wearing heavy armor rushed out, with a hideous helmet on his head. Behind him were more green-skinned bastards who were slightly shorter than it. Their iconic war roars once again reached Tauxis' ears. The corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably, and he cursed angrily. Damn beast. Heavy armor. Although the heavy armor on the beast was obviously assembled, and there was no attempt to hide the traces of welding. However, Tauxis knew that the appearance of the orc's weapons and armor was irrelevant. Light guns could not penetrate such things, and they had to be close. But could he really survive being approached by a heavily armored orc? There was no time to think. Tauxis pulled the trigger and accurately killed the orcs who were not wearing armor. The light gun could still play its due role when facing such flesh and blood. He moved the muzzle in an orderly manner and pulled the trigger. He forcibly created a death path in the 700-meter corridor. However, the heavily armored orc was already in front of him. It stepped on the blood and bones of its companions to come here and came to Tauxis. There was only one thing it had to do. Tauxis gritted his teeth, threw down the light gun, and took out the combat shotgun that had been placed behind the bunker. This action took him 2 seconds. In just 2 seconds, the orc had already rushed to him in the true sense. Tauxis could see its cruel eyes through the gap of its ridiculous helmet, smell its stench, and see the rust on its chainsaw axe. At this moment, his mind was blank. Only instinct drove him. Instinct drove him. Boom. The loud gunshot echoed in the corridor, and Tauxis fell to the ground, with a burning pain in his back. Without bothering to check, he immediately left the place and raised the muzzle to shoot repeatedly. The terrifying firepower of the combat shotgun hit the body of the heavily armored orc, turning its body into a mess of iron and meat. Panting, Tauxis didn't know whether to be thankful or thank the Emperor. He kissed the combat shotgun in his hand. This treasure is always more reliable than a light gun at close range. At the same time, a strange voice came from the headset built into the helmet. Sergeant Tauxis, we are the A7 armed team, moving towards your position. Please reply if you receive it. Received. Received. A7 armed team, this is Tauxis. I have received your message. Understood, Sergeant. We will be there soon. There is another 3K update. Chapter 766, Battle of Forge World Sigmar Astari. What happened to Sergeant Tauxis was just a small microcosm. Boarding is a cruel term in the Dark Galaxy. Many people love this method of attack, but they also know that if possible, boarding is always the second choice. Unfortunately, the orcs will not tell you about the second choice. For their simple minds, it is hard to say whether the word choice exists or not. Captain Nalaker needs medical support. I repeat, Captain Nalaker needs medical support. The young and promising Commodore Vencitoria, with blood all over his face, pulled an old man to the rear of the position and shouted in the communication channel. However, there was no response from the medical sisters in the channel, which meant two situations. First, those respectable ladies were killed by the orcs. Second, there was a problem with the communication transfer and they could not be contacted. Either way, it was not a good thing. Vencitoria gritted his teeth and pressed the captain's chest and abdomen, which were still bleeding, but the old man with white hair and beard shook his head weakly at him. Captain Nalaker was famous for fighting alongside his soldiers, which was one of the reasons why he was hit by a stray bullet. I have no chance of survival, Vencitoria. I'm afraid that bullet has destroyed my internal organs. In fact, I am not dead yet, which is already a blessing from the Emperor. Even though his voice was shaking with pain, Captain Nalaker still maintained his proper manners and grace. He stared at Vencitoria, tried to move his neck and nodded at him. I am a colonel, and you are a brigadier general. Therefore, after my death, you will take over the command of the Messenger of Faith and become her captain. Is there a problem? No problem, Captain. You are the captain now. He let out a last soft sigh and stopped moving. The long-renowned Captain Nalaker, who was regarded as a father by Vencitoria, died. However, Vencitoria had no time to grieve. He was not allowed to grieve. He was not qualified. Every minute and every second he wasted in grief was a waste of the precious opportunity that the soldiers had fought for, and a blasphemy against their fearless sacrifice. Vencitoria turned his head, and a chaotic scene broke out in front of him. The soldiers fired at the dark cabin randomly, and seemed to have completely lost their composure. He frowned, stopped a soldier who was transporting the wounded, and shouted at him amid the gunfire, "Who is your commander?" "The commander is dead, sir," the soldier also roared in response. "We are stationed in the hangar according to the command of the headquarters, and don't let those beasts approach." "Command?" Vencitoria was overjoyed. Since it was an order from the headquarters, it meant that at least part of the think tank formed by the captain and those senior officers were still alive, and they still had a chance to turn the tide of the battle. The Orcs' sudden boarding paralyzed most of the facilities on the Faith Messenger and divided it into many different small battlefields, but as long as the headquarters was still there was still hope. Vencitoria's idea was not groundless. He was very clear about the combat qualities and abilities of the soldiers on the Messenger of Faith. They might look panicked now, but that was only temporary. After all, no matter how good the soldiers were, they would be useless without the officers' mobilization. They had to cooperate with each other to win. No war was won entirely by soldiers or officers. How long ago did the command from the command center arrive at the hangar? 47 minutes ago, sir, the soldier was almost roaring. Someone had just thrown a few stun bombs, and the huge noise made everyone have to speak at the top of their voices. Vencitoria was almost sure that the medical sisters were not killed by the Orcs, but there was a problem with the communication. Otherwise, he would not have to work so hard to communicate with this soldier. The communication channel could solve this problem. Very good, very good. Hold the position, soldier. Vencitoria raised his hand and pointed to the old captain's body beside him. That is Captain Dalaker's body. Put him at the back of the position. His eyes flashed with a determined light. Find me another 15 people. I want a complete armed team. We have to open a way to the headquarters. At the same time, in the headquarters that Vencitoria had been thinking about, a woman was grabbing a pair of headphones and shouting. This woman with a heroic face yelled in a manner that was completely inconsistent with her appearance. She was simply roaring, "Lieutenant Elixon, I gave you 70 armed soldiers, and half an hour later, you told me that they only had 21 left, and you haven't even completed the task I assigned to you. You damn idiot. You are simply tarnishing your family name." A man's weak voice came from the headset. "I'm sorry, Captain Lilfu, but the route to the second engine has been completely occupied by the Orcs. 70 people can't pass through them and reach the second engine. You must shut your fucking mouth. Take your useless ass and roll back to the 4th hangar to support the people there. Useless trash. Are you ready to be a lieutenant for life?" The woman called Captain Lilfu threw the headset in her hand on the command desk in a rage, and then limped to the other side. She picked up another pair of headphones and started calling. "This is the headquarters. I repeat, this is the headquarters. Medical sisters, are you all right?" After a brief noise, a calm female voice answered her in the background of the screams. "This is Medical Sister Stacy. Who is calling?" "I am Captain Lilf. Sister Stacy, how are you?" "We have set up a long front with the church as our base." Sister Stacy's voice sounded very comfortable. She even comforted the patient who was undergoing surgery in between her words, and then continued to answer Lilf. "Many soldiers are fighting side by side with us. The 4 important corridors near the church have all been recaptured by us." Lilf breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, there were special military doctors in the Navy, and they didn't have to act with the messengers of faith. It was Captain Dalaker who allowed them to board the ship against all odds. No one knew what he was thinking, but this decision that was not understood had a far-reaching impact and gave Lilf a shot of adrenaline at the moment. "The Emperor, Sister Stacy, I really don't know how I can thank you." "Don't thank me, Captain. Thank the Emperor. Following his will, we boarded your ship." Sister Stacy's voice was still very calm. "So, tell me, what do you need us to do for you?" "It's like this, Sister. There is a communication relay station 700 meters near your church. It is connected to the communication network at the stern part, and it is now paralyzed. We must restore it to work." "I understand," Sister Stacy replied calmly. Her tone once made Lilfu feel that she was talking to the Battle Sisters. Obviously, she is one of those people who don't know much about the medical sisters, or have misunderstandings. Many people think that the medical sisters are powerless and are just simple doctors. They don't know how strong the will of these sisters who are used to blood and death but still hold on to kindness is. They are indeed the most gentle among the nuns, and can even give effective medical advice to the soldiers in terms of psychological counseling. But this does not mean that they cannot defend the Empire and crush heretics or aliens. Sister Stacy, who was far away at the church front, put down the scalpel in her hand, applied ointment to the wound of the poor soldier whose leg was cut off, and wrapped his wound with a quick but gentle movement. Then, she left the anesthetized soldier, walked out of the church door, and found the temporary commander of the soldiers. "Lieutenant, I just received a message from Captain Lilfu from the command center. She hopes that we can repair the communication relay station near the church." The lieutenant, who kept talking to the headset, gave her a gesture and an apologetic look, hoping that she would wait for him. After he used dirty words for the fourth time, he finally put down the headset in his hand. "I'm sorry, sister, these idiots didn't even know to support Sergeant Derexis. I have to mobilize people to help him." "By the Emperor, he and his team are in charge of the weapons depot." The lieutenant shook his head. "You just said that Captain Lilf wants us to repair the communication relay station, right?" "I understand." He raised his hand and picked up the headset, intending to find a team to carry out this mission, but Sister Stacy raised her hand to stop him. "I want to participate, Lieutenant." "What?" The lieutenant's expression showed that he might suspect that there was something wrong with his ears, but Sister Stacy quickly gave a different medical advice, which dispelled his doubts about the function of his ears. "I said, I want to participate in this mission, Lieutenant." "Are you sure?" the lieutenant asked cautiously. "You are a medical sister. If you stay in the church just like your other sisters, you will undoubtedly be able to exert greater power." "I can't stand it anymore." Sister Stacy's expression gradually became fanatical, and her hand pressed on the revolver at her waist. This was their only weapon, seemingly insignificant, but it could kill an orc with one shot. She said word by word, "I can't stand the Emperor's loyal soldiers being sent to our operating room by these damned beasts, wailing and in pain. They must pay the price for this. I want to kill them with my own hands." The lieutenant took a step back without leaving a trace, and the beautiful face of the nun had been distorted to an indescribable state. Obviously, she was the kind of person who was particularly fanatical in her beliefs. So he decided to compromise, for many reasons, but the main reason was not because of the nun's fanaticism. It was because of some things that happened to Sister Stacy, some legendary stories that were circulated. This nun could have been promoted a long time ago, but she always refused it. Not only that, she had made great achievements in some battles as a medical nun, and whenever someone asked, she would say that this was the will of the Emperor. The lieutenant nodded at her. "I understand, sister." Just like that, everything went smoothly. War was everywhere, and war was eternal. It is no wonder that Khorne has become the most powerful evil god. Slaanesh seeks pleasure, Nurgle seeks only corruption, and the things Khorne loves are everywhere in the galaxy. Death, blood, war, synonymous with Khorne. People have no qualifications and rights to get rid of it and him, at least not yet. The Faith Messenger floating in the orbit of the Forge world Sigmarustari is still fighting for the paralyzed communication network, but Sigmarustari itself has long been caught in a deeper war. Until now, this news is still only known to a few people. Chapter 767, Battle of Forge World. Sigmarustari. Crushing over the stardust, the two ships roared silently in the vacuum. They had a streamlined appearance and beautiful silver color that did not match the Imperial ships, nor did they have a strong Gothic style. However, the Imperial Skyhawk was shining at the front of the ship. Steve breathed steadily, again and again. He did not change his breathing pattern because of the upcoming battle. After so many battles, There was one thing he had already memorized. Those who do not keep calm are not qualified to win in the war, my lord. Sicarius lowered his head respectfully. The array report. We have entered the edge of the Octarius star zone. Steve nodded and suddenly asked a seemingly irrelevant question. How do you feel, Sicarius? What, my lord? Sicarius looked up blankly, as if he did not hear what he asked clearly. The second captain thought there was something wrong with his ears, but Steve's next words told him, no, your ears are fine. I say, how do you feel? Steve looked at him patiently. The battle is imminent. Do you have any special feelings? This, my lord, I don't feel anything. Sicarius decided to tell the truth. He had never lied to Steve. A long time ago, I no longer had any expectations or disgust for the upcoming battle. To me, it is more like a part of the law of nature, as natural as eating or breathing. It is my instinct, our instinct. You are so broken. Steve looked at him with pity, and that look suddenly made Sicarius feel a lump in his throat. He had long lost the right and ability to cry, but the psychic power was sharing Steve's pity with him without reservation. My lord, Sicarius said in a trembling voice. Your power. Oh, Steve quickly closed his eyes, not letting his emotions affect Sicarius anymore. He closed his eyes and said apologetically, sorry, Sicarius, I still can't get familiar with it. This psychic attribute that awakened later is really difficult for me to control. It's not your fault. You are just taking responsibility. Sicarius pursed his lips, and they fell into an awkward silence. Fortunately, the array was rescued in time. A boarding battle is detected ahead. A Retribution-class battleship is being boarded by 2 orc ships. The situation is critical. Its electronic synthesized sound without any emotion sounds quite solemn and murderous. It may be a lucky coincidence. Steve narrowed his eyes slightly and stood up from his seat. The atmosphere in the room changed silently. A second ago, they were still having a harmonious conversation, but now, there was only pure coldness and ruthlessness in the cockpit. Sicarius raised his head and found that Steve's eyes were emitting a golden glow. Beautiful, but icy and piercing, even making him feel a little chilly. Change the target priority. Set the help of this Retribution-class battleship as the first priority target. Preheat the gun ports, and prepare for salvo fire. Inform the crews of the 2 ships to be ready, and send Frank to go to the Retribution-class battleship to help them. Steve issued the order in an orderly manner, and the array was faithfully executed one by one. Sicarius silently changed the way of breathing, becoming more and more long. The war was about to begin, and he had long been accustomed to it. My lord, your helmet. Bonavia handed Frank's helmet to him with her mechanical hand, but the latter did not take it immediately, but was busy putting various throwing weapons on his belt. He had already stuffed 4 powerful flash bombs, 4 stun grenades and 4 destructive storm grenades on his belt, but he was still not satisfied. Looking at the posture, if possible, he would like to move the entire arsenal away. Bonavia had to repeat it again. My lord, your helmet. Come and help me put it on. Frank finally responded to her, but in a very impatient tone. Having said that, he still stopped his movements temporarily and bent down. Although Bonavia was very tall, it would be unfortunate if he didn't have some special skills to put on a helmet for him. The female judge's mechanical hand broke from the elbow, exposing the complex mechanical structure inside. Then, it suddenly stretched a section. Just like that, Bonavia put on his helmet with one hand, and also adjusted the position intimately so that the buckle of the power armor could fit the helmet more closely. How do you feel, sir? The heavy breathing sounded after being magnified and distorted by the beard grill. The scarlet eyepiece reflected Bonavia's own face. She heard Frank say in a creepy voice after being changed, very good. Well, I wish you good luck. Don't wish me good luck, Bonavia. Wish me bad luck. What? Wish me bad luck, Bonavia. Frank repeated. Good luck is not a good thing for me, but misfortune can make me encounter more enemies. He walked past the silent female inquisitor and quickly left the armory. He was carrying an Astartes model assault shotgun. This rugged-looking treasure was fed by a magazine. Each magazine had 17 rounds, and could fire fully automatically. It could use a series of special ammunition from armor-piercing bullets to special slugs. It was designed specifically for Astartes and was very suitable for use in boarding battles. Personally, Frank preferred to use the right weapon according to the situation, rather than being a diehard who had to take a rifle for every occasion. However, he was also a believer in the doctrine of firepower supremacy. Therefore, he did not only carry a gun. In addition to the combat shotgun, he had a bolter from the Terra space station, a short-type assault model fully automatic bolter, and a plasma pistol on his belt. In order to facilitate these guns, he did not even bring a chainsword, and his only melee weapon was the combat dagger. He brought 3 magazines for each gun, and these magazines were full on his belt and weapon belt, not to mention the throwing weapons that collided with each other when he walked. When he arrived at the hangar and prepared to be transported, Steve, who had been waiting for him for a long time, twitched his eyes obviously. "Frank, do you really need so many weapons and ammunition? If possible, I want to carry a multi-barreled hot melt gun or a plasma cannon to participate in this boarding battle," Frank answered expressionlessly, and for a moment it was hard to tell whether he was joking or sincere. Steve sighed, "Well, everyone has their own habits, so I won't say much." "Be careful, Frank." "I will, Captain." Steve nodded to him, and the voice of the array sounded above their heads. "There are 5 seconds left before the transmission, please be ready." 5 seconds later, accompanied by a blue light, Frank disappeared without a trace. At the same time, on the Faith Messenger, Sister Stacy jumped over an orc's corpse with agility, and the injection needle on her left arm armor glittered. Without any hesitation, she ran directly to a soldier who was hit in the shoulder by the orcs and half of his body was blown away. The nun dragged him to the back of the bunker, and the latter kept wailing. He might want to control, but human instincts did not allow him to control. Such a serious injury caused his blood to spill all over the ground, and the nun's white light armor was also everywhere. But she obviously did not care about this. She just gently held the soldier's face and silently replaced the anesthetic liquid in the injection needle on the left arm armor with sleep, a potion used to relieve the pain of soldiers who were seriously injured and could not be treated in time. "Hush, hush, soldier, look at me." She looked into his eyes gently, without any hesitation, and did not escape. "Look at me, okay? The pain will soon end. The Emperor is calling you. Can you hear it? You will soon return to the Golden Throne, so don't panic. I will be with you." The soldier's frightened eyes suddenly filled with tears, and he uttered a few broken words. The nun listened carefully, and then injected sleep into his carotid artery. "The Emperor bless you, soldier," she said the last words and gently put the soldier down. Then, her face suddenly changed. Sister Stacy, with a ferocious expression that was almost terrifying, pulled out the revolver at her waist. This was the only weapon they were allowed to carry, and because of this, it was extremely powerful. This gun was actually a mortal caliber bolter that could fire 6 rounds of explosive bullets. "You hateful heretics, shameless fallen aliens, unfortunate people who have not seen his glory." Roaring, Sister Stacy held a revolver with her steady hands that had saved countless people, and aimed at an orc with a stupid smile on his face in the distance. Bang! A huge sound rang out in the corridor, and the orc's head was completely blown away. The poor little brain was turned into a puddle of paste by the bullet. The orc fell to the ground with his mouth wide open, no longer moving. The sister's anger was not quelled. She fired repeatedly, killing 4 orcs with 6 bullets, even in a dark corridor. The sergeant who came with her to perform the mission could not help but look at the sister sideways after seeing this scene through the scope. He heard his soldiers muttering in the communication channel, "Emperor, she is more combat sister than a combat sister." That being said, seeing that the sisters had created such a result, their morale was also boosted. Morale is a very mysterious concept. Many commanders do not believe in its existence. Without exception, they are all academics. Those officers who have really fought on the battlefield all know the importance of morale, and now is the best time to counterattack. If you miss it, you will never have it again. Therefore, the sergeant planned to take a risky approach. The sergeant took a stun grenade from his belt, huddled behind a simple fortification, pulled out the safety, and threw it high with his arm. At the same time, he suddenly poked his head out from behind the bunker, with his lagun against his shoulder, aiming at a small dot above. When it was about to fall into the orc's defense line, he pulled the trigger. The low and hoarse sound of the lagun passed by, and almost no one paid attention. The sergeant's face showed a smile. The stun grenade was exploded, and strong flashes and violent noises broke out among the orcs. They immediately became dizzy and fired randomly, accidentally injuring their own people. Some of the particularly stupid ones even stumbled out of their positions. "Undisciplined scum," the sergeant sneered and cursed, then raised his right hand, and these idiots were immediately killed one by the soldiers of the armed team with laguns. "It's time to counterattack, soldiers," the sergeant roared and stood up from behind the bunker, leading the charge first. He did not hesitate, holding the gun in a standard tactical posture and running forward, while firing continuously to provide himself with a little insignificant cover. There was no fear in his heart, only excitement about the progress of the mission and hatred for the green beasts. He roared the name of the Emperor, and the other members of the armed team followed him and rushed into the darkness without hesitation. Only the nun did not follow immediately. She stayed where she was, silently memorizing the faces and names of all the dead. War has its own price. There is another chapter of 6K, which is being coded. Chapter 768, Battle of Forge World Sigmarustari. Heavy footsteps sounded in the corridor, followed by a gunshot. An orc who was ambushing at the corner of the corridor was hit by the wall and half of his body. He fell to the ground, wailing. But the owner of the footsteps did not intend to finish him off. He just walked past him coldly and cast a contemptuous look. Frank did not intend to sneak. As we all know, there are two ways to sneak. The first is to sneak in the true sense, and no one can find your trace. He prefers the second. There is a small group of orcs on the left side of 200 meters ahead. Please be prepared. The array gently reminded him in the built-in communication channel. Frank was unmoved on the surface, but silently quickened his pace. He took his position silently and carefully observed them through the magnification function of the eyepiece. This group of orcs seemed to come from a common clan. They all had two crossed red paints on their right shoulders. The array began to search for relevant existence information in the database, but found nothing. A small clan or everyone who encountered them died, so there was no record. Frank didn't know, but he had already taken out the short automatic bolt gun for charging. He adjusted it to the 3-shot mode, and then took a flashbang from his belt. 2 seconds later, violent flashes exploded among the orcs. Only a few orcs wearing goggles that they didn't know where they came from survived, and most of the orcs immediately covered their eyes in pain and roared. However, in this situation, the louder you make, the faster you will die. The pattern array automatically took over the control of the lights in this area, and the surroundings suddenly fell into darkness. Even the emergency lights were turned off. Frank's vision was completely unobstructed at this moment. He showed a kind of mean sneer. "Ha! American traditional night vision goggles." Bang, bang, bang. 3 dense and continuous gunshots broke out in the darkness. The upper body of an orc was beaten to pieces, and his internal organs and broken bones were splattered all over the ground. Then there was a continuous and dense gunshot. Without any hesitation, the storm of death immediately blew among them. "There are enemies," an orc shouted in a hoarse voice, and pulled the trigger at the ceiling. The metal fragments were knocked down by itself and fell all over itself. The guy shook his head angrily and roared, trying to find the mysterious attacker, but he didn't know that making a sound meant death. Just 1 second later, his heart and lungs were completely destroyed by 3 explosive bombs. Then, a stun grenade was thrown out from the darkness, and the orcs fell into deeper confusion. Even those wearing goggles could not resist the violent sound waves. Their eardrums were perforated and their heads were dizzy. But this was just the beginning. They couldn't find the enemy, which was the most fatal. But the enemy knew their existence clearly. Intensive gunfire continued to sound in the darkness, and every time it sounded, an orc died. In just 3 minutes, this not-so-small orc settlement was completely killed. The lights came on, and Frank stood in the middle of the scattered corpses, replaced the magazine of the grenade launcher, and put it back on the belt. "Wenzen, report the main analysis results to me," Received. Please wait. This ship is called the Messenger of Faith, a Retribution-class battleship. It is equipped with void shields and powerful weapon turrets on both sides, which can completely destroy the enemy before it can get close to the range of counterattack. I didn't ask you that. Tell me, how many orcs are there on this ship, and where are they? Wenzin was silent for 2 seconds before answering. It is impossible to get detailed data. The distance between the ships is not enough to make a detailed analysis. The specific number should be around 20,000, and they are evenly distributed at the stern and on both sides. It seems that you are not as useful as I thought. Frank even began to mock Wenzin, and his scarlet eyepieces flashed in the dark. He ran through the long corridor and began to ask Wenzin why the Empire's ships like to design such long corridors inside, and they are all in Gothic style. The array did not answer, as if it had been disconnected. Considering the low probability of this happening, Frank felt that the array was probably taking revenge on him. He snorted, "You annoying machine. Here is my plan, Supreme Marshal Helbrecht," Steve said to the light screen. "Our ships are equipped with powerful firepower, so we don't need to board them. We need to approach them quickly and destroy them with a salvo, which will prevent the orcs who have boarded the Messenger of Faith from receiving any support. But this is not the focus of this battle. As you can see, there is an entire forging planet below the orbit where the Messenger of Faith is parked." Helbrecht listened carefully with a serious expression. "This forge world is called Sigma Astari. We don't know why the orcs want to attack it, but we must not let them succeed. The Octarius sector has been ravaged by war, but it is on the edge of the Empire. We must keep this forge world, so that we can at least fight a lot easier in the future." Steve spoke his plan fluently and straightforwardly, without any long speeches or twists and turns, but with simple sentences and determination. Helbrecht obviously felt it too. "I understand, sir. Our ship will be responsible for the orc ship on the right side of the Faith Messenger. With the Emperor's sacred weapons, we will completely vent his wrath on these hateful barbaric creatures." He gave the Sky Eagle salute and then closed the communication. Steve let out a barely perceptible sigh. He still hadn't adapted to Helbrecht's fanaticism. Fighting with him was like traveling through time back to the Middle Ages to participate in the Crusades. "Wenzin, has that orc ship entered our range? It will take another 3 minutes." Wenzin answered mechanically. "Very good. What about the preheating work?" "It has been completed. We can complete more than 4 rounds of salvos at any time. Go at full speed, get close to that damn ship, and then fire the cannon." Steve stared at the table thoughtfully and said. Wenzin faithfully executed his orders. The ship roared silently in the vacuum. The magic furnace engine at the rear end burst out with unimaginable thrust. It rushed frantically until the orc's ship entered the range. The gun holes on the port side opened, and densely packed cannons of more than 200 began to light up dangerous red lights. These magic cannons, automatically controlled by Wenzin, had dangerous firepower. After a short preheating and an inaudible low hum, they opened fire. The deep red beams that were too dense to be accurately described pierced the vacuum, and the intense high temperature melted the orcs' energy shields in an instant. Although their crudely made shields can be compared with void shields to a certain extent, one of the advantages of war is that you can always use high technology to bully cold weapons. The array technology is no match for the orcs at this stage, and they have no power to fight back. Steve's face was reflected with red light, and the portholes in the cabin were completely dyed red by the red light. 30 seconds passed, and the volley was still not over. He watched the scene outside the porthole coldly and ruthlessly. The high temperature melted the orc energy shield, and then the outer armor of the orc ship. A series of chain reactions occurred. The ship was almost broken in two, and its bridge exploded. The weapons, ammunition and various explosives piled in the bridge by the orcs began to explode continuously. One after another, the fire broke out on its broken hull, and the totem decorations hung on the outer layer and the rough red pigments were all turned into ashes in the explosion. "Keep firing," Steve said. "Its defense is pretty good. One salvo didn't completely destroy it, so let's do another one. This time, increase the output." The lights in the cab began to flicker, and most of the energy was mobilized to the artillery. They chirped excitedly, and the temperature on the left side of the ship had risen to a point where humans could not enter. Even the array could not control the soaring temperature. Their barrels became scalding hot, and the 1,000 energy-gathering arrays engraved inside began to continue to operate and overload. They began to connect with each other, and the magic resonated, and the violent firepower erupted again. This time, the huge red beams that merged together completely smashed the orc ship into powder. No orcs survived, and they didn't even have any cells left. The pure high temperature is a fatal blow to any organism, and no creature can survive such an attack. Well done. Steve finally smiled. Keep going. Let's go above the orbit of the Forge world. Scan its surface and report to me. I allow you to use some firepower to clean the surface and support those on the ground. He stood up, and the lights in the cockpit returned to normal. Sicarius hurriedly approached from outside the door, with astonishment and excitement on his face. My lord, yes, what you just saw is the normal firepower of this ship. How does it feel? It feels great, my lord. Steve smiled and nodded at him. We can give it a name after the war. Sicarius, think of a better name. This task is left to you. Let Lyris continue to communicate with the pattern array. I want to make sure that the movement of the face steerer is always under our control. Take your equipment and notify Pedro to get ready. We are going to airdrop into the ground. The smile completely disappeared after this sentence, leaving only calmness. Steve raised his right hand and pulled out a two-handed sword burning with golden flames from the void. He stared at the blade thoughtfully, narrowed his eyes and said, "Let the war begin." This chapter is 3K. I will post it separately, and the remaining one is half written. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 769, Battle of Forge World. Signrustari. When the red beams of light fell from the sky, Forging General Burles was shaking with excitement. His 7-meter-tall mechanical body burst out with amazing energy because of the trembling, and the 8 hot melt cannons installed on his shoulders fired continuously, and under the control of the CNC core, a large iron can of death of an orc was directly vaporized. Most of it, this despicable creation made of broken metal and without any mechanical beauty, fell to the ground with a bang, and the wreckage crushed a group of orcs to death. Oh, Messiah! Burles's specially made voice generator allowed his voice to resound across most of the battlefield. The casting general raised his 6 mechanical arms and roared, "Charge, my brave Scuderii! Charge!" He did not use communication or binary language, but roared like a berserker on the battlefield. In noble High Gothic, Messiah's creation has arrived in orbit and has revealed a revelation to me. Charge, warriors, charge! Kill these ignorant, uncivilized primitive creatures. No one knew how he got the news, but the red beams that kept falling would not lie. They had devastating firepower that the orcs could not resist at all. Every time these beams landed, countless orcs died. The cowards among them were so scared that they could only shiver in the trenches or under the ashes of their companions. Many powerful orcs tried to resist. They drove their armed walking meshes to try to push back the Scuderii and the Mechanicus, the Gogokran, the Megokran, or the giant death cannons that were more than 10 meters high began to counterattack, but before they could aim at the titans of the Mechanicus, they were immediately destroyed by the beam. The melted ashes floated in the air full of the smell of gunpowder, and also floated into the nose of Ismara-1 Gamma. She had not yet transformed her face, so she suffered at this time. The cyborg coughed repeatedly, but still did not put down the work in his hands. The electromagnetic cannon at the front of a long mechanical arm extending from the back fired repeatedly, beating several orcs who tried to approach the position into a body with only legs left. "You should be more harsh on your organic part." Greater than a voice sounded in their communication channel. Ismara-1 Gamma did not answer immediately, but just snorted in annoyance. "I will not respond to your words. You are just challenging my patience with you." Greater than the speaker sneered, "I added a mind joint socket and neural enhancements to myself, which is why I have killed far more orcs than you, Ismara-1 Gamma. You are unworthy of the Forge General's optimism. Greater than shut up, you idiot obsessed with self-transformation. You don't know that transformation should be gradual rather than completely abandoning the body. Greater than no, you don't understand the necessity of self-transformation. Machines are far superior to our bodies. In order to get closer to Messiah, we should completely abandon this weak flesh and blood. Greater than the speaker became excited. I despise you, you idiot who has a mountain of gold but doesn't use it. Greater than whatever you say, idiot, Isma'ara muttered to herself, pushing away a loyal servant guard who was blocking her way, and the electromagnetic cannon fired again, and a huge orc at his head smashed as soon as he emerged from the trench. The loyal servant guard who was eager to fight didn't even look at Isma'ara, and immediately ran forward to seek more battles. They have always been like this. Don't let the name of the faithful guards fool you. They are actually technical priests who are too obsessed with fighting. These people like to shoot at the enemy, so they are assigned to the combat division, equipped with a full set of long-range weapon fire control systems with amazing firepower and close combat weapons that are enough to repel most enemies. They are sometimes also called siege engineers, and from this name, their strength is obvious. But Isma'ara doesn't like them. She has always disliked those who are too fanatical about something. She believes that the eyes of the Messiah are cold because he wants to teach everyone to look at everything with a calm and rational eye. The Forge General did not comment on her point of view, but the other priests on the Sigma Forge world had a lot of disagreements with her. But it doesn't matter, she doesn't like others anyway. In addition to the Forge General, Burles is a respectable teacher. He has a kind personality, except when fighting. Like now, his roar resounded throughout the battlefield again, and the huge body that was 7 meters high and continuously transformed for hundreds of years made a violent roar. The reserved pores burst out high-temperature steam, giving him a powerful propulsion ability. Forging General Burles advanced fearlessly. The powerful weapons installed on him kept firing, and his raised iron feet made many orcs hiding in the trenches be trampled into meat paste. That's right, Burles never evades any battle. He always takes the lead and always stands in front of everyone. This is true even if they have dispatched powerful tanks such as Kurios and Hongwang Explorer, as well as 8 Plunderer Titans. Burles will never miss any opportunity to kill the enemy of Messiah with his own hands. Forward, my fearless and brave Scuderii, forward. Spread the glory of Messiah to these ignorant orcs. Let them feel what the doctrine of firepower advantage is. Burles laughed wildly and told a cold joke in a synthesized voice, and many priests also smiled. The artillery fire swept across the sky frantically, and the orcs had begun to collapse. Their simple intelligence could not understand why such a destructive force would fall from the sky. They only knew that their boss was dead, their boss's boss was also dead, and the giant mechas were all smashed into powder. So why didn't they run away? They drove their shabby cars or simply ran on their own 2 legs, but they never thought that a group of people had already ambushed them behind them. 3,000 meters away from the enemy, the Crimson Fist's reconnaissance captain calmly reported what he saw and heard in the communication channel. I saw several orc bosses, and a bastard taller than them. I am sure I can smash its head. Can I shoot? Chapter Master? Pedro's voice sounded sternly. Negative, let them come. You can only have the right to fire freely when you are 1,000 meters away from the enemy. Understand? You all heard it. Brothers, adjust the sniper scope and be ready to fire at 2,100 meters away from the enemy, 1,700 meters away from the enemy, and 1,100 meters away from the enemy. The reconnaissance captain roared, and the M40/A1 sniper rifle in his hand first emitted a dull echo, followed by 99 identical gunshots. This sniper rifle specially made for the Astartes has incredible accuracy and firepower, and can even directly hit the heads of orcs at a distance of 1,000 meters. Pedro showed a grim smile on his face, and the long-prepared array immediately began to ask, "Do you want to teleport immediately, Captain Pedro?" "Of course, Array." He pulled out his bolter, and the Fist of Dorn was ready to go. "Get ready, my brothers." He looked around, and the Crimson Fists who had been ambushing in the ruins after the orcs' rampage stared at their captain in silence, while Pedro just uttered a cold word, "Attack." As the voice fell, a light blue beam of light fell from the sky, bringing them to the center of the fleeing orc line. This was a dangerous move. Even the Astartes would be likely to lose their balance due to the collision of the orcs, and the subsequent trampling might make them unable to get up and endanger their lives. However, this was based on the fact that they did not have the technological support from the array. Activate the repulsive field. The outermost company immediately activated it and squatted at the same time, allowing the brothers behind them to shoot freely. The repulsive field directly bounced away the orcs who were rushing or running away. Their heads were still dizzy, and they didn't understand where these cans came from. This painful thinking did not last too long, because the explosive bombs, plasma and melty guns put an end to everything. Pedro pulled the trigger, and an explosive bomb accurately hit the exposed engine of an armored vehicle assembled by the orcs. It exploded immediately and turned into a burning fireball. The orcs on it screamed and were blown into the sky. Their limbs were cruelly separated, and blood was spilled in the air. "Keep firing, reconnaissance company," he shouted in the voice channel. "I give you the right to use new ammunition. Don't let any orc leave here alive. If it doesn't work, activate the emergency measures and let the array launch the orbital beam." "Don't worry, Captain, the array won't have this opportunity." The captain of the reconnaissance company smiled under his helmet. He was originally lying on the ground, but now he changed his posture and stood up directly. At the same time, the magazine was silently replaced with new composite magic ammunition. The magic circle engraved inside the magazine emitted an inaudible low hum, and the bullet was fired, flew out of the barrel, and hit an orc's head. Death came as expected, but it was not the end. The bullet exploded while spinning, and the magic circle engraved inside the bullet head exploded again. The low-temperature cold air dissipated in the air and actually directly formed a several-meter-long ice wall, freezing all the other green-skinned beasts next to the dead orc. The company commander put down his gun and sighed with satisfaction. "Fire, brothers. Let death fall on their heads." "Okay, this is my first attempt to write this kind of scene. If you think there are any shortcomings, please give suggestions." Chapter 770, Battle of Forge World Sigmar Astari. A bullet shot from the darkness pierced an orc's head, turning its brain into a pool of mushy flesh. The bullet's force was still there, and I don't know if it was a coincidence. It carried the blood of the previous orc into the back of the next orc's head, and then came out from the lower jaw. The poor guy's entire head and face were beaten to pieces, and his lower jaw flew to the other end of the corridor. Blood and flesh instantly covered every corner of the dark corridor. But this was far from the end. A gun was thrown out from the darkness, and with great force, it almost smashed into the flat nose of the last orc. The only remaining orc roared loudly because of the severe pain before he could recover from the attack. Hitting the nose is always effective. With the accumulation of nerves, excessive pain will cause great pain to any creature with a sense of smell. A black shadow ran over, grabbed the bolt gun embedded in its face with his left hand, and pulled it out. He kicked the orc to the ground, and then began to beat its face with the butt of the gun until its head completely turned into a pumpkin thrown from the second floor. Frank raised his hand and looked at the submachine gun. After the bullets were completely used up, it did not live up to the mission it was designed for. The heavy feel of the bolter is very suitable for being used as a blunt weapon, but now, it is almost time for it to die. The metal buttstock was twisted beyond recognition, the barrel was bent, and the sight on the rail disappeared without a trace. Frank threw it into the bodies of the orcs. The bolter fell squarely in the middle of the three bodies, making a cold and hard sound on the metal black ground covered with blood, with a dull echo, as if the machine spirit was chuckling with satisfaction. It is recommended to hide immediately. There is an orc patrol coming 700 meters ahead. The mechanical voice of the pattern array reminded him, but Frank was too lazy to pay attention. He counted his ammunition reserves, and as expected, the result was not good. The plasma was completely used up, and the combat shotgun had one magazine left. The bolter from the Terra space station was in the best condition, with two left. The flashbangs and stun grenades had been used up at the beginning. He pondered for a while and decided to hide and use the combat knife to deal with this orc patrol. It was not difficult. The radar of the array showed that they had no heavy armor units, which would be much easier to deal with. The leader of the last orc patrol wore a shoddy armor, and the chest armor was made of the front plate of the Terminator. Conventional firepower could not cause any damage to this bastard, so he had to use up his last plasma magazine. When the thing died, it kept staring at him and yelled that it wanted another fight. Frank sneered, "Another fight? I really want to kill you again." A dull glow flashed on the surface of the specially made fine power armor, and he entered the darkness completely. The magnetic boots were activated, and Frank silently walked up the wall to the ceiling with the help of the silent magic circle. He squatted on the ceiling and waited patiently in a way that completely violated any laws of physics. After more than 10 seconds, the ground began to tremble. The orcs had not arrived yet, but their noisy voices had already reached Frank's ears. "I heard gunshots over here." "You can hear everything," an orc muttered. "I was rummaging through the shrimps, and you insisted on saying you heard something and dragged us over." "I told you I heard gunshots over here. Why don't you believe it?" The orc who spoke first shouted impatiently. "If you think I delayed you from stealing things, go tell the boss of the destroyer, and see whether he will hit you or me." They ran closer and closer, and then at the same time, they all stopped running. The orc who spoke first took a breath. "What the hell? Second brother," it shouted rudely. "Who beat these bastards like this? My goodness, how did they die so miserably?" "You actually heard it right. Haha, it must be shrimp." The complaining orc laughed in surprise. "This shrimp must be very strong. If I kill him, I want his gun or boots." "You can't wear his boots. What are you going to do?" "None of your business. Can't I use them to drink soup?" "You are the one who talks too much, and sooner or later, Brother Mao will be pissed off by you." "I've already said it." It let out a rapid cry and ended its life. A combat dagger pierced its head completely from top to bottom, without a trace of mercy or hesitation, and the instigator even thoughtfully rotated it once. "There are enemies. Fire. Shoot him." In the dim corridor, the red light of the emergency light flickered, and the orcs fired at each other. They poured firepower with their exaggerated guns, and bullets shot everywhere in the corridor, and the muzzle flames and red light complemented each other. 10 seconds later, they stopped. "Did you hit that shrimp?" "I don't think so." There was another sound of metal scraping against flesh, and the orc stopped talking abruptly, and he would never be able to say the second half of his sentence again in his life. He fell to the ground, blood splattered, and the red light continued to flash. There was no one in front of the corpse. Fear began to spread among the remaining orcs. After a few seconds of silence, one of them roared, "Keep firing, you idiots! Kill him!" Gunfire flashed, red light swayed, and blood flew. Corpses were created one after another here, just like a slaughterhouse. Broken arms and limbs flew everywhere. The orc patrols could resist one or two at first, but in this situation where they could not see the enemy at all and their own people kept dying, their fighting spirit quickly collapsed. Without the leadership of the boss, the fighting spirit of the orcs was not worth mentioning. They would easily flee and fight among themselves. Sometimes they would even shoot their companions before killing the enemy. When everything stopped, Frank stood in the middle of the pile of corpses he had created, covered in blood, and shook his dagger. It made a slight hum, and the surface vibrated a little, shaking off the blood and flesh, revealing the bright blade again. With a swish, Frank sheathed it. The array once again reported the current situation on the Faith Messenger to him. "You are in the orc-controlled area. Please be prepared. You have slaughtered 271 orcs, and the orc leaders in this area will soon find out about this. According to speculation, it is very likely that it will send orcs to search for you. I couldn't ask for more. Send a message to Bonavia, asking her to get some guns from the armory and send them to me. I remember you have the function of fixed-point transmission." Received. Message sent. As soon as the voice fell, he disappeared into the darkness again. The killing continued. Advance. First Company. Received. First Company is advancing. Sergeant Teska squatted down calmly. Long-term training gave him an almost instinctive illusion about war. He usually showed a kind of anxiety, and only on the battlefield would he be so quiet and calm. The priests in the regiment had talked to him about this many times, but Teska always believed that there was nothing wrong with him. He just wanted to kill the enemies of mankind too much, that's all. And now, this desire to kill is being satisfied. The standard tactical posture gave him good feedback. Crouching in the trenches dug by the orcs, he was able to avoid their artillery fire. The first company of the Crimson Fist was gathering and advancing quickly. 100 people were nothing in the entire battlefield, but they were as tarts, and they could do things that ordinary people could not do. This was also the meaning of their existence. Eska, there is an orc bunker built on the hillside 1,700 meters ahead of you. A squad of machine gunners and grenadiers inside has caused great trouble to the Adeptus Mechanicus' Scuderiae. I want you and your tactical team to knock down this bunker. Received the order. Understood, Captain. Please give me 20 minutes. Received. You have 20 minutes to complete your mission. Good luck. Eska raised his hand and switched the communication channel to the squad. This is A1. You have all heard the mission. Sniper, provide us with fire cover. We have to climb over the orc trenches and reach the bottom of the bunker within 5 minutes. Received. This is A7. I will seize the commanding heights and clear the remaining orcs in the trenches for you. Please feel free to advance. For the Emperor and Dorn. For the Emperor and Dorn. After the short communication ended, Eska's tactical team quickly jumped out of the trench. The grenade launchers fired continuously, and some orcs who were still resisting were immediately smashed in the head by the accurate short bursts of the grenade launchers. This familiar scene made the team members unable to help but smile with satisfaction. The meaning of revenge is here. Hatred coagulates in their veins and spreads through their hearts. Their whole bodies are coagulated with hatred. Hatred for the orcs. The Crimson Fists will not forget what happened in the world of Ryan. They will never forget. As time passes, Ryan will be rebuilt. The wounds suffered by the people there will heal, and the wounds suffered by the world will also heal. New buildings will rise from the ground, new crops will be planted, and new children will be born. Ryan, their home, it will return to its previous appearance, and will continue to sow and harvest with the cycle of seasons. However, some things have happened, and some people have passed away. Therefore, the Crimson Fists are always thirsting for revenge, and they are thirsting for the most violent and bloody revenge. They are also wounded, and they also need to be healed. The way to heal is the blood of orcs. Come closer to me, Eska said. Fuse shields, attract fire, and kill all the orcs you can see. His order was faithfully executed, and the team members did not even hesitate for more than a second. The long battle left them not only with scars, but also with complete trust in each other. They gathered together, and the force field shields merged with each other, providing a more powerful defense capability, which could temporarily ignore the flying bullets and make a short advance. For the orcs, this was simply a doomsday scene. They couldn't understand why the guns in their hands suddenly became useless when facing cans, and they were not even bothered to dodge. Eska moved forward steadily. He was a non-commissioned officer, so he was also a forward. At the front of the team, an orc popped out of the trench, with a blank look on his ugly and stupid face. Before it could say or do anything, Eska turned his arm around as if by instinct and pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, it died. He moved forward and fired under the effect of the shield. Their advancement was completely unstoppable. Before the energy ran out, if the orcs didn't resort to heavy firepower, they could just walk over the trenches and call out names one by one with their bolters. What a beautiful sight. A1. This is A7. There is a group of orcs ambushing 200 meters ahead of you. They have self-destructing squigs. I repeat, they have self-destructing squigs. Please enter the trenches immediately to avoid them. I will suppress them with firepower. Understood. A1 received. Eska made a gesture. He jumped into the trench dug by the orcs, and the team followed closely. The benefit of division of labor and cooperation is here. If the snipers don't seize the high ground, then those self-destructing squigs will probably cause them a lot of trouble. Although the shield is good, it is also limited. The trenches are full of corpses, some of the crusaders, some of the fighting servant, and even a mechanical priest. But most of them are orcs. The corpses are piled up on each other, scattered. The shells and blood stick together, spread on them, and sink into the mud. War is always like this. They walked through the trench quietly, keeping an eye out for orcs that might come out. This was necessary. Orcs looked stupid, but they were actually very cunning. especially in combat. Sure enough, an orc lying under the corpse pretending to be dead climbed up with a roar, and then more. They rushed towards the tactical team one after another. The combat brothers did not choose to open fire at the first time, although their reaction speed was actually enough to kill them the moment these things climbed up, but they didn't want to do that. A few minutes later, the battle was over. No brother fell, everyone was standing, even the armor was still clean. Eska put away the combat dagger and observed the results of the battle. There were more than a dozen orc corpses in the trench, and the internal organs were flying everywhere. It was the masterpiece of the assaulter. He was amazingly aggressive in close combat, and always loved to dismember the enemy with a chainsaw sword. This habit earned him a nickname that was not too good. They looked at each other, then walked to the end of the trench and began to wait patiently. A moment later, several low and rapid gunshots sounded in the communication channel, and a violent explosion was heard in front of them on the left. Eska stood up and saw a dazzling fire in front of him. The voices of the orcs crying for their parents came from there. A1, this is A7, you can continue to move forward, the danger has been eliminated. Received, thank you for your assistance. A7, I will buy you a cup of black coffee when you return. Understood, I look forward to it. Without further ado, the tactical team jumped out of the trench and continued their advance. The distance of 1,700 meters passed in a flash, and they soon reached the bottom of the hillside. This should have been a small batching factory in the past. Eska could more or less distinguish it from the pipes left on the ground. This group of orcs actually penetrated one of the ingredients factories of the Mechanicus right under their noses and built a bunker here. Eska narrowed his eyes and said, the threat level has been raised. Everyone, get ready and check the remaining ammunition and shield energy. Assaulter, get ready. We will cover you. He stepped aside and stood guard. The assaulter stepped forward and took out an explosive made by the array from his belt. He activated it, and a dull blue light emanated from the surface of the explosive. The assaulter raised his head, aimed slightly for a few seconds, and threw it onto the outer layer of the bunker. The orcs above his head knew nothing about this. They were still yelling and screaming without knowing whether to live or die. Rough and unpleasant gunshots continued to sound, and there was black smoke accompanying the shooting. Eska's tactical team came from the back of the bunker, and they didn't know about this. They still thought their companions were resisting. Outflanking tactics and information asymmetry are never outdated. The explosion sounded at the right time, and there was a vibration above, but this was just the beginning. The commando, who had long since left his original position, began to use his multi-barreled melta-gun to madly pour firepower on the broken bunker. 15 seconds later, the bunker completely disappeared, leaving only some broken traces to prove that it had once existed. The firepower of the melta-gun completely erased the orcs in the bunker. In fact, most of them should have been completely killed in the first wave of explosions. The commando's fire suppression behavior was just a guarantee. In fact, it was also a way to vent anger. No one in the tactical team had any objections to this. In dealing with the orcs, the Crimson Fists had a common view. A7, report to me, what is the situation in the bunker? No orcs survived. Well done, brothers. The sniper's voice with a smile sounded from the communication channel. I can see it clearly through the sniper scope. Good job. Received. Eska nodded and made a gesture, indicating that others should be on guard. He adjusted the communication channel again and switched it to the company channel. This is Eska. We have completed the mission. Repeat, we have completed the mission. The orc bunker has been cleared. Mission accomplished. Received. Sergeant Eska, take your team to guard the original location. Seize the high ground and suppress the firepower. The Adeptus Mechanicus is approaching you. Your mission has changed. There is a foundry not far away that is being attacked by the orcs, and there is a complete fusion core inside. Your new mission is to attack the foundry together with the Adeptus Mechanicus and take it back. Got it? Got it. Good luck, Sergeant Eska. Eska adjusted the communication channel again, but the sniper who had been waiting for a long time asked first, this is A7, do I need to move closer to you? Yes, A7, come quickly. We have a new mission. The others go up to seize the high ground and provide some fire cover for the Adeptus Mechanicus. There are still many orcs alive in this battlefield. These scum that can't be killed. Got it? I'm moving. And I'm moving closer to you. It didn't take the sniper long to move over, and then immediately join the battle. For a battle brother like him who loves shooting, there are not many opportunities to occupy the high ground and fire freely. Moreover, he is a Crimson Fist. There are not many warbands that hate orcs more than them. Compared with the ease and happiness of the Crimson Fists, the Adeptus Mechanicus has to struggle much more. Ismara 1 Gamma panted softly, and her lungs were burning with pain. Fortunately, the damn guy was not beside her, otherwise he would have started to mock her flesh and blood body that had not been modified much. Thinking of this, she snorted coldly. He knows nothing. A modification madman. A Skitarii ran past her. Ismara knew his structure. Under the black armor was a translucent artificial muscle, which was convenient to use and easy to observe. His entire body can be disassembled at will, so that it can be used to experiment with various technologies. His brain is the most essential part. The transformation and strengthening make his brain as accurate as a machine. That is why he was able to dodge the bullets of the orcs for a short time. In overload mode, this elite Skitarii rushed straight into the center of the orcs' position. He did not carry any weapons, or rather, he was a weapon. In just a few seconds, violent explosions rose in the orcs' position. The Skitarii completed his mission, and Ismara felt envious. He probably saw the god of all machines with his own eyes. Unfortunately, she was not qualified yet. The electromagnetic cannon whizzed past. This technology, which was considered taboo in the eyes of many priests, was now being used without scruples by Ismara. The electromagnetic fluid had overheated to a dangerous level, but she could not stop. The glory of All Messiah could not be obscured by the dirty blood of these orcs, and for this reason, she would not stop here. Bang! The pale blue energy ball fell to the feet of an orc with a dangerous whistle. Before it could rejoice, it found that the energy ball was expanding. The technology from the ancient past bloomed again here. The energy ball fired by the electromagnetic cannon began to expand violently until it engulfed the orc and turned its flesh and blood into powder. Ismara had no time to breathe. She fired and moved forward. She even had to divide her mind to give orders to the Skitarii. She had a squadron of Skitarii, and they were the guarantee of her mission. She had to go and recapture the 73rd Foundry, which was the largest in the area. If the orcs completely occupied it, the loss of weapons and equipment would be a small matter. Once any of them had a bad brain and caused the fusion core in the foundry to explode, then most of the people on the entire Western Front would probably die here. This was an unacceptable loss. A voice link that seemed slightly distorted against the background of the war entered her communication channel, and Ismara felt a scalp itch. Built-in communication is much safer and more convenient than external communication, but it also has its disadvantages. Once a new person enters, this situation will occur. This is Sergeant Teskia of the 1st Company of the Crimson Fists. Please reply if you receive it. Ah, it's the Astartes who came to support us as promised. Ismara's lips, which had not yet been transformed, curled slightly. Although she didn't know where these Astartes came from, they did bring the glory of the god of all machines. The red beams were still bombarding the orcs' positions on the main battlefield, creating opportunities for the Titan Legion to attack. Received. I am Father Ismara 1 Gamma. Excuse me, are you the Astartes who are here to support us? Yes, Father Ismara. You and your squadron can continue to move forward. We are covering you in the bunker 500 meters ahead. You don't have to worry about the orc scum here. They are completely dead. After you arrive, we will act with you. Thank you for your help. I will do it as soon as possible. Ismara stopped where she was. Several Skitarii received the order from her brain and immediately stepped forward to form a human wall to protect her inside. This is the advantage of not having too many modifications. On the battlefield, she can be very inconspicuous. Full speed forward, Skitarii. Stop after reaching the bunker 500 meters ahead, she said in her heart. The converter and a series of complex divine machines can ensure that her voice is heard by all the Skitarii in this squadron. The low-ranking Hespicin guards holding muskets swarmed up and rushed to the front of the entire squadron. They were the lowest-level Skitarii, only slightly better than the technical war slaves. Due to their innate emotional defects and acquired emotional suppression surgery, these clones often need a strong voice to lead them on the battlefield. Otherwise, these fearless warriors are likely to all meet the glory of the god of all machines in a collective charge. Isma'ara was that voice, but she is no longer. One order after another came from her. The Hespicins charged frantically, and behind them were the archer guards. These heavy firepower operators were finally able to play their due role. The orcs were beaten back step by step, and they couldn't understand why the gunshots on the bunkers were no longer heard. However, although they didn't understand this, they also knew that it was time to retreat. Without fire suppression, it was impossible for them to tear through the defense line formed by the Skitarii with just their flesh. If any orc dares to foolishly challenge the believers of the god of all machines with his own flesh, then the machine gun will tell him what the glory of steel is. The 500 meters of advancement passed in a flash. The squadron did not pay much and took all the positions here without the orcs losing their fire suppression points. The combat servants began to search the trenches to kill the orcs hiding in them, or to check for dangerous explosives. As for Isma'ara herself, she had already arrived under the bunker. "Hello, Father Isma'ara, I am Sergeant Eska," and Astardi nodded to her calmly. He was wearing a blue-themed Mk7 power armor, and made some subtle changes that Zbala could not understand. A red fist was shining on his right shoulder armor. "Hello, Sergeant Eska, can I ask which priest or technical sergeant modified your power armor?" Isma'ara's first words were in line with her identity. This petite technical priest stared at Eska with almost fanatical eyes. To be precise, he stared at his power armor. Eska knew the reason. The composite shield was installed under the chest armor. "Neither. The array was modified for me. We are all like this." "Array?" "Yes, in your words, it is a self-aware divine machine, not what you think, Father Isma'ara. You can cancel the preheating of the electromagnetic cannon. It is not a hate intelligence." Isma'ara calmly cancelled the preheating of the electromagnetic cannon and asked, "You seem to know a lot about hate intelligence. When I first learned about the existence of the array, my performance was not much different from yours. So after doing some homework, I can assure you that the array is not those hate intelligences. It is completely loyal to humans and is truly forged by the power of the Emperor." There was no hesitation in Eska's voice, and he quickly got to the point. "So, can we set off to the foundry now?" "Not yet, Sergeant Eska." Isma'ara rejected his proposal, but not out of selfishness. She raised her hand, pulled the electromagnetic cannon behind her, opened the back cover and began to inspect it. "During this process," she said, "we still need to wait for a while. My Skitarii must completely clean up this trench. Any orcs still alive must be killed completely. Otherwise we will not leave this land that has been deeply hurt by them. Look at those rough trenches and the buildings destroyed by them." There was some pain in her voice. "This place originally contains the beauty of machinery, the pipelines and automatic vehicles on the ground. God of all machines, what have these orcs ruined them into?" Eska looked around and nodded in agreement. The ground of the batching plant where they were was simply ruined. The pipelines were destroyed by the orcs. They pulled out the cables and tied them together, doing some work that they didn't even know about. The result was some more corpses that were electrocuted into charcoal. Obviously, the cables themselves have completed their revenge. "I'm sorry for the loss you've suffered, but we can't stay here for too long. Compared to revenge, we have duties and missions to fulfill. Our obligations to the Emperor are more important than revenge, Father Isma'ara." Yes, I agree that this process won't take too long, I promise you." Isma'ara raised a finger with oil on it. 5 minutes at most. Her eyes flashed with burning anger, and the mechanical priest was obviously unaware that even her voice was filled with unquenchable hatred when she spoke. Eska nodded with a little appreciation. At least she was not selfish. That was enough. Before the 5 minutes were up, Father Isma'ara signaled to Eska that they could set off. She kept her promise, which made Eska very appreciative, and had a higher expectation for the next joint cooperation. Mechanical priests are usually weird, and there are not many who are so reasonable. On the way, The priest told them some accurate information about the foundry in the communication channel. Foundry number 73 is the most special one among all foundries. It specializes in producing all kinds of explosives. The fragmentation grenades, commonly known as ELFs, that the Astra Militarum love to use are the most common ones on its production list. Because of this demand, a fusion core was placed inside Foundry number 73, the ultimate glory bestowed by the god of all machines. It is a drop of his blood, and one of the great things that we cannot understand yet. It can provide the foundry with unimaginable huge energy, and because of this, it is extremely dangerous. Before the war came to Sigma Ustari, we had to spend 9 hours a day to maintain it, because the energy contained in it is too dangerous and too huge. The two words dangerous and huge are superimposed together, which is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Sergeant Heska, Ismara said very solemnly, we'd better pray to the god of all machines at all times that it will not explode. Those orcs are not interested in it yet, otherwise, everyone on the entire Western Front will die, and their deaths are worthless, and those hateful orcs will definitely be very satisfied with this. What happened to Eska's team was just a small microcosm. The entire Sigma Ustari was caught in the flames of war. The Crimson Fists only brought 5 companies, and the role that 500 people could play in such a war was limited, although they also had support from the Black Templars. The Black Templars were not Ultramarines, and their expeditionary force only had 700 people. However, everyone felt that they would definitely win. Steve frowned and stared at the battlefield sand table that was updated in real time in the temporary command center that had just been raised for a long time. Thinking for a long time, Pedro, let your first company be more careful. The battlefield in the west where they are is not right. The number of orcs there is too small. Understood, sir. Pedro nodded calmly and forcefully, and immediately walked aside and began to issue orders to his brother. At this moment, the door of the temporary command center was pushed open, and Sicarius walked in. He still smelled of blood and gunpowder, and it was obvious that he had just come down from the battlefield. My lord, the orcs near the headquarters have been completely cleared out. The Black Templars are landing from orbit, and they have been delayed for a while. Our fortress is rising, and the bodies of the orcs should be enough for it to consume energy. Okay, I see. Where is Miss Laris? Sicarius took off his helmet and wiped the blood off his goggles. He replied, she stayed on our ship and is communicating with the array. The location of the face tier is still under our control. If it approaches here, we will receive a warning. Very good. Steve nodded and walked out of the door of the temporary headquarters. Pedro and Sicarius looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Although the scenery outside was not doomsday, it was not much different. The sky was black and scarlet, and violent tremors came from the distance. The screams of the orcs drifted into their noses along the smelly and smoke-filled wind. The orbital bombardment was not over. It would never stop until the orcs were completely dead. The ground was full of piles of corpses. Some mechanical transporters urgently created by the array were moving their tracks and using their 2 long mechanical arms to carry the orc corpses to the deep pits dug in advance. The orcs are a very troublesome race. Even their corpses are like this. If they are not dealt with, more orcs will be born on their corpses. Fortunately, the fortress can solve this problem. It will completely drain the energy contained in the corpses. Make the best use of everything. Steve thought thoughtfully. He raised his head and stared at the devastated scene. As far as he could see, most of the creations of the Mechanicus had been destroyed. Their architectural style is mostly extremely stacked and complicated. In such a complex structure, it can reveal their extreme computing power in pursuit of mechanical beauty. It's a pity that the orcs don't understand this at all. They destroyed everything and even splashed red paint made of something unknown in many places. Pedro and Sicarius looked at Steve's back. They didn't know what he was thinking. They didn't want to speculate. No matter how peaceful Steve usually behaved, there was one thing that could not be concealed. Steve Rogers was a Primarch. He was not immortal. Not in his hearts. He was the noblest human under the Emperor. He was a demigod, although he might not like this title. But in fact, this was the truth. He could face the great demon of Nurgle. He held the Emperor's flaming sword. He could wave his hand to fill the earth with golden flames. and the enemies of mankind could only scream in pain in the flames, and then die worthlessly. So, he must have thought deeply, and must have thought more than them. Pedro and Sicarius thought so. They thought Steve was thinking about what to do next, how to fight the orcs more effectively. In fact, it was not. What Steve was thinking was something they could not understand. In the concept of Pedro Canto and Cato Sicarius, war was something that could only be won at a certain price. Just like punching someone, when the fist hits out, the wrist itself will also bear part of the reaction force. This is inevitable, almost like the law of nature. However, sometimes, the law of nature will succumb to the power of humans. Steve didn't want the Crimson Fists and the Black Templars to suffer losses on this Forge world, so he wanted to do something special, something crazy. Plus, so this is your plan, Steve. It seems that you and Tony have learned bad things. I thought you would build a shield to hit the orcs' heads one by one. Plus, Shenyan's voice with a smile came from the other side of the void. Plus, I'm not a fool. Since there is a better way, why don't I use it? Plus, Steve shook his head helplessly. Plus, how long will it take you to prepare this spell? Plus, give me 10 minutes. Plus, on the other side of the void, a man in a black robe slowly opened his eyes. Interesting. The honest Steve Rogers actually wants me to do this kind of thing. He grinned. What was happening in the Octara sector was not enough to surprise him. Bugs and orcs. Just dog bites dog. What really surprised him was Steve's determination. Octares is a remote sector, and the whole sector is almost entirely occupied by orcs. The greenskins have even taken over asteroids and built fortifications on them. If you don't know what this means, then I have something to tell you. The Octares sector is the size of the Ultramarines' home world, which means that every world in Ultramar is covered with mushrooms. It has been like this since the invasion of M32. Although the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Internal Affairs still proudly declare that the Octares sector is part of the Empire and will always classify it as Imperial territory in the annual reports. In fact, everyone knows that this is Orc territory. The invasion of the Tyranids by Hive Fleet in Orc territory sounds like a good thing for humanity. Unfortunately, there are several real Imperial worlds nearby, so the Empire has to venture into this muddy water. Back to the point, Steve contacted him through psychic power and hoped that he could provide some small help. Shenyan's answer was 10 minutes. So, what can a wizard do to an entire planet of orcs in 10 minutes? The following is the answer given by Shenyan, which is not very standard, but definitely the most effective. The first step, Shenyan closed his eyes, and his mental power connected to the Astronomicon, taking him through countless light years to the foraging world Sigma Astari. The second step is to search and teleport, inscribe, mark, search. The main target is the DNA of the orcs. The teleportation spell that is so familiar that it cannot be more familiar is activated by him with all his strength. But this time the target is not humans, it is the orcs all over the planet. The third step is to open a subspace portal next to it and set the teleportation location to the Chaos Wasteland of Khorne. The fourth step is to throw all the orcs in. After doing all this, his face turned pale a little. The laws of the world cannot be changed, and the existence of the subspace itself is an obstacle to the teleportation spell. He couldn't change this rule, but fortunately, he didn't have to worry about the safety of the person being teleported this time. At the same time, a gloomy but somewhat joyful voice came into his ears. What do you mean, mage? I'm giving you a gift. You're welcome, Khorne, Shenyan said with a smile. After all, you were beaten badly by the two of us last time. I know that. Khorne snorted coldly. He was the first evil god to reach his level. The word used by the mage to describe it was a bad beating, but the actual situation was much more serious. Of course, Khorne would not hand over Angren's soul. He was very stubborn and ignored the threats of the Emperor and the mage, and simply went to war with the two in his own kingdom. There were many consequences, and the most conspicuous one should be his chair. Half of the brass throne disappeared directly, and the volume of the Skull Wasteland shrank directly to only 1/3 of its original size. I will get this back sooner or later, but you are very good at pleasing me. I will come to you later, he shouted without losing the battle. These orcs. Yes, although you have bad intentions, They can indeed bring me a good war. Be thankful, mage. You and that corrupt old man can live for a while longer." Shenyan smiled slightly strangely, and even didn't bother to pay attention to him. There is a slightly insulting saying that those who believe in corn are idiots. Although this sentence is not very logical and it is easy to make a lot of corn berserkers come to you. In fact, it can be changed and some prefixes can be removed. In that case, it should be more in line with reality. Helbrecht looked at Steve Rogers in front of him blankly. I don't understand, sir. We landed only a little later than you. But you said the war is over? He blinked and made an extremely complicated expression. You exterminated an entire planet of orcs in 1 tera-hour? No, you misunderstood, Supreme Marshal. I don't have that ability. I just asked for a little help. Steve smiled, but Helbrecht's expression was becoming more and more complicated. The Crimson Fists at least killed some orcs and enjoyed a little fun, but they got nothing. He subconsciously ignored the wild laughter he and the Black Templars made when he personally manipulated the array to blow the orc warship into pieces. Helbrecht sighed. Sir, I won't ask you why you did this. So, what should we do now? Don't worry, Supreme Marshal. Your chance to fight will come, and it will come soon, Steve said patiently. As for what we should do now, tell me, Supreme Marshal, what do you think of hunting? Reasonable waiting, paying some insignificant price, and achieving a major victory. Helbrecht's description style is very consistent with his personal personality. Steve nodded. That's right, our hunting is not over yet, and the Phase Tier Graka is still on the way to Octeris. It will definitely pass by the Faith Messenger and Sigma Astari. We must take this opportunity to catch it and find out the specific situation of the Octeris star region. From this sentence, Helbrecht keenly smelled something different. Find out the specific situation of the Octeris star region? After a short thought, his eyes began to brighten. Steve saw his expression and knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, Don't get excited, Supreme Marshal. Yes, it's what you think, but don't spread it around, okay? I don't want everyone to know my plan. Helbrecht was going to shout the Emperor is above, but Steve's words disrupted his plan. He shouted softly and excitedly, The Emperor is above. Steve smiled helplessly. Chapter 771 I insist. I'm afraid the only way to describe Robert Gilman right now is to use the word overwhelmed. As the regent of the Empire, the things he has to deal with every day are almost counted by the pound, and sometimes, these things will pile up to the point where even he can't handle it. It's rare, but it's not uncommon. Sometimes, there will be some coincidences. They collide with each other, connect together, and eventually cause Gilman immeasurable troubles. And these troubles are only he can deal with. He said to his personal terminal with a worried look on his face, Cancel the meeting with the Ministry of Internal Affairs and tell them to make an extra report for me. There was already a problem with Terra's demographic data last time, and I can forgive it, but if they make the same mistake again this time, I will personally inspect the Ministry of Internal Affairs to see what the hell they are doing. Postpone the meeting on the reconstruction of the Martyrs Bridge. No, cancel and postpone all meetings today. Tell those nobles who try to test my bottom line that anything to do with smuggling is intolerable. If anyone is caught by the guards trying to buy smuggled goods or smuggling Terra's local crops to other planets, his entire family will be disgraced. In a physical sense, let the people in charge of security near the farm be more vigilant and assign them a new batch of surveillance equipment. Let them also carefully investigate the identities of the thieves. The citizens counted in the local population of Terra have food allotted to them. They will never starve. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that a person who cannot obtain citizenship due to the negligence of the Ministry of Internal Affairs officials steals food in order to survive. His behavior can be tolerated. After doing all this, he sighed, turned off his personal terminal, and put it aside. The reason why he was so busy and postponed all the meetings was because the 4 Primarchs were about to return to Terra. 4. He rubbed his cheeks, showing complete exhaustion. It was rare for a Superman to show such an expression, but Robert Gilman never thought of himself as a Superman. Angren and Fulgrim were easier to deal with. If they asked questions about the reconstruction and recruitment of their own legions, They could just evade them. What else could they do to intimidate Angron? Sanguinius was the easiest to deal with. Usually, he had no need for politics, and would not ask for a position to disrupt the existing political situation that had been balanced with great difficulty. However, he must meet the Weepers. Whether for public or private reasons, Guilliman cannot hide the existence of such a chapter from him, and this is also the most troublesome point for him. Guilliman dare not imagine what kind of reaction Sanguinius would have if he knew what happened to the Weepers. He really dare not think about it. Finally, there is his brother Leman Russ, who disappeared for 10,000 years. The Space Wolves have been away from the political forces of the Empire for a long time. They are not on good terms with most of the chapters and forces at the political center. Will the return of Leman Russ have an impact on this matter? Is it a good impact or a bad impact? Guilliman is not sure. After all, he can't sit behind this wooden table and speculate everything. After these cold political thoughts slipped from his mind, a completely separated second emotion came up, a kind of sincere joy for the return of his brother. Guilliman separated his rationality and sensibility. This is his unique ability and the source of his pain. To become a qualified politician, you have to give up some things. As long as he gave up these, the politician would be able to live like a fish in water. This is the source of Guilliman's pain. He is unwilling to give up those precious things. For him, politics is ultimately just a means, not an identity. Checkmate. With a triumphant smile, Fulgrim knocked on the black and white chessboard. Angron glanced at him and bared his teeth. What are you proud of? Oh, my brother, there is a reason why I am so proud. You see, we played a total of 17 games, and you only won 2 of them. Considering the simplicity of this mathematical problem, I think I should be proud of it. Fulgrim laughed. You lost miserably, Angron. It's just a few games. Look how happy you are. Angron crossed his arms and turned his head. Hey, Russ, come over and play a few games with this idiot. I refuse. Leman Russ rejected Angron's proposal without hesitation. He held up the giant lamb ribs created by the array in his hand, a satisfied smile on his face. I'm busy eating, brother. You play with him by yourself. Sanguinius, brother, I have things to do too. The archangel whose name was called showed an apologetic smile. I'm busy appreciating paintings. Do you want to join? The technique used in this oil painting depicting the heroic and unyielding spirit of the Astra Militarum is quite realistic, but there is something new in it. This painter is very powerful. It seems that you can only play chess with me, Angron. Fulgrim put on a nonchalant smile on his face and fiddled with the chess pieces with his slender fingers. How about it? Do you want to continue, or do you plan to admit defeat? Don't be too proud, you flashy phoenix. Angron, who deliberately used insulting words, sneered and snapped his fingers, and the magnetic chessboard controlled by the array immediately returned to its original appearance. He sneered and said, continue if you want. Do you think I'm afraid of you? 5 minutes later, Fulgrim's win counter reached 16. Well, do you want to continue? Angron snorted coldly and stood up without changing his expression. I'm going to practice in the simulated battle. You can play chess slowly by yourself. Similar scenes have happened many times in the past 2 weeks. Although some people, actually only one person, are very reluctant to admit it, their relationship has indeed progressed. At least, it is somewhat like it was 10,000 years ago. Going back to the past is always one of the deepest wishes of human hearts, and few people can really realize it. Sanguinius is one of the few people who can really look at many things rationally, so he cherishes the current atmosphere very much. Ah, I can see the Terra space station through the window. It's really spectacular. Russ, come and have a look. Sanguinius, who was sitting in front of the porthole, suddenly smiled and waved to Russ, who slowly walked over with a lamb chop in his hand. Usually, Leman Russ is not a person who cares about the surrounding environment, but even he can't help but be surprised by the scale of the Terra space station. It's really surprising. He chewed the delicious mutton and said in a slurred voice, I suddenly feel like a country boy entering the city. Sanguinius was dumbfounded by his analogy, and the archangel patted him on the back. Don't be so self-deprecating, Russ. You just look a little wild on the outside. Soon, their ship entered the separate port of Terra space station, and the Blood Angels left the ship according to their father's request. Sanguinius knew very well that if he didn't do this, the Blood Angels would follow him wherever he went. Fulgrim didn't have such concerns. The Emperor's children were currently sensitive and it was not suitable for them to show up in public. Besides, they didn't want to go around, although no one said it explicitly. Fulgrim was actually very clear that what his children wanted most now was probably time to be alone and dressed. With Angron, who had a sour face, and Russ, who was teleporting for the first time, they arrived on the glory of Macragge. Guilliman had obviously been waiting for a long time. "It's good to see you return safely, brothers, and you even brought me a surprise. Russ, where have you been for the past 10,000 years? I think I was more of a shock to you, Robert." The Wolf King grinned. "Where else could he go? The warp, where our father sent him to find something to cure him, but he got better on his own." "What a waste of my feelings." After he finished speaking, Guilliman looked up at the ceiling with a strange expression. "Forgive me for not being able to hold a banquet for you. The return of the Primarch is still a secret in the Empire. It doesn't matter whether there is a banquet or not, brother. I've already eaten my fill on the ship." Russ yawned. "What I want most now is a soft bed. I want to have a good sleep. Nothing else matters." Angron suddenly chuckled. "Laziness, brother. Don't make trouble. I know you are a little unhappy because you keep losing. But I am not the one playing chess with you. Do you really think that the outcome of a few games of chess can determine my mood? You are wrong, Russ. There is only one reason for my anger. There are so many things that have not been completed, and so many enemies that have not been killed. It is difficult for me to stay calm when I think of this." Angron's expression was very gloomy. "And you only think about banquets and rest. Come on, you do these things because you like it, and I hold banquets and sleep in because I like it. We just like different things. Don't make it seem like you are nobler than me. I have killed no fewer enemies than you." Russ's yawn became longer and longer. "Then, I'll go to bed first, Robert. There should be empty rooms on your ship, right?" Guilliman nodded at him. "There are plenty of rooms. You can choose. Russ, have a good rest." Russ did not answer, but simply waved his hand with his back to him, and then walked away. Angron was the second to leave. Contrary to Guilliman's expectations, he did not ask about the reconstruction of the World Eaters at all. Perhaps he had already talked to him about it. Guilliman did not know the answer, but the matter was temporarily resolved, and his heart was relieved for the time being. "Then, Fulgrim, I have something to say to you. Please speak." "Robert, I am all ears." "Then, your return and your legion cannot be announced for the time being. I hope you understand this, Fulgrim. Some things are destined to take time to resolve." Fulgrim was completely indifferent to the implication in Guilliman's words. Phoenix played with the chess piece in his hand, propped his cheek nonchalantly, and said, "I don't care about this matter." "Robert, are you serious?" "Of course, brother." Fulgrim laughed. "I know very well how good you are at politics. Compared to you, we are all outsiders. So, you have the final say." Guilliman was simply puzzled by his easygoing nature. When did Fulgrim become so easygoing? It seems that he has changed more than just his appearance. Guilliman thought so after looking at the scar on Fulgrim's cheek. "That's good. In fact, it couldn't be better." Guilliman smiled sincerely. "I even thought I would have an argument with you." "That's not necessary." Fulgrim shook his head calmly. "You are the one who bears the heaviest burden among us, Robert. You do not speak of it, but we know it. I do not wish to trouble you. The restoration of the Emperor's children is far from being on my agenda. What we have done cannot be buried. Even if my returning sons are loyal, the citizens of the Imperium do not know. Trust has been broken. The name of the Emperor's children and my name have been tarnished. We must rebuild them, cleanse them with the blood of our enemies. Only when the sins are fully atoned for can the Emperor's children truly return. We are not worthy of the name at present." He was so honest that it was unlike Fulgrim, and so sincere that it was shocking. It was not until this moment that Guilliman truly confirmed one thing. His brother, Fulgrim the Phoenix from Chemos, was truly reborn. He knew of Fulgrim's return, and that he had a battle with the corrupted version of himself. But Guilliman knew even more how the snake-tailed Fulgrim had hurt him with lies and poison, and how he had brutally murdered his children. He could not forget. Betrayal was always a thorn between him and his brothers. Yes, 10,000 years had passed, but his wound was still aching. Every breath hurt. Those painful memories were like poison that corroded his bones, always making the flame of hatred burn in his heart at night. The moment he learned of Fulgrim's return, Guilliman felt mixed emotions. He didn't know what expression or thoughts he should have when facing Fulgrim. He had rehearsed today's meeting many times, but he never thought that the two of them would be so peaceful. It was just like the past, as if nothing had happened. Fulgrim stood up, his violet eyes full of apology. "I apologize to you for what I have done, Robert." "No need, it was not you who did those things." Guilliman's voice sounded a little dull and nasal. "I insist, brother," Moses Phoenix whispered. "I insist on apologizing to you." There will be another 4K update at night. Chapter 772 Meeting. Everyone left one after another, and finally, only Sanguinius and Guilliman were left in the room. The Archangel spoke first. Sanguinius smiled and said, "I know you have something to say to me, Robert, so go ahead. It's really not your style to be so secretive." Guilliman did not speak at first, but pursed his lips at his gentle smile. "I really hope you can keep this smile later, Sanguinius." Then, Guilliman used his eloquence as a politician and spent 10 minutes. He told Sanguinius the origin, development and end of the Weepers in detail. There was no concealment, and he even showed the relevant documents of the Inquisition that he found by tracing the source. In this narration, Guilliman was fortunate enough to clearly see how the smile on Sanguinius's face disappeared. When he finished speaking, the Archangel's expression had become completely indifferent. Then there was silence, for about 10 minutes. He never said a word. His expression was flat, and his eyes were straight. His eyes were unfocused, as if he was staring at some illusion. "Where are they now?" "What a happy trouble." Phobo Lileo looked at the documents in front of him, sighed, and stood up. He had not left his room today, and had been dealing with these documents. Regarding the reconstruction of the regiment, the registration of the world for conscription and a behemoth-class battleship, etc. Hidden behind these cumbersome procedures is a promising future. After 17 hours of careful review and handling of various matters, he was finally able to free himself from these documents. In civilian clothes, he pushed open the door of his room. Like all the regiments stationed on the Revenge, the Lamenters also have a station on the second deck. Considering their current number, this station is so empty that it is unacceptable. However, although there are few people, there are all of the necessary facilities. Phobo walked slowly to the beverage machine in his own regiment's station like an ordinary citizen. They only figured out the specific use of this machine from the array 4 days ago, although they themselves felt that it was a bit strong for an starts to drink a beverage. The Iron Snakes, Ultramarines and Imperial Fists next door had no objection to it, especially the Imperial Fists. Almost every one of them walked around with special black coffee in their hands. The bitter aroma could be smelled as soon as they approached their base. In line with the idea of adapting to local customs and building good relations with other chapters, Phobo decided to start with himself, and the chapter leader led by example. He pondered for a long time in front of the option panel but did not make a decision. The iced carbonated drink tasted good, and he preferred the drink called Coca-Cola. After drinking half a cup in one breath, it felt like iced lava flowing in the trachea, and the stimulating feeling was very good. In the end, he chose a glass of iced Coca-Cola. Phobo stared at the glass in his hand, and a weird sense of absurdity made him laugh. "What is this?" "Yes, what is this?" Slowly coming to the porthole, Phobo pondered absent-mindedly. He didn't drink a sip of the cola, but just looked at the scene outside the window and kept thinking, do they really deserve the treatment they are now? He was lost in thought, so he didn't notice the figure walking slowly down the corridor. He stared out the window, so he didn't notice that the man had come to him. A voice said to him, "Phobo Lileo." Phobo trembled all over, and an indescribable sense of blood connection spread throughout his body. This was a feeling he had never had before. He raised his head suddenly and found that the usual communication angle with Astartes could only see the cloth of the person who was speaking. He looked up dully and saw a face that only existed in oil paintings, a face that was handsome enough to have divinity, but at this moment, It was extremely sad. The face of his father, Phobo's lips began to tremble, and his right hand held the glass tightly. He didn't speak, didn't move, and didn't make any movements. His eyes, however, were as helpless as a child. "Yes, it's me, Phobo," Sanguinius said softly. "I'm back." He's back? Even though he had been told about this, the shock still made Phobo unable to say anything. The battle-hardened Astarte's eyes were filled with tears. He stood in front of the porthole, his eyes were erratic and uncertain, his body was tense and trembling slightly. Sanguinius looked at him with sorrowful eyes. He knew that his son, whom he had never met, was in mourning. The white wings slowly rose, and a faint white light began to flicker in the corridor. Sanguinius did not say anything, he just began to sing softly. The song was gentle and sad, and the ancient lullaby from Baal slowly flowed through the resident of the Weepers. They had never heard this song, and some of them could not even hear it in their rooms. But at this moment, they all stopped what they were doing and opened the door. It was a call from the depths of their genes, something beyond all reason. It was born and rooted in the heart of each of them, and it would never disappear, whether they admit it or not. The Weepers knew that they were the sons of Sanguinius, so they began to understand the strange language on their own, and began to understand every detail of the song. They walked out of the room and came behind Sanguinius step by step. They did not speak, just kept silent, but they understood that someone was paying tribute to their lost brother. That was enough. Shenyan raised his hand and cancelled the monitoring of the Weepers based by the array. At least tonight, he did not want to passively receive any information about them. Besides, he was not idle. Angron sat at his desk thoughtfully, staring at the light screen in front of him with his hands folded across his chest. The information on it was scrolling at a high speed, and the reading speed of the prime arch level was beyond the scope of what ordinary people could understand. After a few minutes, he stopped reading and shook his head. "None of these worlds meet my standards." "You are really picky, my friend. You don't like these worlds," the wizard said half-jokingly. "What kind of world do you want me to find for you?" "The 500 worlds of Ultramar, if Gilliman agrees." "It's not impossible." In front of Shenyan, Angron showed his rarely shown sense of humor. The Lord of Red Sand nodded seriously, although I doubt his ability to teach his own children. The Ultramarines undoubtedly have excellent qualities. "Okay, then you go to Gilliman and ask him if he agrees to let his hometown become a recruiting world for your legion." Angron suddenly sneered. "Forget it. I'm afraid I will go and ally with the Eldar." Shenyan almost laughed out loud, but he finally controlled it with his willpower. He shook his head, leaned back, and lay on the back of the chair, stacking his fingers and starting to bump against each other. The magic tricks that belonged to the wizard began to dance at his fingertips again. As his fingers collided, the magic power silently transformed into electricity, water, fire, and frost. Angron raised his eyebrows at the gorgeous scene. "So you want a particularly good world for conscription," Shenyan said firmly. "It would be best if it were a wild world where humans have strong bodies, tenacious minds and the instinct to cooperate with each other to overcome difficulties. They have great courage and maintain their willpower under any circumstances. You want such people, don't you?" Angron's eyes lit up at what he said, and he nodded repeatedly. "It would be great if you have one." "Where can I create such a world for you?" Shenyan slapped the table in annoyance. "I'm not an omnipotent wish-making machine. There is no such conscription world in the Milky Way, and even if there is, it has already been requisitioned by a certain war group." "Are you kidding? This kind of world is a hot commodity in the eyes of everyone. Do you think you are the only one who wants it?" Angron shrugged and winked at Shenyan with a completely trusting attitude. "I believe you will definitely find a way." The corner of the wizard's eye twitched violently, and he controlled himself with great willpower, so as not to snap his fingers and throw Angron out of the vacuum. After a few seconds, he calmed down and gave Angron a look that was not a smile. "Actually, if you insist, I do have a good recruiting world." But he stretched out his voice, and the follow-up of the word dragged on for more than 10 seconds. Angron looked at him expectantly, holding his breath unconsciously. "I can't give it to you." "What?" "I can't give it to you, Angron," Shenyan repeated with a smirk on his face. "This world is not within the borders of the Empire." "Ah, it's in another world. What a pity." "You see, Everyone in this world is martial, and the civilization is still in the Middle Ages, with great plasticity. They advocate the use of force, but they do not ignore the weak. They believe that everyone is born with different talents, and everyone can find a path that suits them. They are also very tough. The fantasy world these people live in is very harsh. Every 15 years they have to deal with a group of monsters that emerge from the bottom of the sea. Their society is therefore divided into many different small groups. Whenever the tide comes, these groups will be closely connected to each other and become the only whole called human beings. They never give up, never surrender. Even if the whole world is becoming worse and worse, they have never thought of surrendering, but have been fighting. Angren began to take deep breaths continuously. He did not speak, but his chest rose and fell rapidly. "Tsk, it's a pity that I can't give it to you." "Oh, what a pity." Shenyan said it was a pity, but he laughed out loud, and made a look at Angren in a very corrupt manner. "What do you think, Angren?" I think Angren squeezed out a word from between his teeth. "You are simply not a human being." "That's wrong. Although I am sometimes of low quality, I do identify myself as a human being." "Don't slander me, Angren. Since you don't want to give me this world, why do you say so much?" Angren looked at him angrily. "You are like taking a hungry homeless man outside a restaurant, letting him watch through the glass window the delicious food that is constantly being served inside, letting him smell the tempting aroma, but repeatedly telling him that he can't eat it. Hey, how can I be so scary?" "Okay, let me explain to you. The reason why I can't give you this world is that it is not within the territory of the Empire." Shenyan restrained his smile and playful thoughts, and his expression became serious. "It's a different world. Do you understand, Angren?" "What's wrong with a different world? Didn't I go there once?" "You are you, and they are them, Angren. The worlds are not the same." "They are indeed human, but can you guarantee that they can adapt to the environment here?" "As I said, that is a civilization still in the Middle Ages. The bacteria in their intestines are probably two completely different groups from most of the citizens of the Empire today." Shenyan raised a finger. "I can cross the border, and you can cross the border too, because we can ignore the bad illusions." "But can they?" "They haven't even completed the conquest of their own planet." "Can they really adapt to the environment of the Empire?" "You should be able to understand without me saying that the environment of the Empire is 100 times worse than their home planet." Angren wanted to say, "I believe them," but he couldn't say that. He is a rational person, so he couldn't say this against his conscience. Moreover, after a brief moment of passion, he calmed down, and he also captured the message hidden between the lines of the mage's sentence. They live very hard on their own planet, but that is their home planet, and it is a choice on their evolutionary path. But the Empire is not. If their world becomes a conscription world, it means that countless people will continue to sacrifice for the Empire in the future. They have to fight countless terrible monsters and are on the brink of death every day, but they don't have to fight these things at all. He can't drag an entire innocent world into trouble for his own selfish desires. "I understand," Angren whispered. "Then how about finding a good recruiting world within the Empire's territory?" "Glad to see you calm down, my friend." Shenyan smiled and nodded, waved his hand and made a list of hundreds of names. "Take your time to choose." "I came a little late. I went out for a hot pot. Sorry." Chapter 773 Horus Birthday Party. Sanguinius sat in the mage's office with red eyes, holding a cup of black tea with sugar in his trembling hands. The elegant ceramic cup in his hands was interesting. This set of beautiful porcelain was a bit exaggerated for ordinary people, inappropriate for soldiers, and it would be a waste for Angren to use it. Only for Sanguinius, it was just right. His temperament and appearance could calm most things. Shenyan had a headache. Obviously, anyone would be the same. Even the emperor would find it difficult to face the tearful Sanguinius. Sighing, the mage said, "That's not necessary. Sanguinius, you look so weak that you can perform in an opera." Sanguinius showed complete innocence to the mage's metaphor, as if he didn't hear what he was talking about at all. The archangel said in a trembling voice with a broken tone at the end, "Captain, please forgive me, I don't understand what you mean." Angren, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book, rolled his eyes. Shenyan sighed again. "I mean, There is no need for you to act like this. The weepers have already got what they deserve. Sanguinius' eyes condensed slightly, and the tearful look disappeared immediately. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Really? They didn't tell me about this." "I was rude." "It's normal that they didn't tell you. They already feel that they deserve it. I'm surprised that Gilliman didn't tell you about this." Robert may have forgotten. He is a busy man. What does it mean that his brother's regiment has suffered injustice? Alas, Sanguinius even sighed in grievance at the end, and his skill in being weird is very superb. It must be that Gilliman didn't hear it, otherwise he would have jumped up to explain. Shenyan could only keep his face tense to prevent himself from laughing. After a while, he finally got rid of the urge to laugh. "I have to say something fair for him, even though I am not a very responsible teacher." Well, he probably really forgot. His Royal Highness the Regent, who ignored their joy and was still struggling with government affairs on the Macrag's glory, was criticized for his poor memory, but he was actually one of the people with the best memory in the entire empire. He even remembered Horus' birthday, to be more precise, the day when Horus was brought back by the Emperor, August 12th every year. He did not make a big fuss about it, but began to carefully prepare in secret. Gilliman had not completely let go of the past. The damage Horus had caused to the Empire and all of them was irreversible. However, that Horus was dead, Gilliman did not want to, and could not, vent his anger on a broken soul. In a sense, he just wanted to temporarily reminisce about the past. "Yes, Khan, it's me. Are you still on the vengeance?" Khan's voice on the personal terminal sounded a little distorted. He seemed to be fighting something, and he was a little breathless when he spoke. "Yes, I'm still." "Well, good news." "Wait, are you fighting something?" "Just a corn demon," Khan said calmly. "Wait for me for a few seconds. I'll kill it first." Gilliman frowned and moved the personal terminal away. Khan's laughter and the obvious roar of a demon began to come from his end, followed by the sound of swords colliding with each other, and then the sound of blades entering flesh. 5 seconds later, Khan's voice sounded again. "Okay, I solved it. What do you want to talk to me about?" "It's not a big deal, but I want to ask first, why are you fighting a corn demon?" "It's just a simulation." Khan laughed heartily. "It's about 70% of the real stuff, and it's a good pastime. You can also try it when you have time." "Oh, I forgot that you are not suitable for this. Sorry." Gilliman narrowed his eyes slightly and tutted unhappily. "I can still beat a corn demon. You don't have confidence in my martial arts." "It's not that I don't have confidence in your martial arts, Robert. I doubt the power you can use in a one-on-one. After all, there are too many precedents, right?" "You, forget it." Gilliman sighed. "Tomorrow is August 12th, you know it?" This time, the Khan paused for a few seconds before answering him. "Yes, I know," he whispered. "Do you have any plans?" "It's not really a plan, I just think that since everyone is here, and it just happens to be such a coincidence, why don't we get together? Such an opportunity is rare, Khan, isn't it?" Gilliman sighed and leaned back in his chair. He raised his head and looked at the Emperor's mural on the ceiling. The square-faced man with wheat-colored skin had his eyes closed, his expression full of compassion, and he wore a laurel wreath on his head, emitting golden light. He smiled. "We used to call each other brothers. But there are really not many moments like this. Sometimes we are more like enemies than brothers." Ha, how ironic. The suffering of mankind for 10,000 years is actually because of a family ethics drama. "You don't have to try to convince me, brother. I can't disagree." The Khan laughed softly. "The trouble you really need to consider is not me or others. What do you think Sanguinius would think if he knew the existence of Horus? So I called you first, Chagatai." Gilliman stood up, put his hands behind his back and began to pace in the office. "I don't know if you are willing to admit it, but we were indeed a group of immature children before. Stubborn, weird and paranoid. Everyone has this side. I often wonder, if there was someone who could connect us completely at that time, would the ending be different? I guess you want to talk about the captain." The Khan made a nasal sound, as if denying Gilliman. "What's past cannot be brought back, Robert. Do not dwell on the good old days." He said this with a little warning. "It's a miracle that the captain showed up, and I don't think it would have been any different had he shown up during the Great Crusade. unless he had been by the Emperor's side from the beginning, or had replaced that dumb old man. You have to admit, we all need to see blood in order to change. And I don't think chaos will let it go. I see. Where are the others now? In the captain's office. Sanguinius came over half an hour ago, looking like he was about to start a performance, so I made an excuse and left. By Chagrius, I don't want to see him put on another full-scale opera performance. Gilliman sighed. Okay, I'll be there. You have to help me, Khan. Wait, aren't Russ and Fulgrim on your ship? Aren't you going to convince them first? Come on, Russ loves the party. Do you think he won't attend the party? Gilliman said with a hint of disdain. As for Fulgrim, he will definitely attend. Jaghatai Khan was silent for a while, then laughed. Gilliman arrived at the Vengeance 10 minutes later with a very excited Leman Russ and a very calm Fulgrim. Forgive my description, but the Wolf King was indeed as excited as some kind of wolf relative. Be calm, Russ, Gilliman said with a frown. They don't know about this yet. Oh, come on. Russ patted Gilliman on the back with a hint of disdain. Do you really think you are the only one who remembers the date? My brother, don't treat everyone else as fools. If you go there slowly now, they may have already excluded you and me and started discussing how to hold the party. How is it possible? Why is it impossible? Russ asked back. Before Horus lost his mind, he had a good relationship with everyone, especially Sanguinius was there. Do you think he would not remember his brother's birthday? He even remembers the birthdays of some civilians on Baal. How could he not remember Horus? Gilliman closed his eyes in pain, and began to doubt his life. Why did I bring him here? Is it to torture myself? Fulgrim's voice sounded at the right time. Don't doubt yourself, Robert. Russ is like this. You have to learn to adapt. He can't be tamed. Phoenix is the word tamed very hard. Hey, Russ glared. Is there something wrong with the description you used? Fulgrim said nothing, but glanced at the fur cloak behind Russ with a strange look. Take it back, Fulgrim, take it back. Okay, I take it back. What do you want me to say? You have been tamed? Phoenix sighed. Please, Russ, be quiet. Look at Robert, his hair is all white. If you two don't be quiet, my hair will really turn white. In such a noisy. They used the ship's teleportation to arrive outside Shenyan's office, but before Gilliman opened the door, he heard Sanguinius's laughter from inside. His eyes condensed. Very good, this is easy. Sanguinius is a very gentle person in most cases, but he is actually the most stubborn, and he sighed. Gilliman didn't know if he could treat Horus in a peaceful way if he had experienced what Sanguinius had experienced. Since Sanguinius was laughing, then things would be easier. At least he could make an opening statement in a better way, and the subsequent things should be much simpler. Gilliman pondered for a while and pushed open the door. The scene in the office was not beyond his expectations. Shenyan was chatting with Sanguinius, and the two were obviously very happy. Angren, who was on the side, was reading a book with a stern face, and from time to time he would glance at the two people over there, as if he wanted to join in but didn't want to speak first. Khan sat opposite him, still smelling of blood, and it was obvious that he had just returned from his simulation field not long ago. Cough. Gilliman coughed lightly. Brothers, he is going to hold a birthday party for Horus, the Wolf King shouted excitedly. The scene fell into silence for a while. Shenyan raised his eyebrows and gave Gilliman a look of why did you bring him here? Khan did the same, but more strongly. Angren's face slowly brought a strange smile. He put down the book, and looked like he wanted to watch a good show. Fulgrim silently moved a little further away from Russ and Gilliman. The Phoenix had obviously sensed what was going to happen next, so he was particularly careful and didn't even let Russ notice his movement. The smile on Sanguinius's face froze. Gilliman glanced at him and quickly looked away. A feeling of guilt surged in his heart. Fortunately, Leman Russ broke the deadlock. He shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey, what's your reaction? Didn't you hear clearly? Robert is going to hold a birthday party for Horus." Horus? No, little Horus. With a snap, Gilliman raised his hand and slapped his forehead in pain. The scene fell into silence again. Russ looked at him in confusion. No, he was not confused. He was pretending to be like this on purpose. The smirk at the corner of the Wolf King's mouth betrayed him. It was obvious that he just wanted to laugh at Gilliman. "My brother," Sanguinius said slowly, "would you mind explaining to us what you mean by the young Horus?" "It means exactly what it says," Russ said seriously. The Khan took over his words and continued, which was also to help Gilliman ease the atmosphere. "A young version of Horus, a shattered soul taken back from the warp by our father. The captain forged his current body with the stars. He doesn't remember much about the past and is a child who is still growing." "Thank you for the explanation, both of you, but I'm not asking you." Sanguinius looked at Gilliman with a smile. "Robert, how about you explain it to me?" Gilliman stiffened his neck and looked up at the ceiling without looking away. "I don't think I need to explain it anymore. They have already made it very clear. Anyway, this is the case, Sanguinius. Tomorrow is August 12th, Horus' birthday." "Yes, I remember. To be honest, I don't object to your idea of holding a birthday party for him. I'm just a little angry with you." The archangel pursed his lips, and his slightly disappointed eyes deeply hurt Gilliman's heart, and made him speak anxiously. "It's not what you think, Sanguinius." "What I think." "What?" Sanguinius asked back. "Do you mean to conceal his existence, or do you anticipate my reaction in advance and plan carefully for it? But you are unwilling to really ask me what I think about this matter." "Don't be like this, Robert," Sanguinius said softly. "Don't be like this, I beg you. You are becoming more and more like him." This sentence hurt Gilliman more than the disappointed look before. "I owe you 2K. I will pay you back tomorrow. I am not in a good mood today." Appendix, an imperial joke, from Bilibili. Some people say that the Astartes are a group of cold-blooded butchers. They have no emotions at all, not even tear glands. They are actually wrong. The Astartes also shed tears when they read, and they cry a lot. Yes, they read the Astartes Codex. Chapter 774 Horus' Birthday Party. Gilliman put his right hand behind his back and pressed it against his lower back, showing a proud attitude. If someone who was not familiar with him, this attitude might be interpreted as a provocation to Sanguinius, but it was not. The reason he did this was just to put his right hand behind his back and hold it tightly. He did not want Sanguinius to see this, so he deliberately raised his head. Gilliman's face was pale but ruddy, with an abnormal blush on his cheeks, like a person who had been ill for a long time. "That sentence," he said slowly, "it hurt me, brother," Gilliman said, "almost more than the sword that Fulgrim stabbed me with." Russ let out a sharp laugh, and his canine teeth protruded from his lips. Phoenix pursed his lips tightly, closed his eyes and turned his head away. Angren glanced at him, making sure that he was not in a serious mood before continuing to watch the show. "But I am telling the truth, am I not?" Sanguinius' frown was very frightening. He was not often angry, and he was smiling most of the time. The Primarchs had long been accustomed to him appearing as a mediator, a glorious figure who was widely loved by everyone. But he suddenly stopped smiling, and then you will find that he can be so terrible. "No," Gilliman said forcefully. "No, it's not like that. I never, never what?" The bellman took a step forward, speaking softly and slowly. The ups and downs of the High Gothic language made him sound like he was performing an opera when he spoke. The gloomy thunder began to brew in the room. Shenyan squinted his eyes and watched all this, with an intriguing expression. He had no intention of speaking to solve all this for the time being. "You never approached him? If you say so, I'm afraid you are lying to us, Robert. You did this in his style, and he must be proud of you." The man with the title of Lord of Ultramar was almost tottering at this time. He lowered his head and hunched his waist, as if he was about to fall, and Sanguinius continued, "It doesn't matter whether we admit it or not. We know it and understand it. We all have some of his characteristics. The lion has his reason, which is not even affected by conscience. Magnus has his psychic gift and thirst for knowledge. And you, Robert." The bow finally smiled, but it was not gentle. "You have a face similar to his. You are a projection of his beliefs and soul. Among us, you are special, Gilliman. He has the greatest expectations of you, so I think it is natural that you will become like him." The Khan remained silent, breathing steadily and slowly. It was not that he was still playing the game of keeping himself safe at this time, but because he could not find a suitable entry point to end this debate. Sanguinius's performance almost shocked everyone. No one in the crowd had ever seen this side of him. Sanguinius had never been like this. He always kept his best side for his brothers, but now he looked like a mixture of curse and adorn, or a mixture of the inherited flaws. "So I forgive you, Robert." Sanguinius smiled. "I forgive you completely, and any mistakes you may make in the future. Those who always claim to be doing good for others will never know how to stop." Russ elbowed Fulgrim and whispered belatedly, "He seems really angry, isn't he?" Fulgrim sighed and did not answer anything Russ said. Shenyan knocked on the table at the right time, bringing everyone's attention back to him. The crisp sound dispersed the gloomy thundercloud that was about to form. "Can I say a few words, Sanguinius?" "Of course, Captain." "Robert." The mage called his name. "Look at me." Gilliman looked up palely. "What do you see?" Gilliman looked at him blankly. "What do you see?" Shenyan repeated his question, his tone soft, reminiscent of a slowly falling feather. Without answering, Gilliman opened his mouth, unable to say anything. Everyone could see that he had 1,000 things to say, but he just couldn't say a single word. Sanguinius' words completely destroyed his eloquence as a politician, turning him into a mute. "Well, then I'll ask and answer my own questions. If you observe me with your naked eyes, you can only get a vague impression. Pale face, tall and thin figure. Other than that," Shenyan continued his topic patiently, "people who have had some contact with me will start from my words and deeds, and their impression of me will be updated here. They will think that I am an arrogant person, always pretending to know everything, and always looking confident about everything. Then, step by step, they will change their impression of me. In the eyes of 1,000 people, I have 1,000 different faces. I can be a savior, a hateful wizard, a hero, a villain, a madman, or a wise man. I can be any role they need, but I can't be myself," he said meaningfully. "Showing your true self is shameful in the eyes of most people, so most people learn to conceal themselves and cater to the masses. I refused at this step. I don't want to be a person who meets the definition of a hero in the eyes of the world. I only do what I want to do. So I slaughtered the aliens who wanted to invade my world. Even children and women were not spared. I carried out cruel genocide on them, and I never explained why I did it. As it should be, when I returned to the crowd, the aliens manipulated the media and a public opinion crisis broke out against me. People think I'm an executioner, a bastard who brings discredit to the earth. My existence is the original sin, and I make the whole universe think that the earthlings are a cruel race. They think so, and they do so. The misunderstandings are getting deeper and deeper, so I left them. For me, the opinions of the general public are meaningless," Shenyan said with a smile. "I know very well what kind of person I am. Their opinions are just bullshit to me, so I never explain." "Sounds great, right?" He laughed, and the smile suddenly stopped after a short 2 seconds. "If anyone really thinks so, he is an idiot. You can hide your thoughts from others. You can shroud yourself in mystery, but you can't ask others to trust you after you do this." "Do you know why Sanguinius is so angry?" Gilliman shook his head with a dull look. "Because you betrayed his trust in you," the wizard said bluntly. "You could have handled this matter in a better way. You could have asked him. You could have tried to insinuate it. You could have brought little Horace directly to him. But you couldn't have rehearsed his reaction in your mind and made some stupid decisions without asking him first. The most crucial point is that you had to ask him. You act so noble, thinking you were avoiding conflict." "Oh, well, what did you avoid, Robert?" "You didn't avoid anything, and the reason you have nothing to say and are speechless is because every word Sanguinius says is true. Isn't this the standard style of the Emperor? Doing 10,000 incomprehensible things under the banner of doing good for you." He could have forced Angren to watch his brothers and sisters die, even though he could have saved everyone with just a flick of his finger. If he did that, I'm sure Angren wouldn't have said anything even if he had criticized him afterwards and said some bullshit like he was disappointed you didn't conquer your world. He could ask you to burn down the perfect city and turn Lorgar's hard work into ashes in the wind, but you would rather not explain to him that I hate religion. He could have resolved these things with a long talk, but he didn't. Why? Is he stupid? I'm afraid not, because he thinks you can understand. He thinks you can always remain rational like him. Keep your head down and diligently look for the clues he dropped in the fields. Get a plausible answer and never give up. Keep trying." He was wrong. He also realized this, and he even stated this point to you shortly after he recovered. He asked you to ask your brothers if they were willing when you made a decision, but you didn't do that. Shenyan spread his hands. "So, in a way, this is your own fault, Robert." The wizard leaned back, yawned, and acted sleepy. "I'm tired, so you guys take care of it. If the party is held tomorrow, please let me know. If not, then don't worry. For now, please excuse me." He stood up and smiled. "I want to go fishing." A few seconds after he walked out of the office, Ruth raised her hand. "I want to go fishing, too. There is still one chapter left. I'm coding it. Not sure if I can finish it. I've been in a very bad state these past 2 days." Chapter 775 Horus' Birthday Party. In the end, the number of people fishing was determined to be 5, to put it more bluntly. Except for Sanguinius and Gilliman, who remained in the office, everyone else ran away. The culprit trust led the way, and they ran away with a clear conscience. "Is there really a place to fish on the ship?" Angren asked with a strange look on his face. "Yes, why not?" The wizard shrugged. "Can't I fish?" Angren looked at the ground, the wall, and the ceiling. "I just think it's weird to fish on the Vengeance." "If you think it's too weird, we can also go fishing outside," the wizard said calmly. "I can move the fishing area and make a small planet out of it, and the 5 of us can sit on it and fish." Not to mention Angren, even Russ, who had regained his interest, shuddered at the thought of this scene. "I'm still worried about them," Fulgrim said. "When we left, the atmosphere inside was not very good," the Khan said shockingly. "Would you like to make a bet?" "I think Robert will come to see us tomorrow with a blue eye." The first one to respond was of course the Wolf King, who nodded without hesitation. "Okay, I'll bet too." "What's the bet?" "No talking for a month." The Khan grinned. "What do you think?" This Russ hesitated for a while, but it didn't last long. The Khan's next sentence made him nod directly. "Add 2 barrels of special wine made by the array, Chonger's flavor. How about it?" "I agree." "Okay, then the bet is complete silence for a month. Even drinking water can't make a sound. Deal?" "Deal." Fulgrim turned his head away, sighing deeply, and felt that he was just having a nightmare. They soon arrived at their reserved fishing spot, which was located on the lower deck. The dark huge warehouse was empty, and their footsteps echoed in the darkness. Shenyan raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a soft light lit up above his head. A tidal echo swept through everyone's bones, repeating in their ears over and over again. The monotonous sound made Angren frown uncomfortably. "What is that sound?" "Don't mind it, my friend." The mage smiled slightly. "Come on, the fishing spot is ready." He stepped forward, and his feet seemed to touch the water. The flat ground suddenly rippled with water. The mage continued to move forward, and the ground swallowed his ankles, calves, and even waist. This scene that completely violated the laws of physics made the 4 people on the shore a little stunned. "Don't just stand there. Please follow me, gentlemen." He said so with his back to them, and then completely sank into the ground and disappeared. Angren followed closely and stepped into the strange bottom of the water. It was dark all around, deep and quiet. There was almost no light in the darkness, and even the night vision ability of the Primarch could not see through the heavy curtain of darkness. Angren frowned and tried to call out the mage's name, but found that his voice was completely erased. A concept broke into his mind. This idea did not belong to him, but came from somewhere else. It was like fish and shrimp hitting the filter of a fisherman. The small ones slipped away, and only the big ones remained. Big, dark, and deep. An unspeakable concept. Angren pursed his lips tightly and continued to move forward. This time, light appeared in front of him. A colorful and brilliant light appeared suddenly, without any summons. Shenyan sat in an armchair with his back to him. A wooden boom was held in his right hand, and the fishing line stretched out far and far. 4 chairs were placed in an orderly manner around this brilliant light. Angren walked over and sat next to the mage. At this time, he found that his voice had returned. "What's going on? What's going on?" "My voice," Angren said. "It was taken away at the beginning." "And, where is this place?" "The place you just passed is not allowed to have sound." "It is not taken away, but hidden." Shenyan explained to him patiently. As for the question of where this place is, I will talk about it when everyone arrives. After a few minutes, everyone was there. Russ was fidgeting in his chair, and seemed to dislike this environment. Fulgrim was very comfortable. The Khan was the calmest, acting the calmest, but his hands were clenched tightly. Seeing that everyone was there, the wizard snapped his fingers, and everyone had a fishing rod in their hands. He said, "Well, let's start fishing." This is an ancient sport that tests people's patience, skills and courage. Compared to fishing, I am more concerned about where this place is. Khan said slowly, "Captain, this place is not like the Vengeance or our world." He used a cautious description. "Ah, very interesting insights. Any others?" Russ was the second to speak, and he was now talking with a grinding of teeth. "I don't know where this is, but I'm afraid I don't like it very much." "It fits your personality, Mr. Lehman Russ. Although you and I don't know each other very well, I like your personality." Shenyan grinned. "At least you are honest enough." "What about the other two?" Fulgrim sighed, looking indifferent to the world and just wanting peace and quiet. "I don't care where this is, at least it's quiet enough." He was obviously referring to something. Angren still had an expression as if someone owed him money. Keeping this look, he waved the fishing rod and said, "I agree with Shagatai's opinion." "Then it's time to announce the answer." "Oh, wait a minute, there's a fish on the hook." Shenyan smiled excitedly. He stood up, and the fishing rod began to tremble wildly. The thin wooden pole was pulled to a level that was unbearable to look at. It made a creaking sound, attracting everyone's attention. "Like I said, this is an ancient sport." The wizard waved his arm vigorously, and a ball of amorphous soft light was fished out from the gorgeous light. "So, our trophy is also ancient." He carefully took the light, wiped it with his hand, looked at it carefully for a moment, and threw it back, sighing disappointedly. "This fish is not mature enough." Sitting back in the chair, he asked, "Where was I just now?" "Oh, yes," announced the answer. "This is between the worlds," the wizard said. "We are sitting in the gap between the worlds. One step forward is the endless sea of stars. Unfortunately, I can't take so many people across the border, so we can only sit here and fish." "Do you usually go back and forth between the worlds through places like this?" Angren asked. "Sometimes," the wizard said non-committally. "Ah, another one." He repeated the previous process, and the ball of light he caught this time was dark in color and relatively large, almost the size of an ordinary person's head. Angren noticed a smile on Shenyan's face. "Not bad," he said as he untied the ball of light. "It's right this time." "What is this?" Angren asked. "Messages from different worlds," Shenyan patiently explained to them. "There are billions of worlds floating in the endless sea of stars. The world barriers protect them from the threats of the ancients in the sea of stars, but the world barriers cannot prevent the outflow of information. This is a very interesting phenomenon. The information of some worlds will float in the sea of stars for many years and eventually turn into a new world. This can explain why some worlds are so similar. Of course, for now, this is just an immature theory of mine." He grinned. "It remains to be proven." "This place makes me a little creepy, Captain." Russ scratched his hair in annoyance, imitating the Khan's way of calling. "I am not interested in the endless sea of stars, world messages, etc. I just want to know why you brought us here." "To catch a gift for your brother, little Horace." Shenyan shrugged. "There are not only messages floating in the sea of stars, but also other things. Fishing rods can only catch a limited amount. Why don't you start trying?" The Khan responded to him first. The Chagurus stood up, holding the fishing rod above his head with both hands, and forcibly posed as if he was holding a knife. The fishing line was thrown out by him and fell into the colorful splendor. "Oh, right." Shenyan snapped his fingers as if he had remembered something. A light curtain lit up beside them, reflecting the scene of another world, and a man who was very familiar to everyone present was fighting on it. He was pale, with long hair disheveled, like a ghost. Fulgrim raised his eyebrows. "This is a little beyond my expectation." Angren narrowed his eyes, and his first reaction was to kick the mage's chair with a bit of dissatisfaction. "Next time if something like this happens, remember to let me know first," he said as if it was a matter of course. "There is one more chapter. I will eat a meal before writing, End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.